Chapter 3950. Not long after, Ingpa actually brought in 30 or so demons, and even an elder came along. "Greetings, Master Xiao." The 30 or so demons obviously received Ingpo's orders, and saluted respectfully as soon as they came in. "Master Xiao?" Xiao Hua smiled, and raised his hand, "Get up, then this Xiao will be your master for once." "Thank you, Master Xiao." The demons happily stood up. Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a green light flashed in the entire hall, and 30 or so green crystal threads entered between the eyebrows of the demons. In just a few breaths, all of the demons had painful expressions on their faces. Xiao Hua withdrew his soul technique, and said indifferently, "All of you carefully recall and comprehend. After an hour, you should be able to remember half of what the demons left behind." "Yes, this disciple understands." The 30 or so demons all answered, then closed their eyes and carefully memorized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Ingpa, come over here." "Yes, Master." At this moment, Ingpa prostrated himself in admiration of Xiao Hua, and hurriedly walked over. "Are the universe bangles ready?" "Here." Ingpa took out a dozen or so universe bangles. It's almost enough." Xiao Hua held a universe bag in his left hand, and a universe bag in his right hand. In just a short moment, Ingpo's dozen or so universe bangles were all filled, and he said with a smile, "This is the first time my Black Wind Ridge cooperated with the Luo-E Merchant Union, and I'm quite sincere. In the future, I'm afraid we'll have a long relationship." Ingpo was so excited that his face turned pale. Although there were many things, but it was enough to take his life. When he was bidding, he still had to consider the safety of the Luo-E Merchant Union, and it was really not easy. Ingpa took out a universe bangle and handed it to the elder who followed him, and said in a low voice, "This universe bangle and the previous ones, you all discuss how to bid, do not attract the attention of other experts. This old man knows." This elder could be considered to be completely at ease with Xiao Hua, and he cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and Ingpa, then hurriedly left. After the elder left, Xiao Hua asked again, "Ingpa, what good things does the Luo-E Merchant Union have now?" "I'll let Master know." Ingpa shook his head and said, "Previously, I had prepared some things for you. However, when I heard that the Black Wind Ridge was gone, I bid for those things. However, if Taoist Master needs anything, feel free to tell me and I'll have my clansmen search for it." "Some news?" Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "News about metal and wood magnetism, metal and earth magnetism, wood and water magnetism. Also, where can I find the extreme magnetic ray?" Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Taoist Master, these. I'm afraid that our clansmen won't be able to find them. I'll help you take a look elsewhere." "Alright, thank you, fellow immortal." Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of this information and nodded. "As long as we can find it, the time doesn't matter. There's also a universe bracelet here." Ingpa took out another one from his bosom and smiled, "I just took this from the storage area. It's filled with demon fruits, demon herbs, seaweed, sea wood, and other ordinary items of the 1,000-demon sacred realm. These should be able to be refined into medicine." "Alright, this old man understands." Xiao Hua took the universe bracelet and said, "This old man will do his best to refine it." Throwing the universe bracelet to Green Robe, Xiao Hua asked with a smile, "Fellow immortal, what other good things do you have here?" Ingpa shook his head and said, "The Luo-E Merchant Union just held an auction. There aren't many things left. I reckon that they won't be able to enter Taoist Master's eyes. If Taoist Master wants to find something, Zhai Xing Lu's auction is in 3 days. This one can accompany fellow immortal to take a look." "There's an auction?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "The day before yesterday it was Yazi Auction House, now it's Luo-E Merchant Union, 3 days later it's Zhai Xing Lu's." Then Li Lai Trading Company will also have one in the near future, right? That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, in Yuling Bay, only our 4 clans are qualified to hold auctions. We usually arrange our own auctions according to Yazi auction house's auctions, most of which are held recently. Tomorrow should be Li Lai Trading Company's, but Sea Soul Scholars' items are mostly from the human race, and most of them are from Confucian cultivators. This one also went to participate, and I reckon that it's somewhat different from fellow immortals' expectations. Therefore, this one suggests fellow immortal to participate in Zhai Xing Lu's auction 3 days later. Their items are not inferior to Yazi auction houses, and are usually placed at the end, which is the so-called finale of the human race. Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, since the Luo Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the Li Lai Trading Company, you might as well send one of your subordinates over to ask what the Li Lai Trading Company has prepared for this auction. If this Xiao has any intentions, this Xiao can go over and take a look. That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, Daoist Master is right. In every auction, if there isn't a special reason, we will make the items to be auctioned public. This one will send my clansman over to inquire. Not to mention that Ingpa sent his clansman to Li Lai Trading Company to inquire, just these 30 or so clansmen of Ingpa slowly woke up after a full hour. Xiaofan originally had some expectations, thinking that the longer they comprehended, the more they would be able to remember. However, after asking, he was very disappointed. Most of them had forgotten 80% of the simple water fusion technique, and only 4 clansmen of the demon race had remembered 30%. It seems that the inheritance of the demon race really emphasizes bloodline. Xiaofan thought to himself, it's completely different from my human race. This water fusion technique is not too complicated. As long as the cultivators of my human race put in the effort, even if they can't be outstanding, they can at least comprehend the majority of it by analogy. Waving his hand to let the 20 or so clansmen of the demon race leave, Xiaofan said to Ingpa standing next to him, Ingpa, it seems that only these 4 clansmen can try to refine the medicine. Not only was Ingpa not disappointed, but his eyes were also abnormally fanatical, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his mouth as he said, Thank you, Daoist Master. If it weren't for Daoist Master's secret technique, how could my clansmen master the Daoist cultivation method? In the future, if my clan can prosper, I will have to thank Daoist Master Xiao. Oh. Seeing this, Xiaofan was enlightened again. He wasn't a demon, so his thoughts were different from the demon race. However, he forgot that as long as he taught these 4 clansmen of the water fusion technique, and these 4 clansmen of the demon race passed it on in the clan, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, this water fusion technique would be integrated into the bloodline of Ingpa's clan. Ingpa and the other clansmen of the demon race in the future might be born with the water fusion technique. No wonder Ingpa shed tears of gratitude. Thinking of this, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind, damn it, this Xiao knows so many secret techniques of the demon race, and has obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint. Then, this Xiao's descendants, what kind of situation will they be? This thought naturally flashed through Xiaohua's mind, but how could Xiaohua know? The hand of karma in his space was gradually taking shape, so how could all these thoughts appear out of thin air? Many of them were related to the karma of the river of karma. What he occasionally thought of might just be a small wave in the river of karma. Afterwards, Xiaohua asked the 4 clansmen of the demon race about their comprehension, and gave them detailed instructions on how to use their demon power to perform the water fusion technique. Furthermore, in front of these 4 clansmen of the demon race, he refined the medicine again and again. Unfortunately, although the 4 clansmen of the demon race already understood how to control their demon power, no matter what, they couldn't display their demon power properly. This made Xiaohua very depressed. When did he have to be so patient when teaching his disciples? Fujiwen, Lu Yi, and the others, which one of them didn't immediately understand when he casually mentioned it? Even Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle only had a single soul technique to teach them the cultivation method. How could these 4 wooden clansmen of the demon race compare? However, it was good that Xiaofan needed to refine medicine for Bromine and the other old members of the sea race, so he simply patiently refined it again and again. After 3 days, Xiaofan gave the refined medicine to Ingpa, and had him find a clansman to give it to Lu. He then looked at the demon race who were still frantically practicing the water fusion technique and said, "This old man's teachings end here. As for how to practice in the future, it will be up to you. In the secret techniques this old man left you, there is also a method to use a pill furnace to refine medicine. When you find a pill furnace in the future, you can try it yourself. That way, it might be much easier than now. You don't have to be too radical now. Reverend, rest assured, this one has already sent clansmen to look for it. The human pill furnace may not be easy to use, but our demon race should have something similar." Ingpa smiled at the side and said, "Now, I will accompany Reverend to Zhaixing Lu." "Many thanks, Master Xiao." The 4 clansmen bowed and thanked this unfathomable Master Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Xiaofan waved his hand, indicating the 4 to continue practicing. He then followed Ingpa out of the Luo-E Merchant Union. As soon as he went out, he saw a sea beast holding a conch-like carriage waiting there. Xiaofan smiled, "It's still better to have sea crystals. Previously, when I followed Lu and Di, I had to rely on myself to fly. In the middle of the journey, I was interrogated by the sea race of the Feather Spirit Palace. Now that we are riding a sea carriage, there shouldn't be so many trifles, right? Reverend, please." Ingpa invited Xiaofan onto the sea carriage and said with a smile, "Reverend, these few days in Yuling Bay are different from the past. The Feather Spirit Palace caused a mess in Yuling Bay because of the matter of the Yazi Arena. Normally, there are also many sea carriages. Even if you don't ride a sea carriage, you won't be interrogated." Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked again, "This Xiao also knows about these matters, I just don't know. Has the North Sea Dragon Palace found the Confucian cultivator that caused trouble? Has the monster that escaped been caught? According to reliable information, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent dragon generals more than 10,000 li deep into the hidden immortal continent, but they still haven't found any traces of the Confucian cultivator." Ingpa replied, "If the Confucian cultivator can't be found, then of course there's no news about the monster that escaped." "Oh," Xiaohua casually responded, but his heart was slightly bewildered. Damn it, could it be that Jiangsheng was eaten by those leopards? But, whether they were eaten or not, what does it have to do with this Xiao? After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of wind gradually appeared outside the window. The sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Not only was there a mournful sound, even the sea carriage was slightly shaking. Ingpa looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said with a smile, "It's rare that there's no tsunami wind these few days. Today, it's starting to blow again. This time, it will blow for several days." Chapter 3951. Xiaohua nodded when he saw how powerful the sea breeze was. The winds and clouds above the North Sea are unpredictable. No one knows when a tsunami will appear. Yuling Bay is right by the sea. Naturally, it will be the first to be affected. As he spoke, Xiaohua looked outside. Whether it was the Yi residence or the Yi shop, they were all glowing. It was obvious that the demon array of Yuling Bay was slowly activating to resist the strong sea breeze. As Xiaohua and Ingpo were talking, the sea carriage actually flew up again towards the foot of the mountain. Io. Xiaohua looked up and saw a few majestic palaces standing at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the raging sea breeze, wisps of light appeared around the palaces. Xiaohua couldn't help but ask in astonishment, could Zhaixing Lu be in one of these palaces? Damn it, I always thought that this was Yuling Palace's place. Yuling Palace is filled with the water clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Although they can leave the water, they still like to stay in the water. Yuling Palace is built underground in the mountain and is connected to the North Sea. They will not build their palaces on the mountain. Ingpa smiled. Only Zhai Xinglu is wealthy enough to challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace and build palaces on the foot of the mountain. Xiaofan frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching palaces and asked curiously, is Zhai Xinglu so powerful? They can actually challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace? How powerful is Zhai Xinglu? This is a question that I considered when I first formed the Continuous Merchant Alliance. Then, I started to gather information to find the answer. But, even now, I do not know the answer to this question. Actually, there is no need to think too much. Look at Yuling Bay. All the powers rely on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Only Zhai Xinglu has built palaces on the mountain. This is enough to show how powerful Zhai Xinglu is. Ingpa said with some fascination. Xiaofan smiled. He had not expected that Zhai Xinglu, whom he had met in the Bronze Pillar country, would actually be so powerful. It looked like he would have to re-evaluate the words of Zhu Qing. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Duanmu Qing and Murong Zongyun, who were both secondary first-rank aristocratic families, were well-behaved in Zhai Xinglu. Even the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy was well-behaved. Presumably, Zhai Xinglu would not be as unbearable as Xiaofan had previously thought, right? Woo! A huge gust of sea wind swept over, and the entire carriage finally couldn't withstand it. It spun in the air and crashed towards the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a shake of his big sleeves, he covered the sea chariot. After that, Xiaohua transformed into a rainbow and landed on the ground. Looking at Ingpa, who was unable to fly out of the sea chariot in time, he said with a smile, "The sea breeze is so strong, you don't need to accompany this Xiao to the auction. You can go back first." Ingpa pondered for a moment and nodded, "The sea breeze is indeed too strong. There won't be too many monsters participating in the auction. My strength is too weak, and I might delay the auction. It's better for me to turn back." Then, Ingpa reminded him again, "The token of the Continuous Merchant Union in Zhai Xinglu's hands should be useful in Zhai Xinglu. Don't forget to take it out when you enter." This old man knows. You can go back now." Xiaohua smiled and transformed into a rainbow again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near the palace. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, Ingpa took a deep breath and muttered, "Zhai Xinglu, I hope you won't disappoint this one." In order to pull Zhai Xinglu into the merchant union, this one had a falling out with the 9 elders. The affairs of the world were very strange. Many accidental factors were often more decisive than certain factors. If the Continuous Merchant Union had developed normally, with the efforts of Ingpa and the elders of the clan, it might have been able to develop. However, this development was filled with hardships. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies appeared in the 3 continents. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies closed down. Perhaps, this kind of continuous merchant union would disappear one day. However, they had met Xiaohua. They had met Xiaohua, who had come to Yuling Bay to look for Ao Zhantian. This mere chance encounter had completely changed the fate of the Continuous Merchant Union. Perhaps many years later, when Ingpa and the 9 elders thought about this seemingly hasty decision, they would be very glad that they had seized this one and only opportunity. Xiaohua didn't think as much as Ingpa. His figure was flying in the air, and he had already seen clearly that in front of the palace, there was a pavilion that was dozens of feet tall. On the pavilion, there was a signboard that was about 10 feet tall, with the words, Zhai Xinglu written on it. These 3 words looked exactly the same as the ones Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. They were written by the same person. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them now. And when Xiaohua withdrew his contempt, those 3 big words looked extremely wonderful again. It was far from having the aura of the secular world that it had in the past. Damn it! Xiao Hua looked at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Are the words good, or is this Zhao's heart dirty? Along with Xiao Hua's figure appearing in front of the pavilion, a respectful voice sounded out from within. Greetings, Senior. Then, a light pillar that was like a ladder stretched out from the pavilion, and a young man in plain clothes walked out from within. He respectfully saluted and said, Senior, have you come to participate in the auction? Yes. Xiao Hua stood in the air. Although there was no light around him, the sea breeze didn't even lift a corner of Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. Senior, please. The young man took a few steps forward, and the light pillar also extended and covered Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't need to use his magic power, and the light pillar brought Xiao Hua into the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was similar to the Zhai Xing Lu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was a huge open space, and the ground looked like a huge glass. Xiao Hua could clearly see the low vegetation on the mountain peak swaying helplessly in the sea breeze. On both sides of the open space, there were already some dragon horse carriages. There were also some sea beasts lying obediently on the ground. Several tall sea race people were holding strange weapons in their hands, guarding these carriages. After the open space, there was a huge palace. Behind this palace, there were also many interconnected palaces. It was much larger than the Zhai Xing Lu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. At this moment, the palace's doors were wide open, and more than 10 men in plain clothes stood there in an orderly manner. They all had smiles on their faces. Senior, this way please. The young man was well trained. He waited for Xiao Hua to pause for a moment and clearly see the situation around him, then he raised his hand and said respectfully. N. Xiao Hua nodded and followed the young man to the front of the palace. The 10 men respectfully bowed at the same time and said in unison, Greetings, Senior. Rise. Xiao Hua nodded and walked closer to the Zhai Xing Lu. After entering the Zhai Xing Lu twice, Xiao Hua was no longer the unknown Taoist cultivator of the past. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua had expected, the moment he entered Zhai Xing Lu, he was faced with the same screen. Xiao Hua had originally wanted to pass by it, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to the man behind him. What's your number? The man was stunned, then he smiled and said, Senior, I'm here to welcome guests. I don't have a number. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, in that case, you don't know anything about this screen? Screen? The man was stunned, then his expression immediately changed to one of respect. He said, Senior, since you know about the screen of my Zhai Xing Lu, you are naturally my Zhai Xing Lu's distinguished guest. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll ask the chief steward to come over. Okay. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and simply stood there without moving. The man didn't dare to leave. He took out a jade slip and flicked it. The jade slip flew out soundlessly. He then said to Xiao Hua, Senior, please wait a moment. My chief steward will come over immediately. In just a few breaths, a beautiful cloud appeared not far away. Then, a woman even prettier than the clouds walked out. When the woman saw Xiao Hua, a strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't even walk close to him and immediately said respectfully, so it's Taoist Xiao. Junior Zhong Qiao greets Senior. Seeing that Zhong Qiao recognized him at a glance and flew over, Xiao Hua was no longer surprised. Some people in this world were born to be chief stewards. Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and he believed he had a photographic memory for cultivation techniques and other aspects. However, he never dared to place high hopes on himself when it came to judging people's faces. Oh. Xiao Hua raised an eyebrow and raised a hand to lift Zhong Qiao up. He smiled and said, I thought the chief steward was a man. I didn't expect you to be an outstanding woman. People often say that women are not inferior to men. Indeed, it's true. Zhong Qiao stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I do what I should do and get what I should get." Well said. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "The matters of the world are so simple. However, many people don't understand." Zhong Qiao smiled and asked, "Senior, may I know why you've come to my Zhaixing Lu?" Xiaohua was about to answer, but his heart skipped a beat and he asked again, "I occasionally passed by Yuling Bay and heard that there was a Zhaixing Lu here. I wanted to see if Zhu Qing was here." I'm here." "Of course, Zhu Qing isn't here," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "As for where Zhu Qing is, I don't know either. In that case, I can only ask Miss about the matters of the Xingyue Palace." Xiaohua asked again. "Senior, you're indeed here for the matters of the Xingyue Palace," Zhong Qiao said with a smile. "It looks like the Xingyue Palace is fated to be with you." "Oh?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Could it be that there's news about the Xingyue Palace?" "This is not the place to talk. Senior, please come with me." Zhong Qiao looked around. Although it was the same as before and there were no other cultivators or members of the sea race nearby, Zhong Qiao still felt worried and said, Xiaohua nodded. Zhong Qiao raised a hand and pointed, and a spiral staircase appeared beneath their feet. Under Zhong Qiao's lead, Xiaohua came to a loft. Xiaohua looked at the loft that was similar to the auction house in the past and said with a smile, "This is the high platform of the auction house, right?" Chapter 3952. Senior, you're right. Zhong Qiao smiled. "Since you're here, let's bid again. It's still early now, so I'll tell you about Xingyue Palace." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. "I remember Zhu Qing said that if I hear news about Xingyue Palace, I can find any Zhaixing Lu Xingyue can send me to Xingyue Palace." "It's exactly as you said." Zhong Qiao smiled. "Senior's name and image have been left in Xingyue. As long as you appear in Zhaixing Lu, we will definitely tell you about Xingyue Palace. Moreover, you defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace and sowed seeds for justice, benefiting all living beings in the world. Now that your reputation is growing, as long as you appear in Zhaixing Lu, we will give you news about Xingyue Palace without any name or image." I'm ashamed." Xiaohua smiled. "It's just an act of fishing for fame, but you all know about it." He. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes rippling with an indescribable expression. "If you're fishing for fame, there won't be any good deeds in the world. Zhaixing Lu also wants to do such a good deed, but with Zhaixing Lu's strength, we can't do it. This shows the importance of Senior's good deed. Moreover, when I saw Senior's good deed just now, I thought it was Senior's simple benevolence, but thinking carefully, there are too many things to ponder about." Seeing that Zhong Qiao did not talk about Xingyue Palace and instead changed the topic, Xiaohua asked, "Why can't Zhaixing Lu do it? What did you see? If it's immortal herbs or demon fruits, Zhaixing Lu may be able to find them. But if it's so many seeds, where will Zhaixing Lu get them? There are many disasters in the hidden immortal mainland now, and only Su province and Yu province are safe. How can the people of these two provinces have extra food? Although there is food in the Western Paradise, the war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. No one dares to take this risk. Moreover, how many primordial stones can this risk be worth?" Zhong Qiao explained with a smile. "After all, Xingyue isn't a piece of white paper." Xiaohua sighed. "Once stained with the stench of money, even the white jade will be covered in dust." Zhong Qiao ignored Xiaohua's sigh and continued, "Moreover, Senior has just offended the Immortal Palace. Now, taking advantage of the grain seed matter, you are wantonly gathering the people's support. If the Immortal Palace wants to suppress you again, I'm afraid they will be extremely scrupulous. Now that I think about it, I really admire your calculation. You can actually think of getting rid of the control of the Immortal Palace from the hearts of the people. This is something that I have never dreamed of. Xiaofan smiled bitterly. When he took out the grain seed, he never thought about it. If it had such an effect, it could only be an unintentional result. Also, Zhong Qiao continued, if Senior had been the only one spreading the news, the Confucian cultivators would have killed it long ago, and no one would have known. However, the Confucian cultivators led by the 4 great clans were not convinced by the Immortal Palace, so they used Senior's matter to humiliate the Immortal Palace. As a result, Senior's matter spread like wildfire, and more cultivators knew about it. There were even many clans that sent Senior's grain seeds to various places in 9 regions. Daoist Xiao has become the savior of many people in the hidden Immortal Continent. As long as time passes, Daoist Xiao's name will certainly be known by all the people in the hidden Immortal Continent. Also, Senior Xiao, if this junior's prediction is correct, it won't be long before Senior will be pardoned by the Immortal Palace, and even be rewarded by the Immortal Palace. Xiaofan was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his seed planting in the God and Devil blood pool would be known by the world so quickly. Even more, he didn't expect that the speed of the Confucian cultivator clans was far beyond his imagination. How long had it been? They had already spread their grain seeds throughout 9 regions. In particular, he really envied Zhai Xinglu's source of information. This small chief manager of Zhai Xinglu actually knew so much. However, when he heard Zhong Qiao's words, he was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, how is that possible? This old man is already surprised that the Immortal Palace didn't arrest me. How can there be a reward? Presumably Daoist Xiao knows that your Dao school has an old senior called the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Of course I know. Xiaofan somewhat understood. Since that old senior doesn't listen to the Immortal Palace and wants to go against the Immortal Palace, then the Immortal Palace naturally has to find someone who can go against that old senior. Zhong Qiao explained, and isn't Senior Xiao just the right person? Xiaohua's mouth was bitter, but he still shook his head. Unfortunately, this old man's strength is too far from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is lacking. The Immortal Palace has countless methods, raising Senior's cultivation is just a matter of lifting a finger. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, but if you want to find someone with such a good reputation like Daoist Xiao, you won't be able to find one even in 100,000 years. This is the Immortal Palace's plan to sow discord. Presumably, the Grand Mist Ancestor can see through it with a glance, otherwise, this old man will be in danger. Xiaofan waved his hand and said, Daoist Xiao. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, if it's that simple, then it's good. In fact, Junior sometimes thinks about Senior's actions, although it's calculated very well, if there's no time, or if Senior's luck is bad, even if you pile up grain seeds all over the hidden Immortal Continent, the Immortal Palace may not give face to the Confucian aristocratic families. Don't talk about rewards, perhaps they might even kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and warn the 4 aristocratic families. Senior, don't forget what you said in the Copper Pillar State. If the Immortal Palace wants to kill Senior, the 4 aristocratic families definitely won't dare to brazenly stop it. Oh? Where is this old man's luck good? Xiaofan was somewhat at a loss as he was in the middle of the situation. Naturally, it's the war between immortals and Buddhas. Zhong Qiao replied. Xiaofan scratched his head, since it's a war between immortals and Buddhas, what does it have to do with this old man, a Taoist cultivator? The war between immortals and Buddhas naturally has nothing to do with Senior, but Senior has won the hearts of the people. Zhong Qiao's words hit Xiaofan like a thunderbolt. Xiaofan instantly understood. The Buddhist sects obtained believers in the hidden immortal continent, and their power infiltrated the lower levels of the Confucian cultivators' rule through the common people. This was precisely what the Confucian cultivators feared, and at the same time, it was also their shortcoming. The war between immortals and Buddhas was also based on this fundamental reason. And the appearance of Xiaohua broke the situation where the Buddhist sects were the dominant power among the common people. Xiaohua's good deeds were exactly similar to the Buddhist sects, and even more direct. Although the common people who knew or respected Taoist Master Xiao couldn't be compared to the common people who worshipped Mahavarakana, but in the future, under the intentional push of the Immortal Palace, a Taoist master who fought against the faith of the Buddhist sects would definitely be formed. This kind of faith was a powerful aid for the Confucian cultivators in the war between immortals and Buddhas. As for the threat that Taoist Master Xiao posed to the Immortal Palace simply didn't put it in their eyes. The Immortal Palace was afraid of the Buddhist sects, but they were simply not afraid of the weak Taoist Master Xiao. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed. Zhong Qiao also covered her mouth and said, Taoist Master really understands, it seems that Junior doesn't need to say it clearly. That's right, you don't need to say it clearly. Xiaohua nodded. No matter how clearly this matter was explained, it was likely that no one would know the peculiarity within. No one would know that the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva revered by the Buddhist sect and the Taoist Tao sect's Taoist Xiao were the same person. Since ancient times, there had been many cases where the fishermen benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but there had never been such a big fisherman like Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually wanted to know what kind of reward this snipe of the Immortal Palace would give him. Moreover, Xiaohua also clearly knew that the Immortal Palace would definitely give him a reward, not only because of the support of the four great families, but also because of his merit and virtue, allowing him to confront the faith of the Buddhist sections. If that's the case. Xiaohua thought again. Previously, this Xiao vaguely felt that there would be a disaster, but now it seems that this disaster has nothing to do with the Immortal Palace. Senior. Zhong Qiao of course didn't know what Xiaohua was planning in his heart, and said, these are all Junior's guesses. It's because Junior read the Book of Heroes and really admired the ingenuity of Senior's chess set, which is far more useful than the Demon God chess set, that's why Junior couldn't help but speak in front of Senior. If there's any disrespect, I hope Senior can forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, this Xiao likes straightforward people the most. Since that's the case, Junior will tell Senior about the Star Moon Palace. Zhong Qiao paused and said, actually, there's no clear news about the Star Moon Palace for the time being, but there are some strange phenomena. Judging from previous experience, I'm afraid that it will take at least 200 years for the outline to appear, so Junior can't tell Senior where the Star Moon Palace is, nor can I tell Senior the specific time. 200 years. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, that's not particularly long. The Star Moon Order says at least 200 years, there's no guarantee if it's more than that, maybe 2,000 years. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head, stared at Zhong Qiao, and asked word by word, what you said earlier. I'm afraid it's not your own thoughts, right? Zhong Qiao's face changed, and she hurriedly got up, bowed and said, Senior, please forgive me. Some of it is Junior's thoughts, and some of it is from the Star Moon Order passed down from Xingyun. It should be from all the managers of the star-picking towers. Senior, you don't have to worry, other than these matters, there are also some related to the Confucian cultivators recorded in the Book of Heroes. For these human elites, Xingyun holds the greatest goodwill and cooperation, and can even provide some help. Xiaohua's expression was a little cold, and he took out a jade eye and handed it to Zhong Qiao, saying, this is something I need. Take a look, does Star Moon have it? Yes, Senior. Zhong Qiao did not dare to be negligent. She took the jade eye and looked at it, then said with a bitter smile, Senior, you're making things difficult for me. Wood and water elemental magnetism, water and fire elemental magnetism, fire and earth elemental magnetism, and metal elemental magnetism are all things of legend. Where can I find them? Not to mention Connate Wood Mother and Connate Earth Mother. I'm not asking you to find them. Xiaohua replied indifferently, don't you have Star Moon behind you? Isn't Star Moon willing to help? Zhong Qiao did not know whether to laugh or cry, and said in a low voice, the things you want are too rare in this world, even for Star Moon. Chapter 3953. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand with a smile. You don't have to find it. Just give me the news. Yes, I will report this to Xingyue in a moment. Senior can inquire about it at any Zhai Xing Lu in the future. Zhong Qiao felt that she had outsmarted herself. That's more like it. Xiaohua said as he reached out and took out a jade eye. What about the materials inside? So much? Zhong Qiao was dumbfounded when she saw the materials used to build the teleportation array and the thunderbolt in Xiaohua's jade eye. After a moment of surprise, she said with a smile, we do have these materials, and many of them are being auctioned at today's auction. Senior wants so many materials, I dare not make the decision. If possible, Senior only needs to bid. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiaohua snorted coldly, scaring Zhong Qiao into cold sweat. Seeing Zhong Qiao's expression change, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, forget it, I will bid later. Yes, thank you, Senior. Senior is an honored guest of Zhai Xing Lu. Everything will be discounted, Zhong Qiao hurriedly said obediently. Oh, that's right. Besides me, are there any recent deeds of those Confucian cultivators in the Book of Heroes? Xiaohua asked. When Zhong Qiao heard this, her expression changed again. She hurriedly said, Senior, please forgive me. I cannot speak of those things casually. After all, each person's secrets are hidden within. Can you at least tell me the names of those Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua asked with a smile. But in Zhong Qiao's eyes, his smile was full of conspiracy. Zhong Qiao thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Senior, did you come to Zhai Xing Lu because you obtained some information? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped smiling and looked out the window. What do you think? Alas, since Senior wants to find trouble with that person, actually, you can wait until that person leaves Zhai Xing Lu. After all, whether it's Senior or that person, they are both honored guests of Zhai Xing Lu and are protected by Zhai Xing Lu. Zhong Qiao sighed. A few days ago, Long Jiang from Feather Spirit Palace forced his way to Zhai Xing Lu, but I did not reveal that person's whereabouts. If that person was Senior, I would still do the same. Therefore, I hope that Senior won't force me. Zhong Qiao's words made Xiaohua even more curious. There were quite a few Confucian cultivators who had enmity with him, but most of them were secrets. However, Xiaohua already knew how powerful Xing Yu was. Perhaps they knew some secrets. Who was this person who deserved his bad luck? Duanmu Qing. That's not right. With Duanmu Qing's current cultivation, how could she be worthy of this old man's bad luck? It's Duanmu Liangsheng. The first thing Xiaohua thought of was the Duanmu family and Duanmu Liangsheng. Xiaohua even felt a little guilty, but he immediately shook his head. That's not right. This old man's grudge with Duanmu Liangsheng is too secretive. Xingyue couldn't possibly know. Then, who is it? Suddenly, Xiaohua was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and almost jumped out of his chair. Since it was Star Picking Tower, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar State. Since there was Bronze Pillar State, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar Academy. Thinking of Bronze Pillar Academy, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of its dean and deputy. And since he thought of these two people, Xiaofan can already determine who the person who is worthy of his bad luck is. Other than Dou Shanjun, who had fought with him in front of Bronze Pillar Academy, and Dou Shanjun, who had revealed his extraordinary cultivation in the Black Wind Ridge cave abode, who else was worthy of Xiaohua's bad luck? Who else could see Xing Yu and the big hand behind the screen like Xiaohua? Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his surprise. He really didn't know what he was feeling now. Did he want to see Dou Shanjun, or did he want to quickly escape from this place? Facing Dou Shanjun, Xiaohua felt that he was a child without any strength to fight back. He really didn't like this feeling. This old man hasn't seen Professor Dou for many years and wanted to see if he was still as elegant as before. You don't have to be afraid. Since you don't want to say, this old man won't force you. Xiaohua said with a smile while stealing glances at Zhong Qiao's expression. Sure enough, Zhong Qiao's face was obviously relaxed. She said with a smile, "Thank you, senior, for your tolerance." However, before Zhong Qiao's voice fell, a very strange divine sense swept in from outside. The restriction inside the pavilion was completely invisible to this divine sense. When this divine sense swept over Xiaohua, it immediately caused a very slight tremble in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately became alert. He was greatly alarmed. He didn't need to think at all. His first thought was, this Dou Shanjun, what cultivation level is he at? This Xiao had only just mentioned him, and he immediately sensed it. Since he knew that Dou Shanjun was in Jiaxing Lu, Xiaohua's tone pretended to be respectful. He waved his hand and said, "We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Although he's a Confucian cultivator and I'm a Taoist, I've also practiced Confucian swordsmanship and have a certain relationship with Confucian cultivators. How can I find trouble with him as you think? This is probably what a hero cherishes another hero." Zhong Qiao covered her mouth and laughed again. She looked very indescribably beautiful. Although Dou Shanjun's cultivation level can't compare to Taoist Zhao's, he can also see the secret of the screen. In the future, if the two seniors enter Xingyue Palace hand in hand, it may be another beautiful story in the future. Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied. Zhong Qiao's words were awkward no matter how he heard them, but he couldn't refute anything. Zhong Qiao had probably said everything she needed to say. She stood up and said, "The auction will begin in half an incense stick's worth of time. Junior won't nag senior anymore. Junior wishes senior a fruitful return today." I'll take advantage of your auspicious words." Xiaohua nodded, not standing up. Zhong Qiao took her leave. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to deliver spirit fruits and other things. Xiaohua asked, and this woman was indeed called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had just left with the spirit fruits and returned in a moment, holding a visiting card in her hand. She said with a nervous expression, "Senior, Dou Shanjun of Bronze Pillar Academy wants to visit." "Oh? Is that so? Why aren't you inviting him in?" Xiaohua was well aware, but he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Xiao Yi's expression relaxed, and she said with a smile, "Senior, please sit down. Dou Shanjun is here to visit. You're a senior, so there's no need to be so courteous." This old man and Dou Shanjun are old acquaintances. It's nothing to welcome him. Senior is really amiable and approachable. Xiao Yi said and left the pavilion. A moment later, Dou Shanjun walked in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went up to greet and was about to salute. Dou Shanjun waved his hand and waved his big sleeve. A cloud of rosy clouds came out from his sleeve and blended into the pavilion's surroundings in a moment. A layer of warm jade-like luster emerged from the four walls. Xiaohua knew that Dou Shanjun had set up a restriction to prevent others from spying on the scenery here. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets senior." However, just as he bowed and his gaze fell to the ground, he was suddenly shocked. He secretly frowned and said, even with Dou Shanjun's cultivation, he has to be so careful in Zhai Xinglu. Then, who is he guarding against? He, get up. Dou Shanjun raised his hand to help Xiaohua up and sat at the place where Xiaohua was sitting before. He raised his head to look at Xiaohua, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "It's only been a few decades since we last met, but your name is actually so resounding that it far surpasses this old man's. Wherever you go, this old man still has to retreat 3 steps." Xiaohua said in panic, "Senior is thinking too much. It's all because Senior is keeping a low profile and doesn't want others to know. Compared to Senior, this Junior is only the light of a firefly." No. Dou Shanjun picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He said with a smile, "This old man said that the things you did were really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man can't see through your thoughts anymore. If it's like what Zhong Qiao said, your schemes are really too deep. But if you didn't think so much, I'm afraid that even Thunder Monastery's Vairocana would have to give up his seat for you. Senior." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what this Junior is thinking? This Junior just wants to cultivate in peace. Cultivating in peace is only a kind of ideal. This ideal is only a white lotus flower in your heart. In this world, no matter how profound your cultivation is, you're all like a piece of duckweed. You can only drift in an unpredictable situation without being able to control yourself. Perhaps if your cultivation is high, you'll have a trace of power to protect yourself. But any resistance will be strangled by everything in this world." Dou Shanjun said with a sigh. "Even if it's this old man, it's also the same." Dou Shanjun's tone at this time was already different from when he was at Black Wind Ridge. Although he still didn't see Xiaohua as an equal cultivator, his tone already faintly contained extremely high praise. "Yes, this Junior understands." Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to follow Dou Shanjun's tone and asked further. He only said respectfully, "This Junior obtained Senior's cultivation method and secret technique and has always been practicing bitterly. I want to have the power to protect myself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiaohua, you're in the middle of the situation. Right now, you're in the limelight. If you want to protect yourself, just relying on your cultivation isn't necessarily enough." Dou Shanjun glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Zhong Qiao's words are quite reasonable. You should also think more about it." Hiss. Xiaohua was startled and said in a low voice, "Senior, when did you hear it? How come this Junior didn't notice it?" "Humph, if I was discovered by you, what face would this old man have left?" Dou Shanjun scolded, then looked at Xiaohua and said with some praise, "Your concealment technique is quite good. With this old man's ability, I can't see the whole thing. Remove the secret technique and let this old man see your cultivation." "Thank you, Senior." Xiaohua's face showed ecstasy. Because Dou Shanjun said this, it was clear that he wanted to give pointers to Xiaohua's cultivation. For an ordinary cultivator, this was a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart was abnormally bitter. He didn't dare to let Dou Shanjun, this old monster, touch his body. If Dou Shanjun discovered the secret of his body, who knew what kind of fangs he would reveal? Chapter 3954. However, since Dou Shanjun had pointed it out, Xiaohua was also helpless. He could only brace himself and withdraw the secret technique, revealing the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. Fortunately, Dou Shanjun didn't reach out his hand at all. Just like before, his 2 eyes gave birth to black and white lattices. On each black and white lattice, tiny runes appeared. The runes rushed out like ants, filling Dou Shanjun's entire eyes. In these black and white eyes, Xiaohua's whole body was cold, as if he was seen clearly by Dou Shanjun from the inside out. "Huh! It's a little strange. Do Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, just like when he examined the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then, he raised his hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows. Pop! A strange silver rune exploded between Do Shanjun's eyebrows. In Do Shanjun's eyes, the black and white runes flashed with colorful brilliance, extremely dazzling. After a while, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the previous black and white starry eyes. At this time, Do Shanjun's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua, when did you start to practice the red nascent soul technique? Do Shanjun stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked word by word, why didn't this old man notice it last time? Red nascent soul technique? Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Junior doesn't know what red nascent soul technique is? Oh. Do Shanjun replied, it's the common loose immortal technique in the cultivation world. Senior. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he hurriedly took out the scattered nascent soul ink yuntong from his arms and handed it to Do Shanjun and said, Junior got this ink yuntong by chance and saw that there was a secret technique to cultivate the nascent soul technique. You also know that Junior's spiritual power is relatively strong, and I don't have a useful technique. I saw that there were some unique techniques in this secret technique, so I tried to cultivate it. Do Shanjun took the ink yuntong and looked at it. His face was relieved, but he didn't speak, but closed his eyes and thought about something. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He stared at Do Shanjun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing Do Shanjun open his eyes, he carefully asked, Senior, this technique, is there a great flaw? Where's the cultivation technique I gave you? Do Shanjun did not directly answer Xiaohua's question, but instead asked, why don't you cultivate those upright cultivation methods? Xiaohua replied with an extremely wrong tone, Senior, Junior naturally used the cultivation method that Senior gave me to cultivate. How can the crimson nascent technique be cultivated together with the immortal nascent technique? Do Shanjun sneered. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator only has 2 meridians. These meridians ultimately support the yin and yang of the spirit body. All cultivation methods rely on the body's meridians. Does your nascent soul have meridians all over your body? Can he cultivate Tao techniques? Junior. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and then said with a smile, I used Senior's cultivation method to cultivate my physical body, meridians, and nascent soul. With the help of this so-called crimson nascent arts trick, Sai, you're really bold. Do Shanjun sighed and said, although the crimson infant technique is very powerful, in the end, without the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. Such examples can be found everywhere. Thus, as long as ordinary cultivators had a physical body, they would not attempt this cultivation technique that had no end in sight. Your cultivation is still shallow, so quickly give it up. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Now your realm seems to have reached the spirit-severing stage, but in fact, you are still in the late nascent soul stage. In these decades, has there been no bottleneck from the nascent soul stage to the spirit-severing stage? Do Shanjun asked again. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly replied, yes, Senior. Junior has been wondering what's going on with me. Moreover, I can cultivate the spirit-severing cultivation method that Senior gave me. The reason is naturally this crimson infant technique. Do Shanjun said, your physical body and nascent soul have different cultivation paths. Of course, there will be a situation of chaos in your realm. Then how should I solve it? Xiaohua asked. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, you can't live if you want to. This old man also doesn't know how to solve it. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the ink cloud pupil that was still in Do Shanjun's hand, his eyes turned and asked, Senior, do you have the complete crimson infant technique? What? Do you want to go all the way? Do Shanjun raised the ink cloud pupil in his hand and asked thoughtfully. Junior thinks that if you want to solve it properly, you must have a complete understanding of the Crimson Infant technique. The cultivation method that Junior got is incomplete, and it is the understanding of others. I am afraid that it is not as authentic as the cultivation method in Senior's hands. If Senior has it, can you give it to Junior to comprehend? Maybe I can find a way to deal with it. Xiaohua explained. Moreover, Junior wants to break through from the nascent soul stage, but I have not found a suitable medicinal pill. If Senior has a suitable medicinal pill, Junior can also solve it from another way. Your appetite is really not small. Do Shanjun sneered. This old man has not promised to give you the Crimson Infant technique, and you still want the Breaking Darkness pill? Xiaohua said with a smile, since Senior has already given me a helping hand, you might as well help Junior to the end. If Junior walks a unique path, I may be able to help Senior in the future. Do Shanjun closed his eyes, and the ink cloud pupil in his hand turned over and over. After a while, Do Shanjun's finger moved, and the ink cloud pupil turned into ashes. Xiaohua was delighted. Sure enough, another ink cloud pupil appeared in Do Shanjun's hand. Do Shanjun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He passed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, this old man has high expectations for you. As long as I can help you, this old man will give it to you. However, you must not bite off more than you can chew, and do not be self-opinionated and arrogant like the Grand Mist Ancestor. As long as you cultivate step by step, and everything you did before was out of your heart, this old man can guarantee that you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Of course, whether you can ascend or not depends on your own luck. This old man cannot guarantee it. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Do Shanjun's words contained too much, and Xiaohua did not dare to think too much about it. This Scarlet Infant technique is complete. You can use it as a reference. Moreover, this old man did not add any restrictions. Do Shanjun said and handed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to take it, he took out a qianquan bag from his sleeve and said, this is the dark breaking pill, void bearing pill, lotus connecting pill, and green heaven pill. Since this old man wants to give it to you, this old man might as well give it to you. See. Xiaohua was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Do Shanjun in disbelief. The dark breaking pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit severing stage. The void bearing pill was used to break through to the void refining stage. The lotus connecting pill was used to break through to the unity stage. The green heaven pill was used to break through to the Mahayana realm. Although the hidden immortal continent and dawn rain continent were different, Xiaohua did not know whether the pills given by Do Shanjun would be useful. However, based on these pills, Xiaohua was able to see that Do Shanjun cared for him deeply. Xiaohua did not accept Mo Yuntong and the qianquan bag like before. Instead, he tidied up his robe and bowed respectfully. Junior Xiaohua thanks Senior for your kindness. What Xiaohua said was not excessive. Xiaohua had never had a real master since he started cultivating. No cultivator had ever guided Xiaohua in his cultivation for a long time. Do Shanjun not only gave Xiaohua the cultivation method and divine sense secret technique after he separated his spirit, but now he also gave Xiaohua the red nascent soul technique and various pills and pill recipes. His importance in Xiaohua's cultivation was not inferior to the inheritance left by Tsang Langzi. How could Xiaohua not be grateful? However, to Xiaohua's surprise, Do Shanjun waved his hand and stopped Xiaohua from bowing. He said lightly, this old man doesn't intend to teach you anything. You don't have to say this in front of this old man. This old man just thinks that you are a promising talent. Now that the hidden immortal continent is declining, this old man can help as much as he can. Although Senior has such a simple idea, Senior doesn't dare to accept it so easily. Xiaohua shook his head and insisted, Senior, please accept Junior's bow. Xiaohua didn't use his spiritual power, he just simply bowed. There's no need for that. Do Shanjun also insisted, I think you also know that this old man is just making a deal with you. All of this is for this old man to get more in the future. Yes, this Junior understands. Seeing this, Xiaohua had to get up and said, Junior can promise Senior here that as long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, Junior can help Senior. Ah? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Do Shanjun interrupted him in astonishment. He even asked with a little dumbfounded, what did you say? As long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, you will help this old man? Xiaohua nodded and said righteously, yes, this Junior is a principled cultivator of the Tao sect. This Junior can be selfish, can be greedy, can plot against others, but there is one thing that this Junior will never do, and that is not something that offends the heavens and reason. If Senior wants to make a deal with this Junior, then Senior should take back these things. Even if this Junior accepts them, he will never make a deal with Senior in the future. Looks like, this old man's things from before are gone forever? Do Shanjun's face turned cold as he said in a low voice. Seeing that Do Shanjun was angry, Xiaohua felt a little regretful in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted them just now and acted according to the circumstances in the future. But he thought for a moment. Do Shanjun was so powerful, even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would probably be difficult for him to be a match. Instead of making things difficult for him in the future, he might as well make a decision now. However, Xiaohua also understood in his heart that he was gambling right now, gambling that Do Shanjun wasn't the kind of person he thought. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and nodded, this Junior has already cultivated the cultivation technique Senior bestowed. If Senior wants to take back Mo Yuntong and the other things, this Junior will give them to Senior right away. But Senior didn't say what you wanted this Junior to do that day, so this Junior can't be considered to have broken the contract. Chapter 3955. Still stubborn. Do Shanjun looked at Xiaohua, who was a little rascal but still had some backbone. He was both angry and amused. With a wave of his hand, he threw Mo Yuntong and the Qiankuan bag into Xiaohua's arms. He said, this old man wants to do something outrageous. Why would I need your help? In the 3 continents, there are only a few people who can stop this old man. As long as it's not an outrageous thing, this Junior can help Senior. Xiaohua took the things with a smile and sent them into the space. Even if Do Shanjun wanted to take them back, he was afraid that he couldn't. Let's talk about helping later. Do Shanjun sighed, your cultivation is still not enough. If I say it now, it will mess up your cultivation. Senior's matter, this Junior is really curious. Xiaohua was really puzzled. His realm had already reached the spirit-severing stage, which was already considered good among the Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent, but in Do Shanjun's eyes, he was still not good enough. He really couldn't think of what Do Shanjun wanted him to help with. Alas, in the past, there was also a Tao cultivator like you, who also thanked me like this. He knew how to conduct himself better than you, and he kowtowed to this old man, but in the end. Do Shanjun looked at Xiaohua and sighed, this old man still ended up with nothing. Xiaohua's heart moved. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled and said, this Junior is a casual person. I didn't expect that I was right not to insist today. Yes. Do Shanjun nodded, you were right not to be too attentive today. With that, Do Shanjun shook his hand again and took out a 1-foot-long jade ruler from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, this thing is called the Thunder Ruler, and it records the thunder cultivation method of 10,000 thunderbolts. This old man sees that you have a three-legged cat's thunder cultivation method, so this thing is also given to you. Remember, heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. If you are not completely loyal and have a clear conscience, you can't cultivate it. Your character seems to be more upright than this old man, so this thunder cultivation method is just right for you. Moreover, you must practice well. This thunder cultivation method is related to what this old man needs your help in the future. Ah! Xiao Hua was simply wild with joy. He almost blurted out, "Senior, this junior hasn't bowed at all. Why are you being so courteous?" Humph. Do Shanjun flicked his finger and the thunder ruler turned into a bolt of lightning that fell into Xiao Hua's arms. The moment the lightning touched Xiao Hua's Daoist robe, it immediately converged. It was enough to show that Do Shanjun's magic had reached the realm of being able to release and withdraw at will. This time, Xiao Hua wasn't polite. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning ruler into his space several times faster than the lightning ruler. Then, he rubbed his palms together with all his strength. He seemed to be very excited. "Do you feel like you've taken advantage of me?" Do Shanjun snappily glared at Xiao Hua. Hee, that's right. Junior wanted to see if there was anything good in the auction. But I didn't expect that before the auction even started, would meet a lucky star like Senior. The things that Senior bestowed upon me are things that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tell me, how can this junior not be excited? Xiao Hua spoke the truth. Auction house? When Do Shanjun heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Were you the one behind the Yazi auction house?" "Yes, Senior." Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide it from Do Shanjun, so he admitted it very quickly. Do Shanjun didn't understand and asked, "Why didn't you stay in Yuzhou and think about how to avoid the expedition of the Immortal Palace? Why did you come to Yuling Bay to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace? Senior, Junior can't compare to you. How could I dare to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace?" Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and explained the origin of the matter in a simple manner. When Do Shanjun heard this, he nodded his head and said, "If that's the case, then it is in line with your character of being a good person. Xiao Jian schemed against Yuanya, you should be helping him get rid of the karma." "Sai, that's right. Junior is a good person." Xiao Hua smacked his lips and told him about the matter of Jiang Sheng misunderstanding him. Do Shanjun waved his hand helplessly and said, "The matters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas are the matters of the sea race. Even the Dragon Island doesn't pay much attention to it. Why are you getting involved without any reason? Their bones are broken but their tendons are still connected. The karma entanglement within is disorderly. No one can understand it clearly." At this point, Do Shanjun suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, "In room 7, there seems to be a dragon from the heavenly abode river. If you want to explain clearly and help your disciple tie this red string, you might as well go and take a look." "Forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "They almost sold me. Junior still wants to count copper coins for them? Do as you wish." Do Shanjun waved his hand and stood up, "I have stayed here for too long. I am afraid that it will cause misunderstandings. Oh, that Star Moon Palace will appear in 300 years. You have to hurry up and cultivate. If there is a chance to enter, it will be beneficial for you and me." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiao Hua nodded, "Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are on your own. Your cultivation method is too complicated. I hope that the Thunderbolt can suppress these cultivation methods." Do Shanjun waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, "Senior, back then, did you see that Junior knew how to attract lightning, so you, hee." Who would have thought that Do Shanjun would not answer him at all? He raised his hand and grabbed, and several rays of light fell into his hand. he muttered as he slowly walked out of Xiao Hua's pavilion. Seeing Dou Shanjun's figure disappear, Xiao Hua could not help but laugh loudly. His entire body turned into a ball and flew into the air. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before floating down. He let out a long breath and shouted, "Damn it, this is too refreshing. The Crimson Infant technique, this is not a cultivation method that can exist in the cultivation world. Thunderbolt, this is a complete lightning cultivation method. Even if the lightning element technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is not lost, it cannot be compared to this. This is a cultivation method that I cannot imagine. Today's auction was really worth it." Immediately, Xiao Hua sat down and his mind entered the space. At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua also threw his job of teaching disciples to the side. He was holding the Thunder Ruler in his hand. On top of the Thunder Ruler, there were thin streaks of lightning that flowed into his hand. The green-robed Xiao Hua's body was also surging with lightning. His entire body seemed to have turned into lightning. Waves of indescribable enlightenment came from the green-robed Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. His two eyes also turned into lightning. This lightning first trembled, then blurred and overlapped. One turned into two turned into four. In just a moment, small lightning streaks came out from Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes and fell on his face and robe. Moreover, these lightning streaks seemed to have spirituality as they rushed into the air and formed a huge lightning bolt that fell on the immortal beheading platform. Rumble. The immortal beheading platform flashed with lightning and invisible waves spread in all directions. At the same time, another lightning bolt came out from the immortal beheading platform and fell on Jade Archive Xiao Hua's body. The two lightning bolts seemed to form a cycle that flowed in circles. A moment later, Xiao Hua's body emitted the sound of thunder and lightning. Xiao Hua's figure flickered and rushed to the front of the green-robed Xiao Hua. He raised his hand and grabbed a lightning talisman and placed it on the green-robed Xiao Hua's body. Rumble. A thunderous sound came out from the green-robed Xiao Hua's body. More lightning runes came out from his body and rushed along the lightning towards the immortal beheading platform. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's body fell outside the lightning cycle. He looked at the runes and thoughtfully said, "This lightning cultivation is not something an ordinary cultivator can cultivate. Not only does one have to have a straight and irreplaceable mind, but one also has to have a tough body." Presumably, Senior Du has already noticed that I's body is different, so he thought of teaching me. This Senior Du, what kind of person is he? His cultivation is so high that it can scare people to death. I almost lost my secret in front of him. The unstoppable thunderbolt is cultivated by fellow Taoist in green robes. This Scarlet Infant technique is equally important. It seems that only I can comprehend and cultivate it myself. As Jade Archive Xiao Hua muttered to himself, he raised his hand and the ink eye fell into his hand. A clear light flashed from Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes, and the ink eye gradually turned into nothingness. However, it was only a moment before a solemn expression appeared on Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face again. Moreover, there was an inconceivable expression mixed with this solemn expression. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Archive Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. His figure shook as he came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. He saw the pretty Xiao Yi carefully standing at the side. She asked in a low voice, "Spiritual Master, there will be a bid for refining materials soon." Xiao Hua nodded. "This old man knows. You can leave now." "Yes, Senior." Xiao Yi didn't dare to say more. The auction had been going on for a while, but Xiao Hua hadn't bid. He hadn't even opened the window of the pavilion. Zhong Qiao was afraid that there would be a change in the pavilion, so she forced Xiao Yi to break in and wake Xiao Hua up. Xiao Yi woke Xiao Hua up with trepidation, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. Now that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, how could she not tactfully leave? "Oh, wait," Xiaohua said. Xiao Yi was startled. Her body trembled slightly as she turned around and asked, "Senior, do you have any other orders?" "Take this spirit fruit." Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fruit and smiled. "This old man hasn't eaten it yet. You can use it." Many thanks, Senior." Xiao Yi was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and took the jade plates, then respectfully bowed and left. After Xiao Yi left, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the air. The window on the wall opened, revealing a huge auction hall. It wasn't much different from the auction hall in the Copper Pillar country. Fellow immortals. A tall and handsome Confucian cultivator held a folding fan in his hand and pointed at an inkstone-like imperial tool. He said, "If no one bids, this inkstone-like imperial tool will be this fellow immortal's." After waiting for a while, no one spoke. The Confucian cultivator tapped the folding fan in his hand and the imperial equipment disappeared. Then, in front of the window sill opposite Xiaohua, a disc as smooth as a mirror suddenly appeared. The imperial equipment was placed inside the disc. From the window sill, a white and tender arm, like a lotus root, stretched out. Two slender fingers took the imperial equipment and placed a Qiankuan pouch on top of the disc. Only then did the disc disappear. Chapter 3956. Alright, the Buddhist, imperial, and demon artifacts have all been auctioned. Next is a batch of Taoist magic treasures. The Confucian cultivator paused for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, these magic treasures are different from the magic treasures of ordinary auctions. They were obtained by the merfolk of the North Sea by chance on a deserted island. After being appraised by our star-plucking towers consecrator, they should be used by ancient cultivators. Fellow immortal Feng, is this true? Ancient Taoist magic treasures, a loud voice cried out in shock. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng shrugged and smiled. "I am not a Taoist cultivator, so how would I know if these magic treasures were used by ancient cultivators? However, this jade eye says so. Even if fellow immortal doesn't believe me, you have to believe our star-plucking towers consecrator, right? Quickly, let us see." A few impatient Confucian cultivators began to shout. Don't be impatient. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and took out 4 or 5 magic treasures of different appearances from his Qiankuan bag. As these magic treasures fell into the air, everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 magic treasures were simple and unadorned. A layer of light that could be seen with the naked eye faintly protected these magic treasures. Within the light, strands of runes faintly flickered, showing how precious these magic treasures were. Fellow immortals. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and grabbed the magic treasure closest to him. A scarlet brilliance of several feet shot out from the magic treasure as if it wanted to burn the surrounding space. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng introduced, "This magic treasure is called the leaf fire pestle. There is an ancient leaf fire formation inside. Under the activation of magic power, 3 layers of fire formations will be created. As for the specific power, I don't dare to speak carelessly. Fellow Taoist will know after bidding for it and refining it." At this point, the Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng hesitated for a moment and seemed to quietly open his mouth. However, his voice once again echoed throughout the auction hall. "That's right, I won't tell ordinary people. This magic treasure is suitable for Taoist cultivators of the 5th grade and above. If fellow immortal is only at the 3rd or 4th grade, it's best not to bid." See. In an instant, the entire auction hall was deathly silent. Even Xiaohua, who had just opened the window and hadn't said a word, was stunned. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed Yuling Bei. They even dare to bid for a magic treasure used by a 5th-grade essence energy Dao cultivator. That is to say, there are Daoist experts at the 5th grade of essence energy and above in this auction. Xiaohua thought to himself in surprise. But it was only for an instant, and Xiaohua laughed involuntarily again. Not to mention himself, even Dou Shanjun was also in the bidding hall. 5th grade origin energy, what did it count for? How do you bid for this item? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. 1 million top-grade primal stones. The scholar surnamed Feng replied without hesitation. All right, this old man offers 1 million. The hoarse voice cried out, his tone full of urgency. 1,100,000. Another voice called out before the first voice could even finish its sentence. 2 million. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiaohua listened to several different voices and inwardly cursed. Normally, even a single nascent soul cultivator is rare, but today, so many appeared all of a sudden. No wonder the people of the Immortal Palace came here. Not long after, the price of the Li Fire Pestle had already reached 2.4 million high-grade primal stones. In the current hidden immortal continent, it was difficult to find traces of cultivators at the 5th grade of essence energy and above. However, what was even rarer than cultivators were ancient magic treasures like the Li Fire Pestle, so 2.4 million top-grade primal stones was normal. Another cultivator raised the price a few more times, and finally, the Li Fire Pestle was bought by an unknown Daoist cultivator for 2.7 million top-grade primal stones. Subsequently, the Jade Water Toad, Yearning Soul Entanglement, Dragon Crouching Pillar, Heaven Shaking Sword, and other magic treasures were also bought by unknown cultivators for around 3 million top-grade primal stones. Finally, the scholar surnamed Feng pointed at 2 items that looked like rings and said, finally, these 2 magic treasures should be a pair, so they were put together in the bidding. What I want to say is that this magic treasure's effect is extremely special, and it may not be used in ordinary places. Moreover, whether it is Daoist magic power or Confucian true qi, they can all be used. Seeing that the scholar surnamed Feng only mentioned the appearance of the magic treasure but not its name, the group of human cultivators secretly laughed and didn't speak. Sure enough, after the scholar surnamed Feng said a few more words, a sea race couldn't help but shout, "Hey brat, what is this thing? You've been talking for half a day, how come I don't understand?" "Huh, are you stupid?" A human voice laughed loudly. "Brat Feng talked for half a day just to tell us that this magic treasure is a real treasure, and ordinary cultivators shouldn't covet it. I can tell you that if Brat Feng doesn't have 1 million primal stones per word, you can twist my head off. Hee, this senior is going too far with his words." The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, "Junior's words only cost 700,000 primal stones, how can it reach 1 million? Bullshit. Quickly tell us what this thing is." The sea race shouted. The scholar surnamed Feng wasn't angry at all, and he pointed at the 2 rings and said with a smile, "This thing is called the Heaven Wing Spectroscope, that thing is called the Earth Wing Spectroscope. These 2 treasures put together are called the 2-wing spectroscope. What bullshit thing is this? What's the use of it?" The sea race was stunned, and Xiaohua stood up from his seat in surprise and couldn't help but walk to the window. The scholar surnamed Feng said again, "This magic treasure is refined with the polar magnetic rays, so it has no use in ordinary places. It can only be used inside the polar magnetic rays, and it can be used to control the polar magnetic rays." Boom! When the scholar surnamed Feng said this, the human race cultivators who knew about the polar magnetic rays were in an uproar. No one thought that the incomparably powerful polar magnetic rays could be controlled through magic treasures, so someone couldn't help but shout, "Fellow immortal Feng, you just said 6 words, right? Could it be that this 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 4 2,000,000 primal stones. That's right. The scholar surnamed Feng nodded and said, the last ancient Dao magic treasure, the two-wing spectroscope, has a price of 5,000,000 primal stones. Fellow immortal can bid if you like it. For 5,000,000 primal stones, this old man wants it. Just as the scholar surnamed Feng's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and his ears heard the bids of others. He took a deep breath and shouted, 10,000,000 primal stones. Whoosh! The entire auction hall instantly became deathly silent, even faster than before. The scholar surnamed Feng looked at the window that hadn't appeared before in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, Senior has bid. 10,000,000 primal stones? Nonsense. Xiaohua said coldly, who else wants to bid with this old man? Xiaohua's voice was extremely cold, and it even contained soul cultivation soul techniques, which carried an indescribable threat in the ears of others. Is there anyone else who wants to bid with Senior? The scholar surnamed Feng's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. Granny, 10,000,000 primal stones, how many cultivators can afford it? An almost inaudible voice came from the corner. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Feng didn't dare to be long-winded. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said, okay, this item is Senior's. Seeing the two-wing spectroscope disappear in front of the scholar surnamed Feng and land in his window, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and immediately put it into the space. Then he let out a long sigh. Don't be fooled by his calm expression, his heart was clenched. After all, the two-wing spectroscope was a magic treasure that he had coveted for several hundred years. Seeing that he was about to bid for it, it would be strange if he didn't bid for Zhang Kai. Moreover, he was also afraid that someone would bid, so he directly bid 10,000,000 primal stones, frightening many cultivators who wanted to bid. However, it was fortunate that the immortal envoys from the Immortal Palace who opposed him weren't here, otherwise his trick might not have succeeded. After putting away the two-wing spectroscope, Xiaohua calmly placed a Qiankuan pouch on the disc in front of the window sill, and then hid in the pavilion without saying anything. Cough cough. The scholar surnamed Feng checked the Qiankuan pouch, and his face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, many thanks for Senior support. This is the highest bid in this auction. If fellow immortal can't surpass it in the future, my star-picking tower will give fellow immortal a small surprise. Alright, next up is the beast slaves. The scholar surnamed Feng put away the Qiankuan pouch, and the clouds beneath his feet moved. Several cracks appeared on both sides of the auction hall, and dozens of demonic beasts wearing chains inscribed with runes walked out from the cracks. Some of these demonic beasts were directly captured from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, some were sold to my star-picking tower by the demonic beasts, and some were eliminated from the arena. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, however, fellow immortals, please don't worry. These demonic beasts have all been implanted with beast-slave talismans. After a fellow immortal bids, as long as he controls the talisman, he can control the demonic beast's life and death. Moreover, this beast-slave talisman was refined by an expert, so there definitely won't be any signs of backlash. Xiaohua hid in the window, coldly watching the demonic beast's bidding. His heart was a bit confused, and there was an indescribable feeling in it. He looked at the humans in the auction hall, who were very excited. One by one, they enthusiastically bid for the beast slaves, and the atmosphere reached a climax. I understand now. As he watched the beast slaves being put into the Qiankuan bracelet by their masters, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. No wonder the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River came to the Star-Picking Tower's auction hall. It turns out that they want to win here. Or perhaps they want to bid for a Yazi Arena's beast to test the Yazi Arena's strength? Then, Xiaohua looked at the surrounding windows. These windows were all protected by essence arrays, so Xiaohua's spiritual force could not penetrate them. He also could not tell which of the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River belonged to. Perhaps I should pay them a visit? Xiao Hua's heart wavered, just as Do Shanjun had expected. At this moment, the scholar surnamed Feng said, "Next up is a batch of materials for refining tools. Fellow immortals, if any of you are interested, you can bid." Soon after, the person in charge of the auction reported the quantity and type of materials. There were many materials that could be used to construct lightning boats and teleportation formations. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and started bidding. Chapter 3957. Xiao Hua bought the majority of the materials in the auction in one go. Coupled with the fact that he had enough primeval stones in the space, he bought the majority of the materials in one go. Xiao Hua's big spending surprised many of the humans and monsters who were participating in the auction. They whispered to each other and tried to guess who Xiao Hua was. After all, the current Xiao Hua was completely different from the Xiao Hua of the stargazing tower. He had the bearing of a great master, and the aura of a saint inside and a monarch outside was brewing. How could his tone be the same as before? Even if Xu Qing was by his side, she wouldn't be able to see Xiao Hua's true face. After buying enough materials, Xiao Hua had nothing to worry about in this auction. He thought for a moment and pulled Lu Yi out of the space. Lu Yi had obviously heard what Yuanya said. When he saw Xiao Hua, he respectfully saluted and asked, "Master, is Xiao Yun in danger?" Although Yuanya didn't know much, Jiang Sheng's appearance in the space was enough for Lu Yi to guess a lot. Xiao Hua was glad that he let Lu Yi out. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what Lu Yi was thinking in the space. Xiao Yun should be fine. The one who is in trouble is Jiang Sheng. Xiao Hua muttered to himself for a moment, then explained the ins and outs of the matter. When Lu Yi heard that Xiao Yun wasn't in danger, he smiled and said, "That's good. Disciple is only worried about Xiao Yun's safety. Disciple doesn't care about the heavenly abode river." Jiang Sheng and the other sea races flooded the longevity town. Even if they were eaten by the barbarians, Disciple would still ask for a few skewers to eat. Xiao Hua smiled and glared at Lu Yi. "Master still wants you to show off in front of the heavenly abode river and deepen their impression of you. But you want to eat dragon meat. How can Master let you go?" He. Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Master, Disciple knows what you're thinking." However, in the eyes of the sea races of the heavenly abode river, revenge and a great undertaking are of great importance. Disciple's cultivation is shallow. I'm only a first or second grade cultivator. How can they put me in their eyes? If Disciple goes there now, other than Xiao Yun, no one will give Disciple a second glance. Rather than give them a bad impression, Disciple might as well not show his face. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Hua nodded. Master was thinking of leading. Oh, I was thinking of letting you all gain experience, but I forgot about this. You should focus on your cultivation. When you are able to stand proudly among the hidden immortals, there is no need for you to look for others. Even the dragons of the heavenly abode river might come knocking on your door. Master. When Xiao Hua said the word visit, there was a double meaning to it. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed when he heard it and said in a low voice, "This disciple regards Xiao Yun as his own little sister. You shouldn't think too much." He. Xiao Hua smiled and said righteously, "In the future, when this old man has the opportunity, I will also accept Xiao Yun as my disciple." Damn it, fire prevention, theft prevention, senior brother, I want to see how you're going to take care of your little sister. Moss. Master. Lu Yi's face flushed red. He, who had always been clever, didn't know how to answer. Huh. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. How could he not see through Lu Yi's thoughts? Wasn't a youth yearning for love exactly what Lu Yi and the others were thinking? This disciple is going back to cultivate. Lu Yi bowed and said, "I will leave everything to Master." When this disciple reaches the Grand Master realm as soon as possible, I will come to share Master's worries. Ah. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and said curiously, Grand Master realm. Your requirements are really high. Master will have to wait for you to share his worries. Who knows how long that will take? If this disciple becomes a Grand Master, then won't Master be a Mahayana realm master? Louis pursed his lips and smiled. This disciple is looking forward to that day. Good flattery. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and put Louis into the space. He smiled and said, go back and cultivate well. After putting Louis away, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and walked out of the pavilion. When Xiao Yi saw Xiao Hua coming out, she hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, what's the matter? Take this old man to room 7. This old man is going to visit an old friend. Xiao Hua ordered indifferently. Xiao Yi hurriedly nodded, raised her hand and said, Senior, please. Outside the pavilion was a corridor, but there was no trace of other people. As Xiao Yi walked for a distance, Xiao Hua felt a faint aura of a yuan ray sweep past. Then, his eyes lit up. Another pretty Xiao Yi came to greet him and said respectfully, Greetings, Senior. And, this old man is here to visit an old friend. Xiao Hua took out a jade eye and wrote 2 words, Jiangsheng, in it. He handed it to Xiao Yi and said, This old man doesn't have a name token, so I will give this to them. Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi took the jade eye, walked to the door and whispered a few words. Then, a finger stretched out from the door and hooked the jade eye, not allowing Xiao Yi to enter. After waiting for half a cigarette, a layer of inscriptions and clouds flashed in front of the door, and a human figure in a cloak poked his head out. Although the cloak covered the aura of the sea tribe, an unconcealable dragon's breath still passed through, and the 2 little girls trembled under the pressure. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from the cloak. It was obviously changed. Xiao Hua raised his hand and saluted. He transmitted his voice, I am Xiao Hua of Dao sect. The matter of Yazi auction house was done by me. The cloak clearly trembled again, and the tone was somewhat hurried. You, how did you know I was waiting here? Xiao Hua smiled. How I know is not a big deal. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I came here alone, and I have nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Please. The dragon in the cloak said a rare word. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I am not in a hurry to go in. You discuss with the dragon inside first. Don't wait for me to go in and make a move. At that time, both of us will lose face, and we will attract the attention of Zhai Xing Lu. N. Spiritual Master Xiao, please wait a moment. The dragon in the cloak nodded slightly and returned to the room. After a while, the door of the room appeared, and the hoarse voice came from inside. Spiritual Master, please come in. Okay. Xiao Hua agreed and stepped into the room. However, in view of Jiang Sheng's vigilance, Xiao Hua did not let down his guard. Sure enough, after entering the room, Xiao Hua was greeted by 4 cloaked dragons. Each of them stood at a corner, surrounding Xiao Hua in the middle. 4 powerful dragon forces were like big hands clamping Xiao Hua in the middle. Xiao Hua's body flashed with a faint golden light. He did not deliberately resist and only said, Jiang Sheng is in the hands of Ba Bao of Baiyan. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate. Of course, if Ba Bao handed Jiang Sheng over to the North Sea Dragon Palace, then it has nothing to do with me. What? How did Jiang Sheng fall into the hands of Ba Bao? Another slightly shrill voice came. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and ignored the murderous dragon force. He walked to a chair and said, What's the point of asking this? If you were late, Jiang Sheng might have been roasted by Ba Bao into dragon meat skewers. Of course, I also want to remind you that if Ba Bao and the North Sea Dragon Palace work together to set a trap in Baiyan, don't blame me for not warning you." The 4 dragons whispered to each other in disgust for a moment. 2 of them hurriedly left while the other 2 dragons stood there vigilantly. Xiaohua ate a few spirit fruits and stretched out his finger. 2 spirit fruits flew out and landed in front of the 2 dragons. He smiled and said, "My 2 dragon friends, why are you so nervous? I came alone, what are you afraid of? Besides, what happened in the Yazi arena a few days ago, don't you know?" Swish! 2 streams of dragon chi swirled in the air, and the 2 dragon fruits turned into powder. A dragon said with a hoarse voice, "This old man and the other dragons naturally know about the Yazi auction house. But, as for what exactly happened, I'm not too sure." "Oh, I see." Xiaohua understood. He knew everything that happened in the Yazi arena, but the North Sea Dragon Palace did not disclose the details. In particular, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River couldn't find out the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to bid for the Yazi arena. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Please have a seat. Let me tell you the ins and outs of the matter. However, since I'm not afraid of the North Sea Dragon Palace and treat you so honestly, you 2 dragon friends don't have to be so stingy and careful, right?" "All right." The 2 dragons looked at each other. It was unknown if they could see each other's expression through the cloak. Then, one dragon took off his cloak, and the other did the same. However, the dragon who took off his cloak first walked over and sat beside Xiaohua. The other dragon was still on guard. Xiaohua glanced at the dragon. It still had a ferocious dragon face, no different from Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and the others he had seen before. However, the 2 snow-white eyebrows above the fist-sized eyes were a little eye-catching. "Fellow immortal, your surname is also Jiang, right?" Xiaohua probed. The dragon cupped his hands and said, "I'm the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Abode River, Jiang Hai." Excuse me. So it's the 3rd elder." Xiaohua cupped his hands, but the respect in his tone was limited. "We know Daoist Zhao's name, but, this is Yu Ling Bei. We can't be careless, so I have to be careful." Jiang Hai explained politely. Xiaohua smiled and replied, "Of course, you should be careful. However, being too careful will hurt people's hearts." As he spoke, Xiaohua recounted the whole story. When he reached the part where he threw Jiang Sheng into Bai An's hands, the dragon beside him couldn't help but cry out, "Spiritual Master Xiao, since you've already rescued Jiang Sheng, why throw him into Bai An's hands? You only need to tell him the reason. Isn't that better than anything else? Now that this misunderstanding has been formed, if anything happens to Jiang Sheng." Chapter 3958. Xiaohua replied indifferently, "I brought my disciple to the gladiator arena to end my karma with the arena." However, even after this Xiao ended things, the arena still wanted to use this Xiao. Thus, this Xiao decided to go all out and destroy their arena to save my disciple. As for Jiang Sheng, I just saw that he was a hero and didn't want him to die in the mouth of the fighting beasts, so I saved him along the way. And I was kind enough to bring him to you. Since he didn't believe me, why would I save him? Besides, if I didn't come to you, he would have died in the hands of the leopard sooner or later. What Jinren Xiao said is. Jiang Hai waved his hand to stop the dragon from speaking. He looked up at the door and said indifferently, "It's almost time." Whether or not the North Sea Dragon Palace is ambushing Tao Wu, there should be news coming. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Hai finished speaking, a layer of inscriptions on the door flashed. A cloaked dragon barged in, walked to Jiang Hai's side, and said a few words in the dragon language in a hoarse voice. Naturally, Xiaohua could hear the dragon language clearly. Bai An didn't have the North Sea Dragon Palace's ambush. The 2 dragons easily rescued Jiang Sheng from Bai An, and to Xiaohua's surprise, Jiang Sheng didn't suffer much in Bai An. Damn it! Xiao Hua understood. Tao Wu's leopards weren't fools. They probably saw the grudge between the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Cave River and didn't want to get involved. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had found the Tao Wu, they would have definitely handed Jiang Sheng over. But since the North Sea Dragon Palace had not found the Tao Wu, the dragons of Dongtian River would naturally have to hand Jiang Sheng over to Dongtian River. Even Xiao Hua vaguely guessed why Jiang Sheng wanted to lead him and the North Sea Dragon Palace to Tao Wu. Zhenren Xiao. Jiang Hai heard the report and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "I thank you on behalf of the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River." You're welcome." Xiao Hua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Seeing Jiang Hai being so polite, he hurriedly stood up and said, "I have a relationship with the dragons of the Heavenly Cave River." At this point, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, because the dragon who came in later pulled off his cloak. It was Jiang Che, who he knew from before, and Jiang Che did not look at him. He only stood silently at the side of Jiang Hai. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before he understood a little. Jiang Che had revealed some of the secrets of the Heavenly Abode River when he saved him in the Legacy Realm. Presumably, Jiang Che had some considerations and did not tell his clan about his encounter with him. Presumably, Jiang Sheng had never heard of his name from Jiang Che's mouth. Yes. Jiang Hai didn't notice Xiao Hua's strange expression and said with a smile, "Jiang Sheng just told me about how he met Daoist Master and how Daoist Master rescued him. He also specially asked this old man to apologize to Daoist Master on his behalf. He misunderstood Daoist Master." Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Jiang Che clearly didn't mention this, but he didn't care. Who knew if Jiang Che had used some secret technique of the dragon race to transmit his voice? Hence, he waved his hand and said, "Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, why would I blame fellow immortal Jiang? I hope fellow immortal Jiang can forgive me for being impulsive. He didn't suffer much." Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Daoist Master, please take a seat. My Heavenly Abode River is deeply grateful that Daoist Master saved Jiang Sheng. How can my Heavenly Abode River repay Daoist Master?" There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said righteously, "This Xiao has never asked for anything in return. Since Jiang Sheng was still rescued, this Xiao's wish has been fulfilled. This Xiao will return now. Farewell. Daoist Master Xiao." Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua and said, "Since there's no need for anything in return, just sit for a while. My Heavenly Abode River clan doesn't have many old friends in the region, and there's no one as warm-hearted as Daoist Master. This old man really wants to make friends with Daoist Master." How could Xiao Hua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? Of course, he didn't want to get involved in the grudge between the Heavenly Abode River and the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. This Xiao still has to participate in the auction. This old man can also bid here. Why does Daoist Master have to go back?" As Jiang Hai spoke, he flicked his dragon claw and the window of the pavilion opened. The clamor of bidding came from outside. Jiang Hai smiled and said, "Daoist Master, what do you like? My Heavenly Abode River can bid for it. I'll give it to you." "All right." Xiao Hua was helpless and could only stand in front of the window sill. At this time, the auction house was very lively. People were bidding for some items of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Many humans and demons were bidding loudly. After watching for a while, Xiao Hua turned and asked, "Third Elder, how is Jiang Hong?" "Jiang Hong? Oh." Jiang Hai was stunned and said in surprise, "Daoist Master knows my clan's little princess?" "Yes, this Xiao knows her. This Xiao's disciple Lu Yi saved your clan's little princess in the Longevity Town." Xiao Hua nodded. "He's very concerned about Jiang Hong now." "Oh, this old man knows." Jiang Hai smiled and said, my clan's little princess has always talked about Brother Lu. However, the Longevity Town is now where the Immortals and Buddhas are fighting. My heavenly abode River Dragon clan doesn't dare to go there to search. I didn't expect Brother Lu to become Taoist Master's disciple. Congratulations. Yes, it's really not easy to find a loyal disciple. Xiao Hua answered and then said, and this Xiao didn't expect that Xiao Yun has always been concerned about Lu Yi. Sigh. Hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed and said, this old man is embarrassed to tell Taoist Master, but my clan's little princess has now fallen into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and almost couldn't believe his ears. How did Xiao Yun fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? Wasn't that Jiang Sheng's nonsense to test this Xiao? Jiang Hai smiled bitterly and said, when Jiang Sheng was captured, my clan's little princess naturally didn't fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace. After that, 4 or 5 days ago, the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon General Ao Xian got the news from somewhere and suddenly attacked the remaining people of my heavenly abode river. My clan's little princess was captured by him and brought to the Feather Spirit Palace. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Ao Xian, are you talking about a few days ago? The one who entered the Feather Spirit Palace covered in blood. Dragon General? This old man doesn't know. This old man wasn't near the Feather Spirit Bay that day. Jiang Hai answered with some hesitation. He didn't know that when Ao Xian returned to the Feather Spirit Palace, Xiao Hua was at the entrance of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiao Hua also didn't know that the dragon shell in the hands of the dragon general who entered the Feather Spirit Palace that day was actually Jiang Hong. Damn it, if this old man had known that day, this Xiao would have snatched the dragon shell away no matter what. Xiao Hua was very regretful. Ao Xian was already injured that day. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see through his strength, if he had attacked, Xiao Hua might have succeeded. Today, this old man came to Star Picking Tower to inquire about Jiangsheng. More importantly, this old man wants to buy information about the Feather Spirit Palace returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Hai no longer treated Xiao Hua as an outsider and said without hiding anything, there are many dragon arrays in the Feather Spirit Palace. It's not easy for us to make a move, but if we leave the Feather Spirit Palace, we can save the little princess in the North Sea. Save what? Ao Xian doesn't know that you will save her. It must be another big ambush. Xiao Hua poured cold water on Jiang Hai. Sigh, Jiang Sheng is different from Jiang Hong. Jiang Hai sighed. The North Sea Dragon Palace humiliated Jiang Sheng in the arena. My heavenly abode river can turn a blind eye to it. But the little princess can't. She is the hope of my heavenly abode river, and also the face of my heavenly abode river. At this point, Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and said earnestly, Spiritual Master Xiao, this old man knows that my heavenly abode river owes you a favor. Furthermore, you have a proud character and don't look down on everything in my heavenly abode river. However, this old man hopes that you can help my heavenly abode river on account of the 3 years of friendship between Xiao Yun and Brother Lu. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao is a human cultivator and only has the strength of a 5th grade essence force. How would I dare to get involved in the matters of your dragon race? Sigh, speaking of asking for help. This old man has no choice. Now that my heavenly abode river sea clan has withered, the number of experts we can use is limited. This old man is willing to ask for help from any human or demon race that can help my heavenly abode river. Jiang Hai sighed and said, not to mention an expert like Spiritual Master Xiao who can play with Ao Jing in the palm of his hand. Damn it. Xiao Hua was speechless. Jiang Hai was right. If he could play with Ao Jing, how could he be a 5th grade essence force cultivator? Moreover, Louis had also said that the Fortune Gate could choose not to get involved in the matters of the Heavenly Abode River, but for Xiao Yun's matter, they had to get involved. At this time, Xiao Hua was feeling a little regretful. If he could go back in time, he would definitely return to the Feather Spirit Palace and kick Ao Xian to death before snatching Long Bei away. Alright, fellow immortals, the next item to be auctioned is a demonic beast race's secret technique. At this time, the voice of the scholar surnamed Feng came from the auction hall. Although the records of this secret technique are incomplete, according to my Star-Plucking Tower's consecrators, this secret technique should be a demonic beast race's fake body technique. Fake body technique? What does that mean? A human asked curiously. Is it the Dao sex puppet technique? Are you talking about the puppet soldiers and generals technique of Confucianism? Hehe, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is different from our human race's fake body technique. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, the demonic beast race's fake body technique is more similar to a clone technique. I heard that if one cultivates this fake body technique to the peak, one can cultivate a demonic beast that is exactly the same as oneself. Doesn't this mean that there are two people? That human exclaimed in shock. However, before that human could finish speaking, a demonic beast calmly said, our demonic beast race's cultivation technique has never been written down. The ones that can be written down, are also not profound cultivation techniques. Fellow immortal, you've described this fake body technique to be so profound, but this old man doesn't believe you. This old man needs to see this cultivation technique first. My apologies, this cultivation technique is a little special. If fellow immortal believes me, you can bid for it. If not, this little one can't do anything about it. The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, this cultivation technique can only be given to the fellow immortal who wins the bid. Chapter 3959. How many primeval stones? The demons couldn't wait any longer and shouted at the top of their lungs. 20 million primeval stones. Feng shouted. 1 million each time, 30 million. Xiao Hua immediately called out as soon as Feng's voice fell. Xiao Hua had the same wishful thinking as last time. He wanted to suppress all the demons in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any advantage this time. One of the demons shouted, 31 million, 35 million. Another voice beat Xiao Hua to it. 40 million. Xiao Hua was about to speak when Jiang Hai hurriedly stopped him. Don't worry, Daoist. Oh? What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Jiang Hai looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. This old man wants to know, Daoist is a human. Why are you bidding for a demon cultivation method? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. This Xiao likes the words of the demon race. I want to use this fake body technique to explain them. Huh. Jiang Hai laughed. He knew that Xiao Hua was just fooling him, but he didn't care. He said, the monster race's fake body technique is just an elementary cultivation method of the clone technique. Ordinary humans simply can't cultivate it. And it's just as that demon said. Cultivation methods that can be written in demon characters are not real demon cultivation methods. What's more, this is the holy blood, a high-level cultivation method of the demon race. But since Zhai Xinglu said that this cultivation method is real, it must be 70% real. But to cultivate a fake body with it, I'm afraid it will be difficult. What do you mean, Third Elder? Xiao Hua asked anxiously when he heard that the demon race's cultivation method had reached 50 million. Jiang Hai explained calmly, although my heavenly abode river has declined, it is still one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas of the 3 continents. What the dragon race should have, my heavenly abode river has. My heavenly abode river has a dragon cloning technique. It should be complete. Since Daoist saved Jiangsheng, this old man is willing to give this cultivation method to you as a token of my heavenly abode river's gratitude. Seeing that the old fox Jiang Hai didn't mention the matter of rescuing Jiang Hong and only talked about the matter of rescuing Jiang Sheng, how could Xiao Hua not know what Jiang Hai was thinking? If he agreed, then he agreed, but how could Xiao Hua be that kind of person? Even without this doppelganger technique, Xiao Hua would not have given up on helping the heavenly abode river rescue Jiang Hong. Now that he had a doppelganger technique, was it not a pleasant surprise for Xiao Hua? This. Xiao Hua pretended to hesitate. Jiang Che, go and report to the great elder. Tell him to hurry up and invite the totem to thank Taoist Xiao for his help. Jiang Hai saw that there was hope. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered Jiang Che. When Jiang Che saw that Xiao Hua didn't expose him, he was happy in his heart. He agreed, looked deeply at Xiao Hua, and hurriedly left. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, since third elder is so generous, it would be impolite for this Xiao to refuse. I wonder how third elder plans to rescue little Yun. Seeing that Xiao Hua had acquiesced, Jiang Hai was also overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, this old man thanks Taoist Xiao for his righteousness. My heavenly abode river dragon clan will remember Taoist Xiao's help in our hearts. He, no need to say those empty words. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, after all, saving little Yun is something that both you and I have to do. Yes, Taoist Xiao is right. Jiang Hai closed the window of the auction house and nodded, this old man has just arrived at Yuling Bay. The North Sea Dragon Palace is such a big force. This old man came to Zhai Xinglu with great difficulty. I haven't received any specific information, so this old man can't have any specific plans. So it's like that. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He didn't know if Jiang Hai was worried about him or if he really didn't have any plans. He said, this Xiao doesn't care about the plans. Once third elder has decided on how to proceed, you can come to the Luo Yi Merchant Union to inform this Xiao. What do you think? Luo Yi Merchant Union? All right. Jiang Hai thought for a moment and nodded, leave the specific plans to my heavenly abode river. When it's time to act, this old man will send someone to inform Taoist Xiao. Then this Xiao will take his leave first. Xiao Hua stood up and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Jiang Hai didn't urge him to stay. After sending Xiao Hua off, Jiang Hai stood in the pavilion and looked at the corner of the wall, as if he was in deep thought. After half a cup of tea's time, he said, Jiang Ming, do you think this Taoist Xiao is reliable? Reporting to Elder. Jiang Ming of the Dragon Clan, who remained in the pavilion, almost didn't think about it and said, I feel that this Xiao Hua is a person of character. Everything he said came from the bottom of his heart, and he didn't hide his thoughts in the slightest. Jiang Hai shook his head slightly and sighed, if it was a demon, this old man would have trusted him long ago. But, the human race is fickle. This old man doesn't dare to trust Xiao Hua too much. But Jiang Ming didn't understand, Taoist Xiao saved Jiang Sheng, and Jiang Sheng said it himself, that's the problem. Jiang Hai explained, this Taoist Xiao is really merciful and kind. Even the Thunder Temple's Vairocana can't compare to him. Is there such a human in this world? It seems. I haven't seen it either. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly, then asked, then why did Elder invite Xiao Hua to save the little princess? From the bottom of my heart, this old man doesn't trust Xiao Hua. Jiang Hai seemed to be explaining to Jiang Ming, but it felt like he was convincing himself, but from the little princess's memories, this Xiao Hua seems to be a good person. Moreover, when Jiang Sheng flooded Longevity Town, Xiao Hua was also there. He shouldn't have any connection with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Also, this old man feels that Xiao Hua's cultivation is definitely not as simple as he showed. If he helps Heavenly Abode River, the effect will be no small matter. Third Elder, if Xiao Hua is in cahoots with the North Sea Dragon Palace, then, we're in big trouble. Jiang Ming voiced out Jiang Hai's doubts. Sigh, that's right. What's false and what's real and what's false? Who knows what's real and what's false? Jiang Hai obviously didn't have much confidence in Xiao Hua. At this moment, Jiang Che came back from outside and explained his situation in a low voice. Then, he looked at Jiang Hai's hesitant expression, thought for a moment, and said, I'll let Third Elder know. I previously hid some things, but now that Xiao Hua has appeared, I feel that it's better to make things clear. Oh, what are you hiding now? Are these things related to Xiao Hua? Jiang Hai was a little dumbfounded and hurriedly asked. Jiang Che knew that after Xiao Hua's appearance, his matter in the legacy world had become an airtight wall. Jiang Hai and the other dragons would definitely know about it no matter what he said earlier or later. Therefore, he told Jiang Hai about his matter in the legacy world. This. Jiang Hai was dumbfounded. Jiang Che, why didn't you say so earlier? I think Xiao Hua is just a Dao sect cultivator. Since he knows the little princess, and the Lu Yi he mentioned was also mentioned by the little princess, he shouldn't go against Heavenly Abode River. The problem is, he's also friends with Ao Zhan. What kind of dragon general is Ao Zhan? The other dragons don't know, but don't you know? But he saved me and Jiangsheng, and when he saved Jiangsheng, he even mentioned my name. Jiang Che said confidently, I think this Xiao Hua should be reliable. Humph, that's right. He didn't expose you just now, so you naturally think he's reliable. Jiang Ming sneered. Not to mention me, even if Jiangsheng was here, he would say the same thing. Jiang Che retorted without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yi whispered from outside, reporting to Senior, someone is here with a name card, Shu. Jiang Hai waved his hand and said, be quiet, there seems to be news coming. Following Jiangsheng's instructions, Jiang Ming and Jiang Che raised their dragon claws and covered their cloaks. After a while, there was no trace of the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan in the pavilion. Then, a figure in the same black robe walked into the pavilion. Xiao Hua returned to his own pavilion, frowning as he looked out the window. At this moment, Zhai Xinglu had taken out another demon weapon. Many demons were competing for it, and the sounds of bidding were ear-piercing. Xiao Hua's gaze was a little unfocused, and his mind was racing. He had encountered many things at Zhai Xinglu today, and he had gained a lot, but, after these gains, he had to face another great danger. Let's not talk about what Do Shan Jun wanted Xiao Hua to do. It definitely wasn't that simple. Xiao Hua's current cultivation hadn't even reached Do Shan Jun's requirements. Xiao Hua was too lazy to guess what this matter was. Then there was the matter of Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua still couldn't avoid provoking the North Sea Dragon Palace and rescuing Dragon Lady Jianghong. Regarding this matter, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit uneasy. Previously, he had already felt fear in his heart, and felt that he would encounter an unprecedented danger. He used to think that it was the Immortal Palace's anger, but after Zhu Cheng's explanation, the Murong family's attitude, and Do Shan Jun's analysis, Xiao Hua knew that the Immortal Palace would not do anything to him for the time being. There was no need for the Immortal Palace to delay the important war between immortals and Buddhas for a small character like him. This meant that the North Sea Dragon Palace or Dragon Island might be the source of the danger that Xiao Hua would face. I always feel like I'm not in control. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the auction house and smiled bitterly to himself. It's troublesome to have too many disciples. If it weren't for Lu Yi, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But Xiao Hua beamed with joy. The Heavenly Abode River's foundation is really powerful. They even have a doppelganger technique. If I succeed in cultivating this doppelganger technique, won't I have a few more helpers? Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment. Seeing that there were no more suitable things to bid at Jiaxing Lu, he simply walked out of the pavilion. Xiao Yi, who was outside the door, hurried forward and asked, "Senior, which room are you going to visit?" "I'm not going." Xiao Hua smiled. "I've already bid for something suitable and am ready to go back. I wonder if I can leave at any time during this auction." Chapter 3960. Of course. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Senior can leave at any time. However, the auction hasn't ended yet. It seems that there are many rare treasures that haven't appeared yet. Senior, don't you want to take a look? Moreover, the sea wind is very strong right now. I'm afraid it will take an hour for it to gradually decrease." "No need." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I'll go back now. Take me out." "Yes, senior, this way please." Xiao Yi didn't dare to urge him to stay any longer. She twisted her waist and sent Xiao Hua to the door of Jiaxing Lu. Just as Xiao Yi had said, although Jiaxing Lu was protected by an essence formation, an earth-shattering tremor came from the essence formation. A wave that made one's heart tremble also penetrated the essence formation. Looking outside the gatehouse, the sky and earth were completely dark. It was impossible to see the outline of Yuling Bay from before. Occasionally, a gust of wind whistled past like a horned dragon, pulling at the gray wind, but no sound was heard. The group of young Confucian scholars waiting at the gate saw Xiao Hua come out and saw Xiao Yi's signal. They hurriedly bowed and said in unison, "Junior respectfully sends Senior off, and, you've all worked hard." Xiao Hua nodded. He waved his hand and took out a few origin stones and gave them to Xiao Yi. He said, "Keep half for yourself. Give the rest to these people." Xiao Yi was ecstatic. She hurriedly took it and bowed. "Thank you, spiritual master Xiao." However, when she raised her head, Xiao Hua's figure had already disappeared. Only the origin array in front of the gate had some faint fluctuations, swaying with the brilliance. When Xiao Hua exited Jiaxing Lu, the entire world was filled with whistling winds. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent sound of the wind, the rumbling of the waves was also incessant. Usually, when there was wind, the sky was mostly clean. The strong wind would tear the clouds apart. However, the storm in Yuling Bay was different. The entire sky was covered with red clouds. These clouds were fiercely tumbling like the sea border of the North Sea. Although some clouds were torn apart from time to time, they were covered by other clouds in a moment. Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He was surprised to find that this strong wind could actually tear apart divine sense. However, Xiao Hua was only looking for the continuous merchant alliance, so he didn't really need to experience the power of this gale. After finding the Yi mansion, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew inside. However, before Xiao Hua's figure could land, an overwhelming qi surged from the distance. A man dressed in tight clothes stepped on clouds and very strangely blocked Xiao Hua's path. "Oh? Who are you?" Xiao Hua sensed the man's presence the moment he appeared. When the man revealed himself, Xiao Hua also stopped vigilantly and asked in an indifferent tone. The man did not answer Xiao Hua's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with a faint golden light, as if he was using some kind of eye-clearing technique. He looked at Xiao Hua for a moment and asked in return, "You are Xiao Hua of Taoism?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a nod, "That's right. I am Dao sect's Xiao Hua. May I know why your excellency is stopping I? Have you participated in the Yazi auction house's auction before?" The man asked abruptly. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, "Of course this Xiao has participated." What did you bid for?" Xiao Hua smiled and raised his head to look at the sea breeze. He said, "Your excellency is really in a good mood. In such terrible weather, you actually stopped this Xiao here. Do you want to ask this Xiao what I bid for in the Yazi auction house? That's right. The man said coldly, you have to answer honestly, otherwise, as the man spoke, the gale around 100 feet to the left suddenly quieted down. Lines of twisted marble-like stripes appeared in the void. Between those stripes, thumb-sized inscriptions flickered and jumped out from time to time. Sigh. Xiaohua glanced and sighed, if this Xiao could bid for good things in the Yazi auction house, would I still be able to participate in the auction at Jiaxinglu? This Xiao bought a Daoist magic tool in the Yazi auction house. Unfortunately, this magic tool was not as powerful as that old turtle shell said, and it was even a bit damaged. This Xiao was afraid of attracting the attention of the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so I left the auction house halfway. When this Xiao discovered that the magic tool was not suitable and was about to go to the Yazi auction house to argue, a big accident happened there. This Xiao naturally did not dare to offend the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, so I came to Jiaxinglu to bid. However, there are many Daoist cultivators in Jiaxinglu, and this Xiao did not find any suitable. Can you let me see the magic tool you bid for in the Yazi auction house? The man did not wait for Xiaohua to finish and asked. Of course. Xiaohua generously took out a magic tool that he had previously bought in Jiaxinglu and handed it to the man. The man took the magic tool and seemed to casually ask, how many sea crystals is this? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this man might take the magic tool to the Yazi auction house and ask about it. If he asked this question, he would definitely be exposed. Killing intent unconsciously rose in his heart. However, in an instant, Xiaohua changed his mind. He did not think that this man would really go to the Yazi auction house. After all, the North Sea Dragon Palace was currently looking for the Confucian cultivators of the Immortal Palace, so this man would not go and cause trouble. Moreover, Xiaohua did not think that after his lie was exposed, this man would associate him with the cultivator who had bid for the nascent soul with him. Thus, Xiaohua extinguished his killing intent and said with a smile, what? Did fellow immortal miss out on this magic tool? How about this, if fellow immortal is willing, this Xiao will sell this magic tool to fellow immortal for 490,000 sea crystals. This magic tool is worth 490,000 sea crystals. The man took the magic tool and his eyes flashed. He clearly looked at the magic tool and then raised his head and sneered. Fellow immortal. Xiaohua opened his mouth again and was about to lower the price. However, before he could say anything, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He changed his tone and said, this is a real Dao magic tool from the Yazi auction house. It's just that this Xiao's magic power is not very good. If fellow immortal does not want it, then give it back to this Xiao. The man hesitated. His thoughts were similar to Xiaohua's guess. He wanted to bargain with Xiaohua a few times to see if it was similar to the time he had bid in the Yazi auction house. However, Xiaohua did not take the bait. As for whether this magic tool was from the Yazi auction house, he really did not pay attention. The man thought for a moment and asked, is 300,000 sea crystals enough? Fellow immortal, please let this Xiao go. Xiaohua said with a smile, this magic tool consumed most of the primeval stones in this Xiao's Qianquan bag. Although it is not very convenient, it can still be used. If fellow immortal takes this magic tool for 300,000 sea crystals, this Xiao will not only have wasted a trip to Yuling Bay, but also lost hundreds of thousands of sea crystals. Wouldn't this Xiao be a real fool? Moreover, what does fellow immortal want this magic tool for? If fellow immortal wants it, you should go to the star-picking tower to bid. Right now, the auction is not over yet. There are still many good things left. As Xiaohua spoke, his eyes never left the magic tool in the man's hand. Magic power even surged around his body, as if guarding against the man's sudden departure. Humph, don't be nervous. What do I want this magic tool for? The man snorted coldly and said, I just want to ask you a few questions. Fellow immortal, please speak. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, fellow immortal, please return the magic tool to this Xiao first. The man was about to speak, but he saw another eye-clearing technique sweep past the mountain where the star-picking tower was located. It seemed to be looking at other places in Yuling Bay. Inscriptions surged around the man's body. His figure was hidden in the wind, and he hurriedly flew in the direction of the star-picking tower. Io, my magic tool. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly cried out. Woo! When the man flew away, the restriction shrouding the area disappeared again. A fierce wind poured in, blowing on Xiaohua's body. The magic tool also fell in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled and reached out to grab the magic tool. His figure swayed, and he landed in front of the Luo Yi Merchant Union's door. Naturally, there were no demons guarding the door of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. Moreover, many of the shops nearby had already been removed. It appeared very deserted. Xiaohua turned his head and looked meaningfully in the direction of the star-picking tower. Then, he stepped into the Yi residence and disappeared. 3 days later, the storm that swept through Yuling Bay gradually subsided. Xiaohua was sitting on a jade chair and teaching a few demons the art of water fusion. He saw a demon hurriedly run over and respectfully said, Master Xiao, a demon is looking for you. Can you let him come over? What kind of demon is he? Is he from the dragon race? Xiaohua's heart stirred. He hurriedly stood up and asked. No, he doesn't look like a sea race either. The demon answered. Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but he still nodded and said, let him come over. Yes, Master Xiao. After the demon race left, Xiaohua instructed the few demon race cultivators, you guys can leave as well. This old man has already said everything that needs to be said. You guys just need to practice step by step. Just as the few demon race members left, an ordinary-looking demon race member was brought over. Oh? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He asked curiously, fellow immortal, you look unfamiliar. Why are you looking for me? Hee hee, Taoist Xiao, you're really forgetful. You and I are sworn friends. The demon spoke. It was actually Jiang Chei's voice. Huh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Since the heavenly abode river had the art of concealment, it must have the art of disguise as well. After Xiaohua sent the demons of the Luo Yi Merchant Union away, he waved his hand and set up a restriction. He raised his hand and said, fellow immortal Jiang, please sit. You're too polite. Jiang Chei smiled and sat down. He said, Taoist Xiao, you and my heavenly abode river are fated. You've helped my heavenly abode river time and time again. I bring a message from my heavenly abode river's great elder. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua also sat down and replied, you're welcome. It's just a small matter. Besides, doesn't the heavenly abode river also have a gift of gratitude? When the gift of gratitude was mentioned, Jiang Chei looked around and took out a long bay. He didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, he said, Taoist Xiao, I've been ordered by the great elder to give you the heavenly abode river's doppelganger technique for you to comprehend. However, this item is of great importance. I can only let you comprehend it for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you can comprehend it or not, I'll have to take this secret technique away. Chapter 3961. Hearing Jiang Chei say that he only had 3 days to comprehend the technique, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and said with a bitter smile, I originally thought that this doppelganger technique was a secret technique and that I only needed to make a copy of it. I didn't expect, haha, Taoist Xiao. Jiang Chei replied with a smile, didn't the demon race already mention it in the stargazing tower's auction? Real demon race techniques can't be recorded in demon language. This is different from your human race's cultivation. Moreover, this doppelganger technique is one of the rare secret techniques of my Heavenly Abode River's dragon race that doesn't rely on bloodline inheritance, so my Heavenly Abode River has to deal with it carefully. To be honest, if Daoist Xiao wasn't sincere to my Heavenly Abode River, Great Elder and Third Elder definitely wouldn't have taken out this secret technique. Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at Long Bei and waved his hand. 3 days is 3 days. I'm already satisfied that I have the chance to comprehend your dragon race's rare secret technique. I'll comprehend as much as I can. Everything will depend on luck. All right. Jiang Che raised his hand and took out a golden object from Long Bei. As soon as that object appeared in mid-air, an indescribable aura was immediately emitted from it. That kind of arrogance and contempt for everything suddenly enveloped Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the lifelike dragon form under the golden light. The holy bloodline in his body circulated slightly, and he asked, "How do I comprehend it?" "Daoist Master, just release your divine sense." Jiang Che put away Long Bei and explained, "I'll stay here and wait for Daoist Master's divine sense to withdraw from the totem in 3 days." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "When I'm comprehending, I don't want anyone to watch. How about this, I'll set up another formation in this hall. You stay outside and I'll comprehend inside. After 3 days, you only need to activate the formation and I'll come out immediately. How about it?" This. Jiang Che hesitated. Xiao Hua's suggestion was different from Great Elder's instructions. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling face, Jiang Che thought for a moment and nodded, "Daoist Xiao has done me a favor. This request is indeed nothing. This humble one can promise Daoist Master, but I hope that Daoist Master can also sympathize with this humble one. After 3 days, I must come out." "All right." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry, how could this Xiao make things difficult for you?" Immediately, Xiao Hua transmitted his voice to Ing Pe and the other monsters, telling them not to disturb him for 3 days. Then, he set up the capital star formation. He waved his hand and set up the star formation. After that, he didn't hesitate to use his mind to wrap the dragon-shaped totem into his space. Putting aside the fact that Xiao Hua's mind had entered the space and used the power of space to comprehend the doppelganger technique, Jiang Che, who was standing guard outside the star array, couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the star array being activated and the familiar draconic aura disappearing. He released his Yuan will and covered the entire hall, afraid that Xiao Hua would escape from his Yuan will with the dragon totem. However, he also knew that if Xiao Hua wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to. Within the space, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed the golden dragon totem. Aoo! The dragon totem actually let out a deep dragon roar. The golden light actually produced a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Jade Archive Xiao Hua into the golden light. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's arm shook slightly, turning into a long thin line, falling into the golden light along with the suction force. In just a moment, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face was filled with surprise. He muttered to himself, "Damn, is this the Dragon Clan's doppelganger technique? How can it be so vast? How can it be completely comprehended with just 3 days of comprehension? If I hadn't been extra careful, this time I really would have entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed." While speaking, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in the air. On the arm that reached into the golden light, layers of dragon runes rushed out like waves, quickly entering his body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face alternated between dignified and enlightened from time to time. 3 days passed in a flash, but Jiang Che felt like a year. Seeing that the time was about to come, Jiang Che raised his dragon claw. However, before Jiang Che's dragon claw could land, the entire star array made a soft, schwa sound, the brilliance converged. Xiaohua's figure did not appear, but the aura of the dragon totem rushed out uncontrollably. Good. Jiang Chei's heart was immediately relieved. He hurriedly took out the dragon shell, looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Spiritual Master Xiao is indeed a man of his word. Now that the time has come, please return the totem to me." "Of course." Xiaohua loosened his hand, and the totem soared into the sky, turning into a golden light that fell into Jiang Chei's dragon shell. After the dragon shell was kept in his arms, Jiang Chei heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Spiritual Master Xiao." Xiaohua said with a smile, "The one who should be thanking is this Xiao. This secret technique of the heavenly abode river is very useful to this Xiao." He. Jiang Chei smiled and asked, "How much did Spiritual Master comprehend?" "What do you think, fellow immortal?" Xiaohua asked back. Jiang Chei thought for a moment and replied, "If this one's guess is correct, Spiritual Master should be able to comprehend 20%. More or less." Xiaohua nodded. The secret technique of the heavenly abode river is really as vast as the sea. Although this one has seen a lot of it, I have already forgotten a lot of it. Now that I think about it carefully, it's only 20%. Jiang Chei comforted Xiaohua, "Spiritual Master does not have the bloodline of the dragon race. It's already good that you can comprehend 20%. When Spiritual Master has cultivated this 20%, Spiritual Master can mention it to Third Elder. Maybe you will get another chance to comprehend it." Many thanks for the reminder, fellow immortal." Xiaohua laughed, "When this one rescues your little princess, this one will mention it to Third Elder." Jiang Chei nodded, "When the time comes, this one will speak for Spiritual Master. It shouldn't be a big problem. The prerequisite is that we can save little Yun." Xiaohua said. Third Elder has already received news that Ao Jing and Ao Xian are preparing to return to the North Sea Dragon Palace after the Great Storm. Jiang Chei understood and hurriedly said, "According to the situation of the Great Storm, it will probably completely calm down after 10 days. So Third Elder also told me to inform Spiritual Master that we will follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace in 10 days. Follow Ao Jing and Ao Xian to the North Sea Dragon Palace?" Xiaohua was a little stunned. "That's right." Jiang Chei raised his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl and handed it to Xiaohua. The interior of the pearl flashed with brilliance, and as the brilliance changed, many human figures, demon figures, and even mountains and rivers were revealed. Xiaohua took the pearl and looked at it carefully. He asked curiously, "What is this?" "This item is called the Thousand Illusion Pearl. Any demon or human who holds this item in their mouth can transform into whatever they want. Of course, this transformation is limited by time, and its aura is not easy to hide. In order to overcome this shortcoming, Spiritual Master has to comprehend another secret technique of my heavenly abode river. However, Spiritual Master has already comprehended some of this secret technique, so you don't need to comprehend it further." After Jiang Chei finished speaking, he took out a dragon scale and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the Thousand Illusion Pearl and took the dragon scale. Before he could examine it, Jiang Chei said, "Daoist Xiao, you can comprehend this secret technique on your own. It won't be too late to return the dragon scale to me when I come to pick you up in 10 days. I have to give the doppelganger technique to the Great Elder, so I won't stay here any longer." "Okay, I will send you out." Xiaohua put the dragon scale into his space and nodded. Jiang Chei waved his hand. "No need, Spiritual Master Xiao. I can go out by myself. Although there is still a great storm, the Feather Spirit Palace's spies have already come out. I don't want to attract their attention." "Okay." Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Spiritual Master, please. I will wait for your message." Jiang Chei cupped his hands and left in a hurry. After a while, Ingpa walked in and said with a smile, "Spiritual master, what did you gain from the auction at Jiaxing Lu?" Seeing that Ingpa didn't ask about Jiang Che, Xiaohua understood and said with a smile, "Jiaxing Lu is indeed generous. This is the second time I've participated in their auction, and my gains are indeed generous. Compared to them, my Luo-Yi Merchant Union is still far behind. Of course. The Star Moon Union that Jiaxing Lu belongs to is a merchant union that has been in business for hundreds of thousands of years. How can my Luo-Yi Merchant Union compare?" Ingpa asked Xiaohua to sit down and said, "However, in my opinion, the Jiaxing Lu of 10 years ago may not have had a better chance than my Luo-Yi Merchant Union. After 100,000 years, my Luo-Yi Merchant Union will definitely be as famous as Jiaxing Lu in the 3 continents." Actually, Xiaohua did not particularly know how famous Jiaxing Lu was. However, since Ingpa and the other members of the demon clan had set Xingyu as their goal to surpass, Xingyu's reputation was obvious. He smiled and said, "What chance does the Luo-Yi Merchant Union have? Why can't I see it?" "The Luo-Yi Merchant Union's chance is naturally yours, enlightened master," Ingpa said with a smile. The elders who didn't want to work with enlightened master no matter what didn't dare to say anything these days. They've already seen enlightened master's value. However, they're still short-sighted. They don't know the great use behind enlightened master's medicines and grain seeds. That's. Xiaohua replied, "If they could see it, you wouldn't be the clan leader." Sigh, speaking of the clan leader. Ingpa was rather emotional as he looked at Xiaohua. "If I hadn't met enlightened master, I wouldn't have been able to take over the position of clan leader. If I hadn't met enlightened master again, the clan's food and clothing would have been a problem. How could I have thought further? Enlightened master is truly our clan's lucky star." Heh. Xiaohua touched his face and seemed to be talking to himself. "It looks like I'll have to carve a few statues of myself. Who knows, I might be able to earn a few sea crystals from the auction." As the saying goes, the speaker is careless, but the listener is interested. When Xiaohua's words fell into Ingpo's ears, Ingpo's eyes lit up. He hurriedly shouted, "Enlightened master's idea is not bad. Earlier, I was still discussing with the elders how our Luo-Yi Merchant Union should operate in the hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. We are Yao clan and will inevitably be ostracized on these 2 continents. If we have enlightened master statues, this problem can be avoided." Chapter 3962. Don't mess around. Xiaohua warned Ingpa, "I'm a demon that the Confucian Immortal Cultivation Palace wants to arrest. If you use my name, you'll be annihilated by the Immortal Palace." "Of course it won't work." Ingpa nodded, "But we can consider other methods." "Forget it, I'll discuss this matter with the elders in the future. I came here to tell you that the next auction of the Luo-Yi Merchant Union will be held in a month. This is the first auction of the several merchant unions and should be held 10 days earlier than the Yazi auction house." Xiaohua frowned. Yuling Bay is the foundation of the Yazi auction house. If our Luo-Yi Merchant Union suppresses them, won't it cause trouble? Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. "You're right, Daoist." Ingpa nodded, but occasionally showing a bit of edge can be refreshing and win some reputation. Xiaohua didn't know how to run a business, so he agreed, "I have other things to do, so I won't be able to attend the auction in a month." "Daoist, this is." Ingpa stopped halfway and smiled, "Since Daoist is leaving, General Lu and the others should come and thank you. He's already been here several times, and the dozen or so sea race veterans also came one after another. They all want to see Daoist." "Oh, there's no need to thank me. It seems that the medicine is effective for their injuries?" Xiaohua waved his hand. Ingpa replied, "It's more than effective, it's simply a miracle medicine. I really don't know how Daoist refined the medicine. The same medicine can be used by different kinds of injuries, and the kids in the clan are far from being able to refine it. Xiao Hua smiled. When he refined the medicine with the water fusion technique, he specially activated the power of the stars and moon. The power of the stars and moon was used by the monster race to repair the body. Even if the effect of the medicine wasn't right, the power of the stars and moon was enough to cure the old sea race. With these old sea race veterans as an example, there are many more coming to our Luo-E merchant union to look for medicine. According to this trend, the apricot forest medicine shop won't be able to establish itself in Yuling Bay in the future. Ingbo explained happily, especially, with these old members of the Sea clan, if our Luo merchant union encounters any problems in Yuling Bay, we can borrow their strength. Hearing this, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Ingpa and said, "Fellow immortal, what is your current cultivation level?" This. A trace of awkwardness appeared on Ingpo's face, and he smiled apologetically. The cultivation of the demon race is different from that of the human race. My realm should be similar to the upper second-grade essence force. Enlightened wisdom realm? Xiao Hua frowned and said, "Moreover, I can see that the cultivation of the elders in your clan isn't high either." Huh. Ingpa smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't expect that you would be so proficient in the cultivation of our demon tribe. Actually, I won't hide it from you, Reverend. The bloodline of my clan members has already become thin. There are many cultivation methods that can no longer be awakened. It's because my clan members' strength in the Thousand Goblin Sacred Realm has been declining day by day, and in the end, they were forced to leave the Thousand Goblins Sacred Realm. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have become the clan leader? Did you establish this continuous merchant union with the intention of finding a cultivation path for your clan members?" Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. Ingpa nodded solemnly. "Reverend is right. Through the merchant union, I was able to come in contact with many demon race cultivation methods. Moreover, I also tried a few, but none of them were effective. Of course, I also know that this matter needs to be considered at length. If I can solve this matter in my lifetime, then I won't let down my clan members." Huh. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and said, "It seems that this old man will have to lend you a hand again. What does Reverend mean?" Ingpo's face flushed red. He stood up with a bang and looked at Xiao Hua with bright eyes. Xiao Hua didn't answer Ingpo's words. Instead, he took out the keepsake that Ingpo gave him from the space and looked at it. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "What this old man means is, you don't have to wait until you're old to fulfill this wish." Boo. 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 Ingpa stammered. His heart was already about to jump out of his body. "Let's find a quiet room." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Okay." Ingpa nodded with all his strength and brought Xiao Hua to a quiet room. Xiao Hua looked at the excited Ingpa and said with a smile, "Don't be too nervous." "Yes, Reverend." Although Ingpa replied that he wasn't nervous, his body was still slightly trembling. It could be seen how high his expectations of Xiao Hua were. Xiao Hua raised his hand. Ingpo's gaze fell on Xiao Hua's index finger. He saw a brilliant spring flower bloom on his index finger. Thousands of rays of light blossomed from the spring flower and suddenly fell between Ingpo's eyebrows. Boom! Ingpo only felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. One after another, demon characters and patterns crazily rushed into his mind like lightning. Ah! Ingpo couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, it was only for a moment. He clenched his teeth. As a demon, he was very clear about what he was seeing. He also knew that he absolutely couldn't faint. He could only clench his teeth and support himself. The sharp thorns on his clenched claws had already pierced into his flesh and blood was seeping out. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a huge thunderbolt was born from the demon characters. Ingpa really couldn't bear it and fainted. After an entire day and night, Ingpa finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Hua's slightly surprised face. Immediately, he stood up, turned over and kneeled down. He said, "This one, thanks Master Xiao for the grace of teaching me." Xiao Hua stood there motionlessly. After receiving 9 kowtows from Ingpa, he helped him up and said, "This is some of this old man's opportunities in his early years. Now that I've imparted it to you, it can be considered as fulfilling this old man's wish. Your temperament is not bad and you are also willing to be kind to my human race. Especially, the things you want to do must have enough strength. Otherwise, it will be very easy for others to take advantage of you. Now that this old man is cooperating with you, I can't always stay in the merchant union. Only by increasing your strength can this old man be at ease with my own primordial stones." "He, Master Xiao is joking." Ingpa said respectfully, "Master Xiao's kindness to this one and to this one's clansman is like a new life." Speaking to here, Ingpa suddenly thought of something. He knelt down on the ground again and said urgently, "Also, Master Xiao, can this one teach this cultivation method to my clansmen?" "Of course you can." Xiao Hua smiled as he helped Ingpa up and said, "This should be the cultivation method that was lost in your clan. The heavens merely used this old man's hands to return it to your clan. Thank Master Xiao." Ingpo's tears flowed out. He said while choking with sobs, "This junior doesn't know what to say. Meeting Master Xiao, is this one's fortune, the fortune of my clansmen. With this cultivation method, my clan's prosperity is something that will happen sooner or later." Xiao Hua looked at Ingpo's excitement and felt a little surprised in his heart. When Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion received the demon clan's cultivation method, they could wake up in a few hours. Moreover, they could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. According to Black Bear, with just this, they could cultivate to about the 7th grade of origin energy. But this Ingpa in front of him actually comprehended it for an entire day and night. Of course, Ingpa fainting was different from Black Bear and the others waking up. Perhaps it couldn't be measured purely by the time spent comprehending it. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Ingpa how much he remembered, but he didn't plan on taking Ingpa as a disciple, so he simply didn't ask anymore. "This old man will cultivate here for a few days. You should also comprehend it. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask this old man." Xiao Hua finished speaking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Ingpa nodded and said, "All right, Master Xiao. Although this junior doesn't particularly understand the cultivation method you imparted, there is an extremely familiar feeling within it. This junior will start comprehending it now, and so that's how it is." Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Although Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle looked fierce, in the end, their bloodline was not as pure as Ingpo's. Moreover, the cultivation method he gave Ingpo just happened to match Ingpo's bloodline. Ingpo's 1 day and 1 night of coma wasn't completely comprehending his cultivation method. In fact, it was only comprehending the cultivation method for a few hours. The rest of the time should be awakening the inheritance in Ingpo's bloodline. In the remaining few days, Ingpa had a lot of questions. Xiao Hua almost didn't have time to cultivate by himself. Xiao Hua simply threw the Crimson Infant technique aside and focused on guiding Ingpo's cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't think much of it, but Ingpo was extremely surprised. Although Xiao Hua was a human cultivator, he was even more familiar with the cultivation method of the demon race than he was. He really didn't understand why Xiao Hua knew so much. In the end, he already regarded Xiao Hua as a god that protected the demon race. The previously vague decision in his mind had now taken shape. He was already somewhat impatient to engrave Daoist Zhao's wooden sculpture and request that every demon race member of the continuous merchant union wear it. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had unknowingly begun to receive the power of faith of the demon race again. After guiding Ing Po's cultivation, he received Jiang Chei's message and came alone to a relatively remote shop in Yuling Bay. Early on, when he was teaching Ing Po the demon cultivation method in the continuous merchant union, Xiaohua had already thoroughly comprehended the method of using the illusory pearl. He already knew the art of disguise and later practiced the art of invisibility in the heavenly abode river. The method of using the illusory pearl might be a bit difficult for others, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was really nothing. When he left the continuous merchant union, he had already used the secret technique in the dragon scale to transform himself into a demon race member that looked like Ing Po. He casually walked out of the continuous merchant union, causing the guards to blink their eyes. They didn't know when this demon race member had arrived at the continuous merchant union. When Xiaohua entered the shop, he was greeted by Jiang Chei, who had transformed into a demon race member. Jiang Chei was obviously stunned when he saw a demon race member enter, but he immediately smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow immortal, to this small shop. May I know what fellow immortal wants?" Xiaohua pretended to walk around the shop a few times, then slightly shook his head and said, "It's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but fellow immortal, there are really too few things in this shop. This old man wants to buy a illusory pearl, but I can't." Chapter 3963. Jiang Chei was naturally beside Xiaohua. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he was shocked and cried out in disbelief, You, hee, of course it's me." Xiaohua smiled and returned to his original appearance. Jiang Chei looked Xiaohua up and down and scanned him with his yuan will. He couldn't help but sigh, "Daoist Xiao, I can't help but admire you. Even if I knew you were in front of me, I still wouldn't dare to believe it." That's good." Xiaohua nodded. "This way, we can hide from the eyes and ears of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Not only that, even if you walk in front of Ao Jing a few times, I'm afraid he won't be able to recognize you." Jiang Chei obviously didn't know that Xiaohua had already appeared in front of Ao Jing a few times before, so he was convinced. Xiaohua smiled and returned the dragon scale to Jiang Chei. He asked again, "How's Third Elder's plan? Can you tell me now?" "Of course." Jiang Chei nodded. He picked up a jade eye from the jade table and handed it to Xiaohua. "Daoist Xiao, please take a look." Xiaohua took the jade eyes and placed it on his forehead. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he took it off. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. His body twisted strangely. After a moment, Xiaohua turned into a monster that was less than 2 feet tall and had a huge head that was more than half a foot long. Xiaohua blinked his fist-sized eyes and used his bat-like claws to touch the 2 3-inch-long ears on his head. He sighed and said, "So this is the Yi clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Yes, it's the Yi clan." Jiang Chei looked at Xiaohua's short figure, then took out several sets of demonic beast skins from behind the jade table and handed them to Xiaohua. Every demonic beast of the Gui clan is called Gui, but the syllables they use are different. Other than the Gui clan, other demonic beasts can't tell. Watching Xiaohua put on the demonic beast skin, Jiang Chei once again took out a few heaven and earth bangles from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, "These are the tributes that the Gui tribe wants to offer to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The conditions of the Gui tribe are also clearly written in the jade eyes. If Ao Jing asks, Jinren must answer." He. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "These tributes are really good. You won't be giving them to Ao Jing right away, right?" "Naturally, there are benefits for Ao Jing. When the time comes, you can do as you see fit." Jiang Chei replied. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice, "What about the real qi?" "Rest assured, Taoist master." Jiang Chei smiled. "There are no Hus in this world who truly wish to be protected by the North Sea Dragon Palace. The Great Elder merely used the 1,000 illusion pearl to visit the Feather Spirit Hall and asked Ao Jing to report the Hugh's need for protection to the North Sea Dragon Palace. This is also the first time the Hughs have paid a visit to the North Sea Dragon Palace. I understand. Xiaofan nodded. Your heavenly abode river is truly scheming. You actually set up so many idle chess pieces for no reason. If not for this idle chess piece, how could you help us? Jiang Che said with a smile, don't worry, Taoist master. Many of my Grotto Heaven River Sea generals will board the ship and wait for an opportunity to rescue the little princess with you. Are you certain that little Yun is on the ship? Xiao Hua asked. Jiang Che nodded. Of course. Our spies in the Feather Spirit Hall have already sent word that Ao Jing will personally bring the little princess back to ask for a reward. Also, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread even worse news. What bad news? The North Sea Dragon Palace has already spread the news that our little princess has fallen in love with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th prince and has secretly escaped from Grotto Heaven River. The North Sea Dragon Palace is preparing to hold a wedding banquet soon for our little princess to marry the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He said thoughtfully, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord is truly vicious. Sigh, indeed. Jiang Che sighed. Grotto Heaven River doesn't have many allies to begin with. If this news is confirmed, I'm afraid many factions will lay their cards on the table with us. Grotto Heaven River's days will be even more difficult in the future. If that's the case, Ao Jing's escort of Little Yun. I'm afraid it's also a bait. Xiao Hua said earnestly. There's no need to think about it. Jiang Che smiled bitterly. Even without this news, the little princess is still a bait. We can't not save her. Indeed. Once Little Yun enters the North Sea Dragon Palace, there will be even less of a way. Xiao Hua nodded, but then he realized something and said in shock, if that's the case, then isn't the North Sea Dragon Palace an even bigger trap? That's right. We can only save the little princess before she enters the North Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, we can only barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since we're going to barge into the North Sea Dragon Palace, why not just barge into the Feather Spirit Palace? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Grotto Heaven River's forces in Feather Spirit Bay are not enough to barge into the Feather Spirit Palace. Even if the Third Elder and the others rushed over, and now with Taoist Xiao, we barely have the strength to barge into the dragon boat. You all have plans, and so does Ao Jing. This trip is really difficult. Xiao Hua said with a frown. So. Jiang Che said with a smile, Taoist Xiao is our biggest support. Ao Jing definitely wouldn't expect you to be on the boat. Once you save the little princess by surprise, you immediately leave and don't care about us. As long as the little princess is safe, the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan to sow discord will not succeed. Grotto Heaven River will not fall into the North Sea Dragon Palace's trap. Oh, and, the dragon boat is covered with the North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array. Everything is under Ao Jing's control. It's best not to use some of your divine abilities, such as voice transmission, for fear of being discovered by Ao Jing. Yes, this old man understands. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He had actually thought of breaking into the Feather Spirit Palace these days, but he had already disturbed the Yazi auction house. In addition, the little princess of Grotto Heaven River had been captured, so the Feather Spirit Palace's security would definitely be strengthened. It was too difficult to find a long bay in a Feather Spirit Palace. Jiang Che looked at the sky outside and said, it's still early. If you can, why don't you take a look around Feather Spirit Bay? The dragon boat of the Feather Spirit Palace will probably leave at dusk. Taoist Xiao can just rush to the Feather Spirit Palace at that time. Alright, this old man understands. Xiao Hua tugged at the beast skin on his body, looked at his claws, and prepared to walk out. But at this moment, Jiang Che suddenly froze and said anxiously, "That's right, Taoist Xiao, do you have my demon races, commonly used primordial sense?" Xiao Hua opened his mouth to answer, but his eyes turned slightly and he shook his head. "I am a human cultivator. Of course I don't have the demon race's primordial sense." "Oh, even a wise man can make a mistake." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Great Elder calculated a lot, but in the end, he forgot the most obvious thing. Who knows if Great Elder revealed his primordial sense when he went to the Feather Spirit Palace last time? Then what should we do? Does your dragon race have a secret technique to stimulate primordial sense?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Why don't I try to comprehend it at the last minute?" "Sigh, that's the only way." Jiang Che stamped his feet and said, "Taoist Xiao, please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Now, I can only hope that Great Elder didn't reveal his primordial sense." "Why don't you ask Great Elder?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Great Elder has already." Jiang Che said half a sentence and then explained, "This isn't a problem of revealing it or not. The demon race commonly uses primordial sense. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? Not to mention Taoist Zhao's danger, my heavenly abode river's greatest assurance is also gone." After saying that, Jiang Che hurriedly left. About 2 hours later, Jiang Che returned and gave a jade eye to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and casually threw it to the phoenix body, then left Jiang Che's shop. Xiao Hua's phoenix body was fused with the bloodline of the holy saint, and he had all the inheritances of the demon race. His origin was just a trivial path. Xiao Hua didn't let his phoenix body cultivate. His divine sense and Buddhist sense were the strongest. Now that his soul sense had advanced by leaps and bounds after entering the sorcerer realm, cultivating his origin was completely useless. However, at this time, he needed to use his origin will, so Xiao Hua could temporarily produce some to deal with it. Xiao Hua transformed into a primordial sense and walked around Yuling Bay. He looked at the Merchant Union, then at Zhai Xing Lu, and even at Yao Shi. Although he didn't see the old sea shrimp bromine, the fishy smell of the water near Yao Shi was gone. Other than a kind of fishy smell, there was also the smell of demon grass. Clearly, these sea race people have obtained extremely cheap medicines from the Merchant Union. Finally, Xiao Hua arrived in front of Hai Jiangliu's mansion next to the Yazi auction house. At this time, the mansion was a bit lively. A few unfamiliar old sea race people were walking around. The shop assistant from before was no longer there. The sea relics outside the shop were replaced by some fist-sized coarse stones. However, these coarse stones had openings and looked somewhat similar to the jade bottles used by Taoists. Dong, dong. Xiao Hua didn't understand the use of these coarse stones. At this time, he heard a loud sound coming from behind him. Then, a slightly anxious voice shouted, "Excuse me, please step aside." Xiao Hua hurriedly turned around and saw a sea race person like a small mountain walking over step by step. His hooves were much bigger than his current body and were about to kick him. Xiao Hua hurriedly dodged to the side. That sea race person walked to the mansion and stopped. He lowered his huge head to take a look. Then, a watercolored demon cloud gushed out from his body. The sea race person's body slowly shrank. However, in the end, he still looked like a big tree. "General Lu." That sea race person anxiously shouted, "This subordinate heard that you have immortal Shao pill here. It can heal the old injuries of my sea race?" "General Lu is not in the mansion right now." An old sea race person walked out shakily. He squinted his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "This immortal Shao pill costs 1 crystal shell. How many do you want?" I want 10. The sea race person hesitated for a moment before answering. This immortal Xiao pill is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Xiao. No matter how big or small a C-race person is, just one pill will heal them. You only need to take one. The old C-race person reminded. Chapter 3964. Is that true? Such a cheap, divine pill? That C-race person cries out in surprise. Almost inconceivably, that big hand takes out a crystal shell. The crystal shell is sparkling and translucent like a piece of jade. The old C-race person takes the crystal shell and casually picks up a rough stone from the front of the shop and hands it to the C-race person. He says with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can take it now and try." Okay. The big C-race person takes the rough stone and looks at it with narrowed eyes. He peels off a piece of stone from the rough stone and says curiously, "There seems to be a medicinal liquid inside. Why is it called Immortal Xiao Pill? How would I know? I only know that this is a divine pill refined by Taoist Master Xiao." The old C-race person throws the crystal shell into a basket made of seaweed and says with a smile, "Besides, who said that Immortal Xiao Pill must be a medicinal pill?" Yes. The big C-race person doesn't dare to ask too much. He opens his mouth and pours a strand of medicinal liquid from the rough stone into his mouth. In just a moment, the big C-race person's body swells uncontrollably. Then, bubbles appear on the surface of the C-race person's body. Plumes of thick smoke seep out from the bubbles. Then, an extremely sour smell is emitted from the thick smoke. Some of the C-race people nearby who are watching the show cover their mouths and noses and scatter in all directions. Xiaohua naturally doesn't pay attention to them. He covers his nose and jogs away. As he runs, he laughs secretly, so General Liu has already joined the Luo E Merchant Union. This is also good. His E-mansion doesn't need to sell C-Sarira and also doesn't need to kill C-race people who believe in Buddhism. Damn it, whose idea is this Immortal Xiao Pill? Isn't this pushing me to the front? It would be strange if Apricot Forest Medicine Shop doesn't hate me to death. However, I am about to leave Feather Spirit Bay soon. Who knows when I will return? If Apricot Forest Medicine Shop wants to hate me, then let them hate me. Xiaohua looks at Yazi Auction House, which is still heavily guarded. He doesn't stop in front of the door. Seeing that it is still early, Xiaohua thinks for a moment and walks towards Feather Spirit Hall. When Xiaohua arrives in front of Feather Spirit Hall, he looks at the slightly busy door and frowns slightly. At this time, the doors of the Feather Spirit Palace were wide open. Not only were there shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurrying in and out, there were also some strange-looking members of the C race and the Yao race. They were either wearing the same animal skin as Xiaohua or were completely naked as they shuttled between the doors. Seeing the sea generals guarding the gate occasionally examine the tokens and certificates of the demi-humans entering and leaving, Xiaohua understood that these demi-humans probably had similar goals as the Guis. They were either seeking help from the North Sea Dragon Palace or seeking protection from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the palace door. The sea race guard was originally tall and mighty. When Xiaohua stood in front of him, he was less than 30% of the guard's height. However, the guard didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Fellow immortal, are you here to pay a visit to our second prince?" Xiaohua stretched out his hand arrogantly. In his small hand was the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Hai Jiang respectfully received it. After looking at it for a moment, he returned it to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiao Darren, my family's second Wangye is currently at the Spring Bud Palace Hall. Do you want to go there yourself, or do you want a servant to bring him there?" Xiaohua naturally had some goals this time. How could he let a servant bring him there? He waved his hand and said indifferently, this old man has already been here once. There is no need to lead the way. Darren, please. Hai Jiang slightly leaned to the side and watched Xiao Hua walk to the door. With a pu sound, he jumped up from the ground and crossed the door that was almost taller than him to enter the Feather Spirit Palace. Hai Jiang opened his mouth and almost laughed out loud. He didn't know how many years he had been on duty at the Feather Spirit Palace, but he had never seen such a strange way of entering the palace. When Xiao Hua entered the palace door, he was greeted by a huge garden. There were countless strange flowers and plants inside. There were also some demonic beasts and birds flying around. When he looked above his head, he saw a dark blue sky without a trace of white clouds. It was no different from an ordinary palace built on land. There were several passageways in the garden. Different demon clans were walking on these passageways. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to walk towards the middle passageway because he knew that even if he kept walking in the middle passageway, he would still be lost in the end. And this was exactly what Xiao Hua wanted. He would always find some surprises in unexpected places, as well as some inexplicable results. Sure enough, after walking through the middle passage a few times and passing through several magnificent palaces, an even number of passages began to appear in front of Xiao Hua. He was no longer able to walk through the middle passage. After walking a few more times, the number of demonic beasts in the palace had decreased. From time to time, there would be demonic beasts, women wearing beaded clothes walking by. They were all holding jade plates in their hands. However, these jade plates were covered with silk, so Xiao Hua couldn't see what was inside. When the demonic beasts' women saw Xiao Hua, they all slightly bowed to him. They seemed a little shy. However, these demonic beasts' women were far inferior to the mermaids. Not to mention that they didn't have the curves of a human, even their cheeks were also too horrible to look at. They couldn't arouse Xiao Hua's interest at all. Xiao Hua didn't even look at them and continued walking forward. This kind of ignorance was actually seen as arrogance by the demonic beasts' women. There were several demonic beasts who wanted to ask about it, but when they saw Xiao Hua ignoring them, they shut their mouths. Finally, when Xiao Hua walked past a small bridge, there was a stream under the bridge. Dozens of koi fish were leisurely swimming among the seaweed. A cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend, why did you come to the inner palace?" "Oh." Xiao Hua heard this voice and felt it was somewhat familiar. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that at the end of the stream was a golden pool. Inside, a huge dragon was looking at him with its ferocious head. "Oh." Xiao Hua stopped and cupped his hands. "This one is Qi from the Qi clan. I came to the palace of Spring Bud to pay my respects to the second prince. Why did you come to the palace of Spring Bud?" The voice was deafening like a thunderclap. It seemed to be suspicious of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge dragon. He could already tell from the voice that this dragon was the Dragon General Ao Xian he saw in front of the Feather Spirit Palace that day. It was also the Ao Xian who captured the little princess of Dong Tian River. Xiao Hua was already pondering whether he should capture Ao Xian and interrogate her about the whereabouts of the dragon shell. "Humph, why don't you speak?" Ao Xian poked out half of her dragon body from the pool and pounced at Xiao Hua while shouting loudly. Looking at the dragon head that was even larger than his current body, Xiao Hua raised his hand and put it down again. He understood in his heart that the dragon shell that imprisoned Jiang Hong was definitely already in Ao Jing's hands. It was impossible for Ao Xian to bring it with her. Xiao Hua smiled and took out the token of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He smiled apologetically and said, "When I came in, there were a lot of guests at the entrance. Because I had already been here once, I came in by myself. But to my surprise, after I came in, I couldn't find the direction. I was too embarrassed to ask." Huff huff. Ao Xian's stinky mouth was right above Xiao Hua's head. Along with the patter-patter sound, drops of pond water dripped down from his scales, drenching the entire small bridge. Her drum-like dragon eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. It was unknown what Ao Xian was thinking. Roar! Ao Xian suddenly let out a dragon roar. Xiaohua was so scared that his whole body trembled. He hastily covered his big ears with his small hands. A whirlwind rolled up and Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood on the small bridge. "Let's go, I will take you to the palace of Spring Bud." Ao Xian swayed her dragon tail and said indifferently. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you, General." "Thank you, General." As Ao Xian walked out of the palace, Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "How should I address you, General?" "You don't need to know." Ao Xian proudly replied, as if she looked down on Xiaohua. Xiaohua helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His two big ears swayed left and right a few times, looking very comical. In just half a cup of tea's time, Ao Xian brought Xiaohua to a green palace. Before Xiaohua even got close, he smelled a slightly strange fragrance coming from this palace. Xiaohua sniffed and felt that it smelled very good. However, this fragrance also revealed a kind of laziness and sweetness, which made Xiaohua feel very strange. "This general, Ao Xian, greets the prince." Ao Xian walked to the front of the palace, frowned and said, "Come in." Ao Jing's voice came out. His voice sounded very tired. Ao Xian opened her mouth again and said, "This general won't go in. This general still has to go back and prepare to go out to sea. This is the Hui of the Hui race. He just got lost in the palace and found the place where this general was recuperating. This general brought him here. I asked the prince to give me instructions." "Oh?" Ao Jing was surprised for a moment. He swept his yuanshan and then said with a smile, "It really is Hui. Let him come in." "Yes, Prince." Ao Xian replied and turned her head. Xiaohua once again jumped into the palace of Spring Bud. When he entered the palace of Spring Bud, he couldn't help but be stunned. This palace of Spring Bud was different from ordinary palaces. The surrounding walls were engraved with pictures. Inside each picture was a huge dragon coiling around a demonic beast. It looked very strange. Looking at the center of the palace, there was a huge pool. The water of the pool was dark green. Above the pool, there was a faint water vapor, which looked somewhat dreamy. In this water vapor, a huge dragon was lazily lying in the pool. On the huge dragon's body, there was a huge pink python coiling around the huge dragon. The scales on the huge python's body were especially fine. Every small scale was pink. What was special was that the huge python's head was sparkling and translucent, like a pink crystal. On top of this crystal, there was a pair of sparkling black eyes that flashed with an indescribable brilliance. It made people fall in love with one look. Hiss! When Xiaohua saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because through this pair of eyes, he actually felt that this huge python was so beautiful. It was as if a naked beauty was lying in front of him. "How dare you?" A berating voice came from beside Xiaohua's ear, "How can you look straight at the prince's beloved concubine?" Chapter 3965. Xiaohua is surprised. Following the voice, he sees a tall and thin lizard-like monster standing far away from the pool, coldly looking at him. Beside the lizard, there was a demon that was as fat as a pig. It was blinking its small eyes and looking at him with a smile, as if it was gloating over his misfortune. Xiaohua's heart trembles. His eyes slightly sweep around. He wants to look at the pool, but he doesn't dare. However, as his eyes sweep, he sees several sand pools on the side of the pool. On top of these sand pools, there are several huge monster beasts. Although these monster beasts are big in size, they all look slender, like a kind of graceful line. When some of these monster beasts are shaking, it gives people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Damn it, I understand. Seeing these female monster beasts, Xiaohua's eyes fall on the four walls of the palace. Xiaohua suddenly understands. He bitterly smiles in his heart. These monster beasts are Ao Jing's beloved concubines. The paintings on these four walls are also pictures of the dragon race's pleasure. It is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's so-called Zen of joy. Could it be that every picture is the same posture? Xiaohua can't help but want to look again. However, he is immediately shocked. What is Ao Jing doing with that female python? I stare at his beloved concubine a few times. Isn't that peeping? Xiaohua doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and says, "Second prince, this one is rude." Although this one is already vigilant in his heart, but prince's beloved concubine is really beautiful. This one can't help but take 4 more looks. Damn it! The lizard monster scolds loudly and says anxiously, "Prince, this Qi is too vulgar. In my opinion, we should quickly drive him out." No need. Ao Jing laughed loudly, causing the water in the entire pool to sway. As Ao Jing spoke, his dragon body coiled around the giant python. The pink color on the giant python's body became even more intense, and the strange fragrance became even more intense. What was special was that the giant python actually let out a short hissing sound, causing Xiaohua's lower abdomen to be on fire. Fortunately, just as the sound came out, boom! Water splashed out from the dragon's body, and the dragon and python fell into the water. The water rippled, and the dragon and python's bodies twisted and intertwined violently, making violent sounds. A lot of water even splashed out. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He naturally knew what Ao Jing was doing. He really couldn't believe his eyes. This Ao Jing was actually so lascivious. Copulating with the giant python in front of him and the other 2 monster race experts. What was the difference between this and the daytime promiscuity of the human race? At this time, the lizard monster waved at Xiaohua, indicating for him to come over. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quickly walked over to the 2 monster race experts. He lowered his voice and saluted, "This one is Qi from the Qi race, greetings to the 2 immortal friends. This one is Qi from the Tai lizard race, this one is Chrysalis from the Conch race." That Qi seemed to be very enthusiastic. He hurriedly returned the salute and introduced. That Chrysalis, who was as fat as a pig, casually cupped his hands and stepped aside a few steps. He seemed to be unwilling to stand together with Xiaohua. Xiaohua glanced at Chrysalis and didn't care. He said to Qi in a low voice, "Thank you for your reminder, immortal friend. Otherwise, if this one looked a few more times, Prince would definitely take my life." He. That Qi seemed to be unwilling to talk about this matter. He waved his hand and didn't let Xiaohua speak anymore. Xiaohua closed his mouth and lowered his head, only looking at the ground. Just like a Confucian cultivator, see no evil, hear no evil. After the time it took to eat a meal, the water in the entire pool slowly calmed down. That scarlet giant python floated on the surface of the pool as if it was dead. Ao Jing's dragon body slightly swept over the giant python's body. "Qi, why didn't you wait outside the palace to board the dragon boat? Why did you come inside the palace to find this king?" Ao Jing's voice came, revealing a kind of exhaustion. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied, reporting to Prince, "This one was originally waiting outside the palace, but, after thinking about it, I always felt that the matter of this one's clan was somewhat inappropriate. If I don't tell Prince in detail, this one's heart won't be at ease." "What's there to be at ease about? Didn't my father already ask you to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for an audience?" Ao Jing asked faintly. "Yes, the Dragon King did ask this one to go, but he didn't promise to protect this one's clan. Xiaohua said with a smile, if no one beside the Dragon King said a few good words, this one is afraid that the Dragon King will, immortal friend is thinking too much. The nearby Qi said with a smile, since the second prince will lead us there, won't the Dragon King look up to us? It's just that the second prince still has a lot of things to do, I don't know if he can speak for us. Hearing Qi's words, Xiaohua hurriedly took out a few Qianquan bangles from his bosom, handed them to his head, and said with a smile, this is a tribute to the Dragon King. I asked the second prince to help this one take a look, which ones are the ones that the Dragon King likes, and which ones are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes. Who? A strong wind rose in the palace of Spring Bud, and the Qianquan bangles in Xiaohua's hand flew into the pool. After a while, Eo Jing laughed and said, these two are the ones that my father likes, you can keep them well. With that, 2 Qianquan bangles flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly received them and said, since the other few are the ones that the Dragon King dislikes, this one doesn't dare to take them with me, I asked the second prince to help this one deal with them. I'm really grateful to the second prince. If it weren't for the second prince, I would have offended the Dragon King before he could agree to my request. Not bad, this prince will help you deal with them. Ao Jing said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the demon assistant, Chrysalis, suddenly said, second prince, this one feels that this qi is a little inappropriate. Oh? What's inappropriate? Tell me. Chrysalis still looked at Xiaohua with a smile and said, when Qi first came in, his eyes were looking around randomly, it seems that he doesn't know what the Palace of Spring Bud is, nor does he know the meaning of the diagram in the palace. This one feels that he doesn't look like a demon. Xiaohua was shocked, he really didn't expect this harmless-looking pig to suddenly stab him with a knife. Chrysalis, your words are a little wrong. Qi hurriedly explained, when I came in, I was also stunned and couldn't help but look around. After all, this is the Prince's Palace of Spring Bud, I have only heard of its name, but not its details, so it's normal for me to want to take a look. That's right. Xiaohua hurriedly said, this one is very envious of the second prince's life. If my Qi clan is as strong and prosperous as the Dragon Palace, this one will also imitate this Palace of Spring Bud in the Qi clan. Of course, after it's built, this one will invite the second prince over. Ao Jing laughed and said, this Palace of Spring Bud is indeed famous, many demons would lose their minds when they come in. Qi can only be considered as being rude, this has nothing to do with him not looking like a demon. Since he's rude, he should be punished. Chrysalis said somewhat unforgivingly, we can't let other demons say that the Feather Spirit Palace has no rules. This. Ao Jing was a little hesitant. Chrysalis said aggressively again, moreover, according to this one's knowledge, there aren't any particularly powerful natural enemies around the Qi clan. This Qi wants to meet the Dragon King, I don't know what he wants to do. Xiaohua was anxious, his eyes spitting fire as he looked at Chrysalis and said angrily, Chrysalis, how did this one offend you? This one has been entrusted by my clansman and has already reported the clan's affairs to the second prince. The second prince has also reported the matter of my Qi clan to the Dragon King. This time, the Dragon King has summoned me. If it weren't for the fact that my clan is in danger, how could he possibly allow this one to go over? You're making trouble out of nothing, and you're too scheming. This one thinks that you're not a demon. I'm afraid that this has something to do with the Immortal Palace, right? You're the spy of the Immortal Palace. Chrysalis was also furious. Beside him, Qi hurriedly advised, Chrysalis, the number of people who can go to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited after all. Since the second prince has agreed to bring you over next time, why are you comparing yourself to others now? How can Qi not go when the Dragon King has personally appointed him? If you really have something urgent to attend to, how about this one won't go this time and let you go instead. Good. This is what you said. Chrysalis said with great joy. Xiaohua finally understood. It wasn't that he had offended Chrysalis, but that Chrysalis was jealous of him for being able to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Humph, who are you waiting for to go and who isn't? This king is the one who makes the decision. Do you think it's up to you? Ao Jing's cold snort came, scaring Chrysalis and Qi into bowing, not daring to say anything else. Your Majesty. The giant red python's lazy voice came. This one has heard that the Tinkong clan has always been loyal to your Majesty. The last time they came to my Feather Spirit Palace, they specially came to pay their respects to your Majesty. This one can't go to the North Sea Dragon Palace for the time being, but this one misses elder sister very much. Why don't you let Chrysalis pay respects to elder sister on behalf of this one? Huh, you little fellow. Ao Jing's huge dragon tail flipped up from the pool, and with a plop, he smashed the giant python to the bottom of the pool. He laughed and said, "This king always thought that you wouldn't speak up for Chrysalis, but you still did in the end. Looks like you're not the kind of beautiful python who takes advantage of others for nothing. However, this idea of yours isn't good. Your elder sister is used to being jealous. If you let Chrysalis pay respects to you, she'll eat Chrysalis in one bite." Humph, your Majesty dotes on elder sister. The giant pink python leapt out from the pool and coiled around Ao Jing's dragon body. She said coquettishly, "How is this one inferior to elder sister? Which younger sister in the Palace of Spring Bud is inferior to elder sister?" "That's right, your Majesty is biased." As they spoke, the nearby demonic beasts flew up from the sand dunes and dove into the pool. All sorts of demonic beasts wrapped around Ao Jing's dragon body. Damn it, dragons are naturally lustful. They want to dominate any female demonic beast they see. No wonder there's a saying that the dragon has 9 different sons. Xiaohua lowered his head and cursed in his heart. However, the corners of his eyes were constantly looking around the Palace of Spring Bud. Although Xiaohua didn't dare release his soul sense, an indescribable sense of danger came from all around the Palace of Spring Bud. It was as if the moment Xiaohua made any strange movements, the entire Palace of Spring Bud would pounce on him. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His original plan had to be abandoned. Chapter 3966. You can wait. Pack up, and wait at the entrance of the palace. I'll board the dragon boat with you. Ao Jing's dragon roar shook the entire Palace of Spring Bud. The 4 walls of the palace shone with a green brilliance. Strands of fine lines came out of the dragon taming 100 beasts painting and slowly fell into the pool in the middle. The entire pool rolled violently, and Ao Jing's excited voice came from the pool. "Thank you, my king," Chrysalis said loudly. He cupped his hands at the deep pool, glanced at Xiaohua and Hui proudly, and walked out arrogantly. Hui didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled Xiaohua, and the 2 monsters bowed to express their gratitude, and hurriedly left the Palace of Spring Bud. After leaving the Palace of Spring Bud, the strong fragrance was still there, but the earth-shattering sound had disappeared. Chrysalis, who had walked out of the palace earlier, was also nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua looked at Hui and bowed. "Thank you, fellow immortal. If it weren't for your explanation, I'm afraid I would have offended the king as soon as I saw him." "Hee, it's fine. You and I both have to meet the Dragon King. Moreover, you and I are both weak races in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. We should help each other." Hui smiled and bent down to help Xiaohua up. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and said, "I don't know how to get out. Can fellow immortal lead the way?" "What for?" Hui asked curiously. Xiaohua was even more confused. He asked, "Didn't the king ask us to?" At this point, Xiaohua came to a realization and smiled embarrassedly. "I thought the king was talking about outside the palace." Of course you can outside the Feather Spirit Palace, but that's where ordinary monsters wait. As for us, we can wait outside the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui replied with a smile. Then, the two monsters whispered in front of the Palace of Spring Bud. Hui seemed to be familiar with the North Sea Dragon Palace and gave Xiaohua a lot of advice. They even talked about a lot of things about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Xiaohua felt that the more he talked with Hui, the more he got along. If it weren't for the fact that the two monsters were really weak, they might have sworn a blood oath. Looking at Hui's smiling face, Xiaohua's heart moved. When he saw Jiang Che, although Jiang Che didn't say anything, he knew that the great elder of the Heavenly Cave River might have already arrived at the Feather Spirit Palace. Since he could think of coming to the Spring Bud Palace to see Ao Jing, how could the great elder not think of it? Besides, how could the first elder not know that he had transformed into a hoe? This Hui was a complete stranger to him, yet it was taking care of him. Perhaps this Hui was the great elder's incarnation? Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He didn't dare to confirm it in person. After another 2 hours, Chrysalis came back again and greeted Xiaohua and Yu in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened at the Hall of Spring Buds just now. Xiaohua was really not interested in this demon race of the Conch clan. He casually cupped his hands and spoke to Yu in a low voice. Chrysalis did not mind at all. As he listened, he would interrupt from time to time. Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient. After Chrysalis returned, some other demon race members came over after a while. Presumably, like Chrysalis and Yu, they had all seen Ao Jing before. The demons were well aware of each other's identity. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Xiaohua was among them. He raised his head and looked at the various demon beasts with gentle and refined expressions. He couldn't help but feel like a monkey wearing a crown. After more than a dozen monsters had gathered, the Feather Spirit Palace's sea generals also arrived. Finally, Ao Xian transformed into her human form and stood in front of the group of monsters in golden armor. The doors of the Spring Bud Palace opened, and a group of demon concubines escorted Ao Jing, who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head, out. Ao Jing looked at the demons in front of the hall and said, "Is it time?" "It is." Ao Xian bowed and replied, "The dragon boat is ready. Second Prince, please set off." Ao Jing nodded. Ao Xian stretched out her hand and took out a dragon pearl the size of a human head. She opened her mouth and breathed a dragon breath into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl suddenly expanded. Ao Xian threw the dragon pearl into the air. Boom! A swirling stream of water rushed out from the dragon pearl and whistled into the air. When the Feather Spirit Palace's demon array came into contact with the stream of water, they immediately avoided it. A moment later, a turbulent waterway appeared under everyone's feet. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." The sea generals shouted in unison. "Respectfully send His Highness back to the palace." All the demon race members hurriedly echoed. Demon clouds appeared under Ao Jing's feet. He hugged the demons in his left and right and landed on the waterway. The waterway spun and sent Ao Jing and the others flying out of the Feather Spirit Palace. After Ao Jing left, Ao Xian also stepped on the waterway with a group of dragon generals. Then, the demon race members who came to see the North Sea Dragon Palace also stepped on the waterway. Xiaohua was still with Yu and Chrysalis. The waterway was like a rainbow bridge, taking Xiaohua directly from the Feather Spirit Palace to the air. The entire Feather Spirit Bay was under the water bridge. Now the sun was setting, and half of the dark red sun on the sea in the west had already sunk into the sea. The end of the water bridge was between the clouds. A flying boat tens of thousands of feet long was suspended in the air. This flying boat was golden, but there was a kind of blood-red color in the dark red sunset. The entire dragon boat was not in the shape of a dragon as Xiaofan had imagined. It was in the shape of a black tortoise, but there were dragon pythons coiling around the tortoise's sides, head, and tail. What was special was that in front of the black tortoise's head, there was a ferocious dragon head coiled together. This dragon head held a golden sword in its mouth, and there was a green crown on its head. This was the symbol of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The entire dragon boat stopped there, and a kind of speechless power came from the dragon boat, pressing heavily on the hearts of the demons. Moreover, the dragon boat was so huge that it was like a fortress or a mountain. Looking at the dragon boat again, layers of treasure light overflowed in all directions, blocking the fog, water vapor, and sea breeze more than 1,000 feet away. Layers of thick demonic aura flowed under the treasure light, protecting the entire dragon boat. The demonic aura was divided into 9 colors in the treasure light, and the layers were clearly separated. It looked very beautiful. On the deck of the dragon boat, countless sea generals in bright armor were arranged in a military formation, and dragon flags were dancing on the side of the boat. Compared to the sea generals, there were even more demons and sea tribes. Although they were scattered, they still gathered in a few places. When they saw Ao Jing flying over, they all bowed and shouted, "Welcome, Second Prince." Xiaofan looked at the huge dragon boat with envy in his heart. This dragon boat was even bigger than the thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Xiaofan had already collected enough materials to build a thunder boat, even if Xiaofan built a thunder boat, he feared that it wouldn't have such a majestic aura. "Grandma, the North Sea Dragon Palace is really rich." Xiaofan muttered to himself, "If I can enter the Dragon Palace, let's see if I don't plunder the Dragon Palace." Xiaofan landed on the deck with the crowd of demons. Ao Jing had already entered the cabin under the escort of the dragon generals. Xiaofan had already seen clearly in midair. This dragon boat was more than 100 li away from the Yuling Bay. Although it had not yet entered the North Sea, after the big storm, the sea below the dragon boat was still surging. The entire sea area was stirred up from time to time, and the sea breeze was stronger than usual, scraping the face like a knife. "Rise!" Ao Jing boarded the dragon boat, but when he heard the dragon generals shouting in unison, Xiaofan felt the dragon boat under his feet tremble slightly. The dragon boat began to slowly fly, but in a moment, the speed of the dragon boat had already increased. It was like a giant beast tearing apart the heavy clouds in the sky, tearing apart the gradually spreading night. The dragon generals walked into the cabin, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also dispersed. However, the crowd of demons that had come to see the Dragon King was still on the deck. Not long after, dozens of beautiful fish demons with graceful waists swam out from various places. Each fish demon was holding a jade plate in their hands, and on the plate were piles of scales. The demons that Xiaofan was with all received a golden scale. The other demons were either silver or bronze in color. Xiaofan released his vital perception and looked at the number A45 engraved on the scale. He already understood that this was the number of the cabin that he was resting in. The silver and bronze scales should be divided according to the amount of things that were offered to Ao Jing. Distinguished guests. The fish demon's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. "My lord has invited all of you to a banquet tonight. Now, I invite all of you to rest in the cabin. When the time is up, this concubine will return to inform you." "Xiao, what number are you?" As the demons dispersed, Xiaofan smiled and asked Xiaofan. "45, what about you?" "I am A67. Xiaohua's voice had just landed when Xiaofan walked over with a smile. "What a coincidence, I am A46. What's so coincidental about it?" Xiaofan rolled his eyes at Xiaofan and said indifferently, "It's just dozens of armor plates. You and I took them together, so it would be strange if we weren't together. However, Xiaofan and I are not together, which makes me very surprised." "Xiaofan, why don't you exchange places with Xiao Hua? He, of course. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and a smile flashed in his harmless eyes. He turned his head and asked Xiao Hua, I just don't know if Xiao Hua is willing. I don't care. If Xiao Hua wants to be together with me, then I'll exchange places with you. He. I wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good chat with Tian while we're at the North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Tian isn't willing, then forget it. Chrysalis took out a scale and exchanged it with Tian. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua as he turned around and left. Damn it, I feel uncomfortable just looking at this guy. Xiao Hua curled his lips and spat. If I get close to him, won't I get sick of him? Huh, Xiao, why get angry over someone else? Xiao laughed. You get angry, but he doesn't know. You're just making yourself uncomfortable for nothing. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Fortunately, I met you, fellow immortal. Otherwise, this trip would have been extremely depressing. Xiao Hua didn't reply. He looked at the pitch-black sky. The stars in the sky were even more brilliant than those in Yuling Bay. After a while, he said in a low voice, Xiao, can you accompany this one to the side of the ship to take a look? This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He looked left and right, then probed, is the North Sea Dragon Palace willing? Let's give it a try. If the guards don't let us, then we'll go back. Xiao Hua also looked around. There didn't seem to be any marine soldiers nearby paying attention to them. Deal. Xiao Hua raised his hand. Fellow immortal, please. Chapter 3967. Ho walked to the side of the ship, and a demonic wind appeared under his feet, carrying him up to the side of the ship. Xiao Hua naturally accompanied him. When the two demons flew over the side of the ship, they saw that outside the dragon ship, in the black night sky, there were strands of fluorescent light scattered outside the ship like fireflies being pulled by a big hand. The fluorescent light hit the restriction on the side of the ship, and made some sparks. Looking at the bottom of the dragon ship, it seemed to be in the distant depths, and a touch of dark green spread out. Occasionally, there would be some light flashing with different colors, very dazzling. It's so quiet. Ho looked at the night sky deeply, and then looked at the sea, and sighed. It's so quiet that I want to sleep. It's not necessarily quiet. Xiao Hua pointed at the fluorescent light and said indifferently. This is the restriction in the sea wind, the restriction blocks all sounds. Yes, humans often say that they deceive themselves. I'm afraid that's the case. Ho said. I know that the sea storm outside hasn't completely stopped, and this dragon ship is so fast, how can it be so quiet? Immortal friend, it's because your heart needs to be calm. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of Ho, and said with a smile. Yes, if only my clan's land could be so quiet. Ho retracted his gaze and nodded. My clan's land has battles every month, and every day, there are clansmen who die in the hands of the enemy. Seeing this quiet place, I can't help but sigh. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to my request. Although Xiao Hua didn't know where Ho's clan's land was, he knew that it should be similar to the Ho clans, close to the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was also a demon clan, and could slightly expand their power in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Although no one knew the true strength of the North Sea Dragon King, but, behind the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas was the Dragon Island, and the great sage of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm might not fall out with the Dragon Island because of such a small matter. Alas, I hope so. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and sighed. I have the same idea as you. I hope the North Sea Dragon Palace can agree to our request. But what if they don't agree? Then I have no other choice. Xiao Hua sighed. When I came to Feather Spirit Bay this time, I've already brought all the things that the clan can take out. If we fail this time, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. Of course, just like you, I also heard that the second prince could speak in front of the Dragon King. This trip to Yuling Bay. Of course, the second prince's words are useful. But seeing that so many demons are begging the Dragon King. Zhao hesitated and lowered his voice. Can the Dragon King take care of them all? Other demons might not be able to, but those of us who have obtained the golden scales, shouldn't have a problem. Xiao Hua replied confidently. Indeed, Zhao did not have much confidence and said noncommittally, maybe. Right at this moment, a group of ocean generals patrolled the area and glanced at Xiao Hua and Yu. Although they didn't say anything, the vigilance in their eyes was self-evident. Xiao Hua smiles at them and pulls Yu to fly towards the cabin. When Xiao Hua entered the ship's cabin, he walked through many cabins that resembled the meditation rooms of the human race. When he found the meditation rooms of the two monsters, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua's meditation room was the same as Tian's, but opposite him was Chrysalis's meditation room. Xiao Hua tried to hide, but he still couldn't hide. However, seeing that the door of Chrysalis's meditation room was tightly shut, Xiao Hua sighed in relief. He really didn't like looking at Chrysalis's face. Zhao looked at Chrysalis's meditation room and smiled. He waved his blade-like arm and entered the meditation room, closing the door behind him. Xiao Hua shook his head and placed the scale armor on the door of the meditation room. His figure disappeared into the room. However, when he entered the meditation room, he smiled bitterly. This meditation room was really big. Perhaps it was at least 1,000 feet in size. Moreover, it was empty inside, there was nothing inside. Xiao Hua's body was only 2 feet tall, standing inside, it was really pitifully small. If this meditation room was used by the demons and the ocean race, it would be suitable. But it's too wasteful for me to use it. Xiao Hua casually lay down and looked at the ceiling of the meditation room. He didn't dare to lay down the capital star formation. He just closed his eyes and secretly comprehended the Crimson Infant technique. After an unknown amount of time, a soft voice came from outside the meditation room. Honorable guests, the second prince is holding a banquet in the palace. He invites everyone to the banquet. Xiao Hua jumped up from the ground and said with a smile, "It's time to see the second prince's extravagance. I wonder what interesting things will happen." After leaving the meditation room, dozens of demons with golden scales followed the mermaids to an even bigger cabin. This cabin was not only big, but also decorated splendidly. It looked very similar to the palace of the Feather Spirit Palace. Xiao Hua and the other demons were arranged to be slightly closer to Ao Jing. The other demons were arranged to be further away. When all the demons were gathered, the mermaids wearing light muslin came out in a line. They held fine wine and delicacies in their hands and placed them in front of the demons with a smile. Along with the soft sound of jade plates, pleasant music was heard. Groups of mermaids danced gracefully. Ao Jing stood up and raised the wine bottle in his hand. He laughed and said, "This prince brings my North Sea Dragon Palace to toast you all. Please." The demons did not dare to be negligent. They all stood up and raised their wine bottles and answered in unison. After everyone drank, Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and said, "Everyone, please have a taste of my North Sea Dragon Palace's rarities. I believe that no other place has it, thank you, second prince." The demons all thanked him and raised their claws to pick up the wine and food to eat. Xiao Hua looked at the things in front of him. There was actually raw blood food inside. He could not help but regret coming to the banquet. Looking at the gradually chaotic scene of the banquet, Xiao Hua knew that even if he did not come out, Ao Jing would not be able to find out. "Oh, hiss." Just when Xiao Hua was hesitating, a smiling voice came, "What? You don't like these things prepared by the second prince? As a demon, how can you not be interested in these blood food?" Xiaofan narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the side not far away. The pupa was biting a bloody meat leg and smiling at him. Humph. Xiaofan sneered and replied, "It's not that I don't want to eat it, nor that I don't like it. I'm just thinking about how to eat it." As he spoke, Xiaofan helplessly picked up a similar piece of meat from the jade table and forced himself to smell it. Jiang Che had clearly explained in the jade eyes that he had given Xiaofan. Although the Gui race was short and small in stature, their appetites were relatively large and they usually ate meat. "Fellow Taoist with phoenix body, thank you for your trouble." Xiaofan put the blood food in front of his mouth. His mind immediately hid in space and phoenix body Xiaofan took control of his body. He. Phoenix body Xiaofan maintained Xiaohua's body that was about 2 feet long. His sharp gaze swept across the pupa as he opened his mouth and tore off the meat leg. He chewed it with big mouthfuls and cried out, "Not bad, the delicacies of the North Sea Dragon Palace are indeed delicious. This morning dreg's meat is indeed tender, it melts in the mouth and is as fragrant as the dew on the grass in the morning." As he spoke, Phoenix body Xiaofan finished eating the meat leg in a few bites. He picked up more blood food and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. He seemed to be enjoying it to the extreme. Seeing this, the smile on the pupa's face remained unchanged. Just as it was about to raise its wine cup, Ao Jing stood up and raised his wine cup again to toast. In just a moment, after 3 rounds of wine, the crowd of demons began to liven up. Not only did they toast each other, but many demons also mustered up their courage to toast Ao Jing. Phoenix body Xiaofan naturally wouldn't go forward to propose a toast. He swallowed the wine and food while looking around. However, there were many demons in this hall. Xiaofan looked for a moment but couldn't see anything. After 2 hours, Ao Xian walked in from outside the hall and whispered a few words. Ao Jing laughed, flicked his sleeve and said, "Open the sea mirror and let everyone see the appearance of my dragon boat." "Yes, Your Highness." Ao Xian nodded in response and raised his hand. The whole hall produced a zila sound, and then several vortexes appeared in the center. As these vortexes rotated, fine lines like starlight shot out in all directions. With the rotation of these fine lines, the roof of the hall, which was originally emitting a milky white brilliance, gradually became clear, like milk gradually becoming transparent. As the brilliance disappeared, a clear night sky appeared. Woo! The crowd of demons all raised their heads and cried out in surprise. After all, the demonic weapons of the demon race were relatively crudely refined, and were not very similar to the magical weapons of the Taoist cultivators and the imperial weapons of the Confucian cultivators. Very few demonic weapons could be so exquisite, and it inevitably caused the crowd of demons to be surprised. Xiaofan, whose mind had returned to his body, looked coldly at the North Sea Dragon Palace. The hall above the crowd of demons became transparent, but the situation didn't stop. Instead, it quickly spread to the bottom of the crowd's feet. In just a moment, the whole hall completely disappeared, and the crowd of demons seemed to be standing in the night sky out of thin air. Good. A demon, who had already transformed but was still several feet tall, took the lead and shouted, "Now the dragon boat is the work of the North Sea Dragon Palace. I've never seen it before. I'd like to propose a toast to you, Your Highness." "Huh. Please." Ao Jing was very happy. He raised the wine bottle and drank it in an extremely forthright manner. As soon as this demon took the lead, the other demons all raised their cups. Ao Jing almost didn't refuse anyone, and drank one cup after another. Xiaofan had never been interested in spirit wine, and the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace was very strong, far from the sweet spirit wine of Taoist cultivators. Xiaofan just smelled it and put it on the jade table. Seeing Ao Jing drinking like a cow, the wine he drank in this time was like a pond, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. At this time, another voice that Xiaofan didn't like to hear sounded, fellow immortal, what's wrong? Is the imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace not to fellow immortals' taste? Xiaohua didn't even turn his head, and said coldly, I've never liked drinking wine. Fellow immortal Chrysalis, if you're in a good mood, you can find someone else to propose a toast. He he. Chrysalis looked at the wine bottle on the jade table in front of Xiaohua, which was almost the same size as Xiaohua, and said with a smile, fellow immortal, you're really not giving face to the second prince. The second prince has already proposed a toast 3 times, but why hasn't the wine in fellow immortal's wine bottle decreased in the slightest? Chapter 3968. I can't hold my liquor, so I don't dare to drink too much. Xiaohua looked at Chrysalis's pig head and almost wanted to smash it. However, he endured it and faintly replied, when second Wuxia proposed a toast, this one also drank it. Immortal friend Chrysalis. Not too far away, Chrysalis seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. Holding a wine bottle in his hand, he walked over and said with a smile, Come, let me offer you a toast. I bumped into you when I paid my respects to His Highness. Our cabins were also next to each other. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Chrysalis laughed heartily as he pointed at Xiaohua and said, Didn't I also follow fellow Taoist Xiao by fate? That's why I'm here to propose a toast. Come, fellow immortal Kuei, let's drink. When Kuei spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something. He took out a fist-sized wine cup from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow immortal, this is the wine cup of the human race that I obtained from Star-Picking Tower. It seems to be quite suitable for fellow immortal. Today, I'll give it to fellow immortal. Fellow immortal, please drink with it. Very good. Xiaohua activated the demonic energy in his body, and a strand of wine flew out from the wine bottle and into the wine cup. When the cup was full, Xiaohua raised his cup and said, A toast to the 2 of you. Please. Chrysalis and Centipede raised their wine bottles, and the 3 demons downed the wine in one gulp. Before Chrysalis could say anything else, Centipede pulled Chrysalis's arm and said with a smile, Let's go. I'll borrow your flowers to offer you a few more cups. Present Buddha with borrowed flowers? He, fellow immortal, you seem to be very familiar with the vocabulary of the human race. When Chrysalis heard this, he simply abandoned Xiaohua and followed Chrysalis. The imperial wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace entered Xiaohua's stomach and was instantly refined into the power of the stars and moon. However, the spicy taste was still somewhat choking. Xiaohua thought for a moment. With a slight movement of his fingers, some spirit wine fell into the wine cup. Then, he held the wine cup and fiddled with it while drinking a little. Seeing Xiaohua's short stature, the other demons didn't force him to toast like a pupa. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an angry roar suddenly came from the head of the table, into the sea. All the demons were shocked, and the entire hall immediately fell silent. The demons did not know what had happened, and they all looked at Ao Jing. At this time, Ao Jing's face was flushed red. He held an empty wine bottle in his hand and glared at Ao Xian who was standing quietly in front of him. Ao Xian straightened her back and replied neither haughtily nor humbly, Second Prince, according to the plan, we shouldn't enter the sea at this time. If I say I'm going to the sea, I'm going to the sea. In the entire dragon boat, who doesn't dare to listen to me? Ao Jing waved his sleeves, and a dragon claw appeared. Clearly, Ao Jing was too drunk to maintain a complete transformation. Ao Jing thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Your Highness, there are many reefs in this sea area. If the dragon boat enters the sea, it will cause danger. I'm a dragon. The North Sea is my home. Why would I be afraid of a reef? Quick, if I tell you to enter the sea, then enter the sea. Ao Jing shouted, If you still don't agree, I'll destroy you. Ao Xian said stubbornly, no. At this time, not only are there Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace in the dragon boat, there are also demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Many of them don't know how to escape through water. Before Ao Xian could finish speaking, Ao Jing's dragon claw slashed in the air. Ao Xian's armor immediately shattered, and blood gushed out from Ao Xian's dragon body. Second Prince, Second Prince. At this moment, a dragon general similar to Ao Xian hurriedly flew over and shouted, "Please calm down. I'll command the dragon boat to enter the sea." "Yes, Aogyo, command the dragon boat to enter the sea. In the future, this dragon boat will be under your command." Ao Jing nodded. His dragon eyes were bloodshot as he pointed his dragon claw at Ao Xian and said, "Go, imprison this damned person in a cage." This. Aogyo smiled and said, "General Ao Xian has contributed greatly this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to the Dragon King if he's imprisoned in a cage. Why don't we imprison him in the cabin?" "Yes, I'll leave it to you." Ao Jing raised his hand and picked up another wine bottle. He drank it in one gulp and said, "How dare he go against me? So what if he contributed greatly? What should be destroyed will still be destroyed." Aogyo waved his hand, and several sea generals flew over and carried the dispirited Ao Xian away. Ao Jing raised his cup again and said, "Fellow immortals, please drink this cup. Then, I'll invite you to see the beautiful scenery of North Sea." "Thank you, Prince." Seeing that Ao Jing was already drunk, the demons did not dare to say anything else. They hurriedly raised their cups and drank. Xiaohua also raised his wine cup in response. However, he frowned and looked at the drunk Ao Jing and Ao Xian, who had been taken away. He found it funny. Damn it, the wine of the North Sea Dragon Palace is strong, and it's easy to get drunk after drinking it. However, Ao Jing is a dragon. How big is his body? How can he get drunk after drinking such strong wine? Moreover, Ao Xian's trick seems fake no matter how I look at it. What kind of show are they putting on? Could it be that they already know about the Heavenly Abode River's plan? While thinking, Xiaohua had already figured out that this trick was a little superficial for the human race. Although Xiaohua was not good at scheming, he could still see it. However, Ao Jing wanted to deceive the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. These Sea Clan members were not as scheming as the human race and might fall for it. However, Xiaohua was worried for a moment and felt helpless. He did not know who had come to the Heavenly Abode River, nor did he know how to inform the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River. His only plan now was to hope that the Sea Clan of the Heavenly Abode River would not be like the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and not be able to see that this was an obvious trick. Look, outside." Just as Xiaohua was thinking, several monsters suddenly raised their cups and pointed to the outside of the dragon boat and shouted. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the dragon boat was rapidly descending. In the sky above the North Sea below the dragon boat, monstrous waves were surging. Hurricanes swept up the seawater and scattered it into the air, as if a huge palm had reached out from the depths of the North Sea. Boom! Although the inside of the dragon boat was very quiet, the moment the dragon boat crashed into the sea, there were still some strong vibrations and whistling sounds coming from outside the dragon boat. Ao Jing was originally holding a wine cup, but his entire body suddenly fell to the ground, the wine drenching his dragon robe. "Your Highness, Your Highness." A few sea generals shouted and hurriedly came over to support Ao Jing. Ao Jing opened his hazy dragon eyes and looked at the blue sea outside. He stammered, This is where the North Sea Dragon Clan should be. Flying in the sky. That's what the Feather Clan of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm wants to do. Come, drink. At this time, the dragon boat had already entered the sea. Although there were huge waves on the surface of the sea, the bottom of the sea was calm again. The blue sea water was like a huge crystal, translucent and sparkling. Schools of colorful sea fish swam freely in the sea. Seeing the huge dragon boat rushing in, these sea fish desperately scattered. And as the dragon boat continued to sink, the shadows of reefs that looked like sea beasts appeared one by one, just like the mountains on the ordinary land. There was no light at the bottom of the sea, but a faint brilliance flickered outside the dragon boat. The layers of seaweed, seashells, and strange rust spots on the reefs appeared, looking quite desolate. The group of sea race naturally turned a blind eye to the situation at the bottom of the sea, but some of the demons in the Thousand Demons sacred realm were indeed very interested. They all looked intoxicated. Until Ao Jing shouted again, "Fellow immortals, come, this king salutes you all and welcomes you all to the North Sea." The group of demons came back to their senses at this time and shouted, "The North Sea is such a place of spirit, so it can give birth to a dragon like the second king. We salute the second king and the North Sea Dragon Palace, haha." Ao Jing laughed, raised the wine bottle and drank big mouthfuls. Boom! At this time, the whole dragon boat shook violently, and then pieces of gravel and broken seaweed flew past the edge of the dragon boat. The dragon boat obviously hit a reef. "Huh, fellow immortals, don't worry about it." Ao Jing laughed and said, "It's just a small reef. How can the dragon boat built by the North Sea Dragon Palace be afraid of these small rocks? Come, drink." Ao Jing's banquet lasted for a whole night, and no one knew how much wine he drank. Anyway, Xiaofan knew that since the dragon boat entered the sea, the sound of collision was incessant, and the vibration was constant. However, no one dared to discourage Ao Jing's drinking spirit. They only shouted to drink, and no one mentioned flying out of the North Sea. After the banquet, the group of demons returned to the quiet room in the cabin. Ao Jing, who was already drunk like mud, shook his huge dragon body and slowly transformed. After a while, his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he whispered to the dragon generals around him, "Did you see any clues?" Reporting to the king. A dragon general bowed and said, "In the area I observed, there were 4 demons who saw General Ao Xian being scolded, and their faces showed gloating. I also read the information of these 4 demons. 2 of them are from Yuling Bay, and the other 2 are from the remote sea area of the North Sea." Then, another dragon general stepped forward and said, "In the area I was in, there were 3 demons of the Thousand Demons Saint realm who were a bit abnormal. These 3 demons all have a request from the North Sea Dragon Palace." Then, all the dragon generals reported the situation they saw to Ao Jing. Ao Jing listened and nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the whole hall, and looked at the positions of the demons who were acting strangely. However, after the dragon generals finished speaking, his gaze fell on the few jade cases, including Xiaohua's. A thought-provoking look flashed across his eyes. "Looks like, a simple trick of self-injury won't be able to trick these old fogies," Ao Jing said. "I still need to add fuel to the fire. Sigh, it's a pity that this girl was chosen by old Seven, so I can't go all out. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble? Yes, we will listen to the king's orders." The dragon generals bowed and answered. Boom! At this moment, there was another tremor, and the dragon boat smashed another reef into pieces. Ao Jio hurriedly said, "King, there are many reefs in this sea area, and it's not suitable for the dragon boat to move. Although the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace is not afraid of these reefs, it will inevitably damage the demon array of the dragon boat. In the future, it will be safer to pass through the eye of the North Sea wind. Now that the banquet is over, I think, it's better to fly." Chapter 3969. Since we're putting on an act, we have to complete it. Wouldn't we be giving up halfway if we took off now? Wouldn't Ao Xian's suffering be in vain? Ao Jing said disapprovingly. That's true. Ao Jio was already a little uneasy as he whispered, but we still have to rely on this dragon boat to pass through the eye of the wind. Otherwise, if we detour, we will be delayed again. If we capture the remnants of the heavenly abode river, so what if we lose the dragon boat? Ao Jing sneered. This time, I want to use the little princess of the heavenly abode river as bait and kill these crazy dragons at all costs. At this point, Ao Jing looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "Can we get news of Jiangsheng of the heavenly abode river?" Ao Jiao's face darkened as he smiled apologetically. "Your Highness, even after the dragon boat left Yuling Bay, I still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace's Confucian cultivator. I'm afraid he took Jiangsheng far away from Yuling Bay. Of course, I also vaguely saw some suspicious Confucian cultivators in Yuling Bay, but these Confucian cultivators seem to be different from the ones in the arena." "Humph." Ao Jing snorted and asked, "What do you mean by your last sentence? Do you think there's something wrong with my arrangements? Is the Confucian cultivator who kidnapped Jiangsheng still in Yuling Bay?" "No, no." Ao Jiao hurriedly replied. "Your Highness, there must be a deeper meaning behind your arrangements. I'm afraid I can't see through the peculiarity." Ao Jing nodded slightly and said, "If it was Ao Xian, he would definitely know." "Yes." Ao Jiao smiled apologetically. "I can't compare to General Ao Xian. He could infiltrate the enemy's rear alone and capture the little princess of the heavenly abode river. This is a plan I would never have dreamed of. Yes, there's nothing in this world that can't be done." Ao Jing sighed as well. "In Feather Spirit Bay, my North Sea Dragon Palace is not the only powerful force. Not only can Zhai Xing Lu contend with my North Sea Dragon Palace, even the Sea Soul Scholar from the Lilai Trading Company can challenge me. I clearly know that the Confucian cultivator may be in Zhai Xing Lu or with the Sea Spirit Scholar, but I cannot shed all pretense of cordiality. This is because the Confucian cultivator's cultivation is too high, and I can't get hold of any evidence against him. Even Ben Wang can't do it, so how can you catch him? In fact, the entire Yuling Bay has been infiltrated by various forces. I know that the Dongtian River is in Yuling Bay, but I can't find any trace of them. It's all my fault for being incompetent and unable to help the prince with his burdens." Ao Jiao hurriedly knelt down as he spoke. The other dragon generals did not dare to delay and also knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Ao Jing hurriedly got up and personally walked in front of Ao Jiao. He helped him up and said to the other dragon generals, "You all should get up too. This prince is not blaming you for telling you this. I just want to tell you that although Yuling Bay is the territory of the North Sea Dragon Palace, it is also the territory of the Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. My father gave Yuling Bay to me, which is a great responsibility. You are my confidants and also my support. Only when you risk your life for me can I have a decisive voice in the Dragon Palace. I should be the one thanking you all. If Xiao Hua was here, his eyeballs would definitely fall out of their sockets. That absurd prince who could copulate with Yao Ji in front of the monster race was actually so scheming. Then, Xiao Hua would definitely use all kinds of escape techniques to escape from this dragon boat. Even if he couldn't escape, he would definitely use the hallucinatory pearl to change his appearance, so that the dragons of the heavenly abode river wouldn't be able to find him again. Ao Jing's display was too terrifying. How could an ordinary dragon compare to a prince cultivated by the Dragon Palace? Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not dare to attract Ao Jing's attention. After he returned to the cabin, he immediately activated the monster array in the quiet room. After probing it with his primordial thought, he casually lay down on the ground. Although he did not meditate like ordinary Taoist cultivators, the primordial spirits in his body began to cultivate faster. He even took out the Crimson Infant technique to study again. The Crimson Infant technique was really broad and profound. The incomplete scattering nascent soul technique that Xian Songzi had previously obtained was just the most basic part of the Crimson Infant technique. Moreover, there were many deviations in this part. Fortunately, the scattered nascent souls in Xiaohua's lower dantian had just gone through the initial tribulation. Although there were some deviations, it did not have a particularly big impact. Xiaohua first put the cultivation of these scattered nascent souls on the right track according to the Crimson Infant technique, and then comprehended the rest. However, before Xiaohua could comprehend 10% of the Crimson Infant technique, the words in the Crimson Infant technique were abnormally obscure. Xiaohua felt that his nascent soul could not cultivate at all. After careful consideration, Xiaohua finally understood why Dou Shanjun did not set up a restriction in Mo Yuntong. It was because Dou Shanjun knew that it was impossible for him to fully comprehend and cultivate. This was also what Dou Shanjun said. It was just for Xiaohua to use as a reference and let the cultivation of his physical body match the cultivation of his nascent soul. However, Xiaohua's problem arose again. Xiaohua's physical body was a demon body, and the holy bloodline was the foundation of the physical body's cultivation. At this time, the Dao Sect's Crimson Infant technique relied on the physical body, but only the meridians of the entire body. Only by relying on these meridians could Xiaohua advance step by step according to the Dao Sect's Crimson Infant technique. Only then could he cultivate to the spirit severing stage, void refinement stage, and other realms. Since purely cultivating the holy bloodline could allow one to become a great sage and break through the void, and purely cultivating the physical body could also allow one to ascend, then which one should Xiaohua choose? Of course, if it was an ordinary demon or cultivator, they would definitely not face such a head-scratching happiness. As long as they had a path to heaven, it was enough for them to cultivate for a lifetime. Moreover, on this path of cultivation, they had to hurry and step into the void before the end of their lifespan. Who could compare with Xiaohua? There were actually 4 paths to heaven to choose from: Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Demon. The Crimson Infant technique is obviously of a higher level than the Taoist cultivation techniques. According to common sense, I should abandon the Taoist cultivation techniques and only cultivate the Crimson Infant technique. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, unconsciously felt that it was difficult to choose. However, the Crimson Infant technique can only be used to cultivate a scattered nascent soul in the 3 continents. It can't be used on the physical body. Moreover, all the Taoist cultivation techniques clearly state that the physical body is the basis for ascension. It is too difficult for a nascent soul without a physical body to ascend. Since I have a physical body, I naturally have to rely on my physical body to cultivate. There is no need for me to choose the extremely difficult Crimson Infant technique, right? Previously, when I was in the aura refining realm, I cultivated as much as the 18th layer. Admittedly, my harvest was great, but the hardships and dangers within are not enough to describe to others. Now, if I want to purely cultivate the Crimson Infant technique, it will naturally be somewhat similar to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. However, why must I give up on the cheap path of cultivation and insist on walking the difficult path? Especially now, I am afraid that a great disaster will soon arrive. Raising my cultivation level and strength is the only way to escape this disaster, right? Forget it, even a cultivator like Senior Dou is advising me to walk the normal path. I have no reason to make things difficult for myself. Since he had made his decision, Xiaohua temporarily stopped comprehending the Crimson Nascent Soul technique. On one hand, he used his comprehension to compare with the Taoist cultivation method to improve his cultivation. He strived to match the cultivation of his meridians to the nascent soul realm. On the other hand, he entered the space with his mind and refined the dark breaking pill according to the pill recipe. Dou Shanjun gave Xiaohua the breaking darkness pill, but how could those few breaking darkness pills be enough for Xiaohua? On that day, Xiaohua's nebula golden core was used to nurture his nascent soul. Now, his nebula nascent soul was even more mysterious than before. Perhaps, Xiaohua would need more than 2,000 breaking darkness pills before he could step into the severing divine stage. Thinking about this terrifying number, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. His nascent soul was a foodie. It was really easy for Jade Archive Xiaohua to refine the breaking darkness pill inside his space. However, for his own safety, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't dare to be too hasty. Although he didn't use a pill furnace to refine, he still followed the pill formula of the breaking darkness pill. He threw spiritual herbs into the spiritual fire in front of him. He meticulously refined the impurities, melted the liquid, and condensed the pill. Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't refining the pill alone. Beside him, Xiaoguo was looking at him curiously. Following Jade Archive Xiaohua's instructions, she quickly brought the appropriate spiritual herbs from the spiritual grass garden to him. Of course, in this space, it was easier for Jade Archive Xiaohua to find spiritual herbs compared to Xiaoguo. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua wasn't Jade Archive Xiaohua. He still liked to be lively. With Xiaoguo helping him, he didn't feel lonely. At this time, Xiaohua's space was already 2 million miles in size. Moreover, with the improvement of Xiaohua's cultivation, it was expanding every moment. In this space, in addition to Xiaohua's disciples in seclusion, there were more than 10,000 disciples of green-robed Xiaohua who were bitterly cultivating. The first part of the space was the center. It was full of spiritual herbs and rice. There were also the dream sea butterfly, water pattern butterfly, and other spiritual herbs that had entered the space, but there were still no signs of them waking up. Jade Archive Xiaohua attached great importance to the center of the space. He laid down many barriers to separate these different spiritual herbs, allowing them to absorb the power of the stars and moon and nurture their own vitality. Therefore, in this boundless spirit field, only the spirit-seeking mouse could be seen flying nimbly on the spirit grasses with the wind. Even the Ganoderma horse was fleeing in front of it, as if it was afraid of being devoured by the spirit-seeking mouse. While Jade Archive Xiaohua was refining pills, his gaze fell on the empty land and mountains in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to see people farming in this land, hunting in this mountain range, and fishing in this river. Old Master. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. What's wrong? Are you tired? This little one, can I refine pills for you? Oh. Jade Archive Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at the cute Xiaoguo beside him in disbelief. This Xiaoguo was just like a human baby. The timidity and shyness on her face were extremely obvious. Xiaohua remembered that the last time he called Xiaoguo out was in the profound water palace of the Sage River. At that time, Xiaoguo still couldn't speak. He really didn't expect that in just a few decades, Xiaoguo would be able to speak. Chapter 3970. Xiaoguo, do you know how to refine pills? Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked with a smile. Xiaoguo's face was slightly red as she bit her lip and carefully replied, I don't know. But I sighed when I saw Master. I knew Master was tired and wanted to share Master's burden. How do you know all this? Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo with interest and asked softly. After all, Little Yellow and Little Black had been in this space for so long that day, but they couldn't speak. Even now, Little Silver only knew how to wander around and wasn't as smart and sensible as Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo replied with a smile, Master, after I saw it, I naturally understood. I don't know why I know. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xiaoguo and then at Little Silver in the distance. He somewhat understood. It was extremely difficult for plants to have spirits, but if they had spirits and didn't have a physical body or bloodline, their spirit cavities would be transparent from birth. It was true that it was easy for humans and demons to have spirits, but this spirit was blocked by the physical body and bloodline. It was rare for the spirit cavities to be transparent, so it was probably too late for them to understand. Xiaoguo, how do you want to help me? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked with a smile. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. A blue flame appeared in the air. It really looked like the blue had surpassed the blue. Wood fire? Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but smile when he saw this flame. Xiaoguo had a body of spirit wood, so in terms of the 5 elements, she couldn't control fire. Since Xiaoguo could control fire innately, this flame was naturally the extremely rare wood fire. Many Dao pills were refined from spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit wood. Metal, water, earth, and fire could be used to refine pills, but it was inevitable that the impurities of the 5 elements would be mixed into the pills. If you used wood fire to refine pills, you didn't need to use 2 advanced alchemy techniques to refine pills. The pills refined would already be top grade. Huh. Jade Archive Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "The heavens are really helping me." Soon after, Xiaohua pointed his index finger towards the center of Xiaoguo's eyebrows. A multicolored vortex could be seen entering Xiaoguo's forehead. Xiaoguo's entire small body was trembling involuntarily. However, after a moment, Xiaoguo opened her eyes again. At this time, her eyes were clearer than before. Refine a Wuxia pill first. Jade Archive Xiaohua ordered. Yes, master. Xiaoguo waved her hands and the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass flew out from the spiritual field. She then opened her mouth and spat out a wisp of green wood fire, which cleanly purified the impurities. When Xiaoguo calmly refined the parasol pill, Jade Archive Xiaohua was truly speechless. This unremarkable Xiaoguo's talent in alchemy is even more terrifying than the green-robed Xiaohua. Therefore, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and instructed, "Xiaoguo, according to the alchemy techniques and pill recipes this old man taught you, try them one by one. You don't have to be afraid of failure, we have plenty of spirit herbs, you can take your time refining." "Yes, master." Xiaoguo was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. She answered without any hesitation. Then, she started to refine various kinds of pills according to the records on the pill formula. However, when Xiaoguo refined the building foundation pill, it was not out of Jade Archive Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaoguo's building foundation pill was not successfully refined. Looking at Xiaoguo's depressed expression, Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, "Xiaoguo, the building foundation pill, Qianli pill, nascent soul pill and dark breaking pill are all used to break through the realm. They contain the alchemist's understanding of the heavenly Tao and realm. You have never cultivated, so naturally you can't refine them. When this old man has the cultivation method to cultivate, I will teach it to you. At that time, you can refine them." "Yes, master, this little one understands." Xiaoguo replied respectfully, "This little one will help master refine other pills." "Good." Jade Archive Xiaohua replied with a smile. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body immediately came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua felt that the whole quiet room was shaking violently, as if the dragon boat had encountered some danger. This was something he had never encountered in his several months of cultivation. Xiaohua stood in the quiet room and pondered for a moment. When the trembling in the quiet room stopped, he hurriedly opened the demon formation. Sure enough, the outside of the quiet room was a mess. Not only had the demon race in the quiet room come out, but there were also sounds of killing coming from outside the cabin. "Oh!" Xiaohua was shocked and a little anxious. His body and mind involuntarily flew out, and he thought to himself, could it be that the sea race of the heavenly abode river has already taken action? If so, why didn't they inform this Xiao? However, when Xiaohua flew out of the cabin, the fighting on the deck of the dragon boat had stopped. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, and there were some severed limbs of the sea race in the corners. There were even many places on the dragon boat that were still burning. It seemed that the entire dragon boat had been destroyed by the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River. Landing on the deck, Xiaofan stood next to some demon race that rushed out of the cabin and frowned. Damn it, it's really too late. Xiaofan didn't need to release his key sense to understand what was going on. Perhaps when the Heavenly Abode River notified this Xiao, I was refining pills in the space and didn't notice. From the looks of it, the sea race of the Heavenly Abode River has probably been wiped out. Fellow immortal Kuei, why is your complexion so ugly? Just as Xiaofan was pondering, Chrysalis's voice came from beside him. Xiaofan turned around and said coldly, my complexion is always like this. I haven't eaten my fill since I was young, so I can't be as fat as fellow immortal Kuei. Huh, fellow immortal Kuei. Kuei flew out and said with a smile, why do you keep making things difficult for fellow Taoist Kuei? I'm not making things difficult for anyone. Chrysalis sneered, look at the situation on this dragon boat. It must have been attacked by the enemies of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Moreover, it must have been coordinated from the inside. Perhaps there are spies among the demon race. Fellow immortal Kuei who saw this miserable situation must have some suspicions. This fellow immortal Kuei is most likely suspicious. You're crazy. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chrysalis. He turned around and was about to return to the cabin when a loud bugle horn sounded from the bow of the dragon boat. Then, Ao Xian's voice came, distinguished guests, please come out from your cabins. My second marquee has a good show for everyone to enjoy. Oh. Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and stopped, only to see Chrysalis's thoughtful gaze. Most of the demon race in the cabin had already come out. Now that they heard Ao Xian's command, another group of demon race flew out. Not long after, the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace flew over from all directions with weapons in hand. They formed a formation and surrounded the demon race. Humph. Ao Jing snorted coldly and flew over from a high place. Behind him were a few injured dragon generals. Greetings, second marquis. The demon race all bowed. Ao Jing flung his sleeve and said indifferently, rise. When the demon race all rose, Ao Jing clenched his teeth. His face was somewhat ferocious as he said fiercely, do you know what happened? We don't know. The demon race were baffled. Of course, Xiaofan was among them. Bring them up. Ao Jing roared. At the edge of the dragon boat, dozens of demon race were pulled up into the air by thin ropes. As the ropes were pulled up, the demon race's bodies floated up like kites. They screamed and struggled with all their might, but the ropes seemed to be tied up in their bodies. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Xiaofan hurriedly released his vital sense to see who it was. The other demon race also released their vital sense. Unfortunately, the demon race that was hung up was outside the demon formation of the dragon boat. All the demon race's vital sense was blocked, so they couldn't see who it was. Ao Jing said fiercely, I treat people with kindness. The demon race that wants to receive the favor of the North Sea Dragon Palace is kindly received by me. The quota for this trip to the North Sea Dragon Palace is limited, but I feel that, since you all have a request to the North Sea Dragon Palace, you naturally have your own difficulties. So I earnestly asked my father to allow you to bring more people. Because of this, my father scolded me. But this king's good intentions were treated as ill intent. These monsters. Look, they actually took advantage of this king's carelessness to sneak into the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Taking advantage of the conflict between this king and General Ao Xian, they actually incited Ao Xian to assassinate this king. Fortunately, Ao Xian is loyal to me. When I was drunk and punished her, she didn't hate me. She reported this important news to me at the critical moment. Tell me, Do these traitors of the sea race deserve to be killed? They deserve to be killed. They deserve to be killed. The demon race clamored. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was no less than that of the demon race. The chrysalis inside the dragon boat said loudly, "Second Marquis, who is the sea race that tried to assassinate you? Are there spies of the sea race among us?" "Humph." Ao Jing snorted and said, "Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the sea race of the heavenly abode river. In the past, they challenged the dignity of the Dragon Island and were expelled from the 3 rivers and 4 seas. The Dragon Palace of the 4 seas was ordered to exterminate the heavenly abode river. They hold a grudge against the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. They're always thinking about revenge." At this point, Ao Jing's expression softened. He swept his gaze across the demon race and said with a smile, "My fellow immortals have been very peaceful in the cabins during this period of time. The rebellion of the heavenly abode river has nothing to do with you fellow immortals. You don't need to think too much about it." Then, Ao Jing waved his dragon claw and shouted, "Kill!" "Yes." The sea generals agreed in unison. Then, they looked at the dragon boat again. Beams of light fell like snowflakes, landing on the bodies of the dozens of demons. Pieces of flesh were cut off from the bodies of these demons. In a few breaths, dozens of skeletons waving their hands and speaking appeared in front of the demons. "Damn it! Cut them into pieces." Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. It seems that all the demon race of the heavenly abode river is dead. Even the remaining ones are quite strong. I'm afraid they won't dare to come out again. The burden of saving Xiao Yun has fallen on this Xiao's shoulders. However, since the sea race of the heavenly abode river has been exterminated, Ao Jing's vigilance has naturally decreased. I just need to find the dragon shell that imprisoned Xiao Yun, take it, and escape. Chapter 3971. You. Are you the Great Elder? Xiaofan asked tentatively, What? What's going on? My name is Jiang Xia. The female dragon's face was filled with regret as she replied, I'm the second elder of the heavenly abode river. The Great Elder, Jiang Tian, is currently leading the disciples of the heavenly abode river to seize control of the dragon boat. As for what happened here, I don't know either. However, based on the previous situation, we should have fallen into Ao Jing's trap. You acted too early. Xiaofan was also helpless. How would I know that the Hui just now wasn't you? Sound transmissions can't be transmitted on this dragon boat, so I couldn't probe. Since he turned into a dragon and sent out a signal from the heavenly abode river, of course I had to act. Jiang Xia, it's really you. Ao Jing stood in the air, laughing like a cat playing with a mouse, then looked at Xiaofan and said, This Hui of the Hui clan. Which fellow immortal of the monster clan are you? Xiaofan sneered and replied, Do you want to know who this old man is? Explain it to this old man first and see how this old man feels. Who would have the patience to know who you are? Ao Jing laughed, all the survivors of the heavenly abode river who fell into this king's trap will be killed. This king doesn't care who you are. However, since you want to know, this king is happy to let you know. Humph. Hearing this, Xiaofan sneered again, You're just a stinky loach. Do you think this old man can't see it now? The so-called injury to Ao Xian was just a pretense, and the attack by the heavenly abode river was a farce. You were the one who directed it, weren't you? The purpose was to make the sea clan of the heavenly abode river relax their vigilance, thinking that they had escaped your trap. In particular, you stopped the dragon boat here, creating the illusion of a desperate situation, and lured the heavenly abode river to attack. Then you used the fake Long Bay to attract the attention of the heavenly abode river, so that the sea clan of the heavenly abode river would be exposed. In order to add fuel to the fire, you let this Hui use the signal of the heavenly abode river, and even used the 1,000 illusion pearl to transform into Jiang Xia's appearance. In such a hurry, which Sea clan of the heavenly abode river could tell? Unknowingly, I fell into your trap. I presume that you have already set up troops everywhere on the dragon boat and are ambushing the Sea clan in the grotto heaven? You're a human. Hearing Xiao Hua's tireless explanation, Ao Jing couldn't help but be shocked. But your demon body doesn't seem like a human's? Actually, there was no need for me to expose myself. As Xiao Hua spoke, he turned to look at Jiang Xia. Presumably, second elder has been keeping an eye on this old master all this time, occasionally speaking against this old master. On one hand, it's to remind this old master to pay attention, and on the other hand, it's to think that if an accident happens, you can withdraw and complete the mission of rescuing Jiang Hong, right? Not bad. Jiang Xia did not hide anything and replied, "You are one of the pillars that the Dong Tian River can rely on, but we will not completely rely on the human race. If not for the danger earlier, I wouldn't have made a move." Actually, you didn't have to make a move. Xiao Hua sighed, "These little loaches can't hurt me. But since you've already made your move, I won't pursue the matter of you abandoning me." Who exactly are you?" The more Ao Jing listened, the more surprised he became. Although he already had victory in his hands, he still couldn't help but ask. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looked at Ao Jing and said with a smile, "You only need to tell me where Jiang Hong is, and I will naturally tell you who I am." "Of course Jiang Hong is here." Ao Jing flicked his sleeve and took out another long bay. He smiled and said, "Could it be that you want me to let her out for a look? If you have the ability, then let her out for a look." Xiao Hua smiled, "With your cunning nature, how could you put Jiang Hong on this dragon boat?" "Ao sure." Suddenly, Jiang Xia exclaimed, "Did Ao sure take Jiang Hong away?" Not bad, you actually saw through this king's plan at this time, truly amazing." Ao Jing laughed. As early as the night Ao Xian captured Jiang Hong, this king arranged for Ao Shi to take Jiang Hong away from Yuling Bay. Although Ao Shi can't enter the North Sea Dragon Palace at this time, as long as this king kills all of you, he will naturally meet up with this king before entering the North Sea Dragon Palace. Jiang Xia's face turned ashen when she heard this. The Grotto Heaven River had painstakingly schemed and plotted, but in the end, it was all for naught. They had even fallen into the biggest trap. She muttered, "If I had known this would happen, would have sent someone. No, I would have personally followed Ao Shi." "Is there any point in saying this now?" Ao Jing laughed very happily. "This king knows that your heavenly abode river will make some moves. Among the soldiers that you arranged to return with Ao Shi, there are dragon generals. The Oceanids you sent have probably been devoured long ago. You don't have to think about saving Jiang Hong anymore." Jiang Xia's ears, the battle cries grew louder and louder, and some Oceanids had already rushed to the deck. Seeing this, Ao Jing couldn't help but frown. He knew in his heart the strength of the troops that he had set up the trap. According to his previous thoughts, part of the reason why he and Jiang Xia were stalling here was to wait for the battle below the deck to end, but it seemed, the heavenly abode river's layout was far beyond his imagination. "Damn Jiang Tian!" Ao Jing cursed angrily. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xiao Hua, and he shouted fiercely, "Jiang Tian, don't think that this king can't recognize you. Your heavenly abode river's target is Long Bay, which is Jiang Hong. How can you abandon this king?" Xiao Hua sneered, looked at Ao Jing, and said, "I have never seen a demon as narcissistic as you. Do you think you have victory in your hands? Do you think you have seen through everything? However, since you have already explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, this old man can only promise." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and after the demon cloud disappeared, a thin human figure appeared in front of the demons. You are really a human cultivator?" Ao Jing was surprised, and he frowned and asked. Xiao Hua replied indifferently, yes, this old man is Xiao Hua of the Dao sect. Humph. When Ao Jing heard that it was a Dao sect cultivator, he snorted coldly and said, this king doesn't even care about the Confucian cultivators of the immortal palace. How can I be afraid of you, a Dao sect cultivator? Jiang Xia, your heavenly abode river is really hopeless. You even dare to use a Dao sect cultivator. Hearing Ao Jing's words, Xiao Hua whispered to Jiang Xia, second elder, Ao Jing is too strong here. We are no match for him. Let's escape separately and meet up with the great elder. According to the previous plan, we will hijack the entire dragon boat. What? What plan? Jiang Xia was slightly stunned and quite puzzled. However, seeing Xiao Hua winking at her and his figure swaying, ready to fly to the edge of the deck, Jiang Xia endured the pain and urged her dragon body to follow him. At that moment, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared near Xiao Hua and Jiang Xia. Although the demonic cloud was thin, it was extremely tough, blocking their path. Looking at the thin strands of cloud, Xiao Hua believed that if he bumped into it, it would be sharper than the edge of a blade. Huff! Jiang Xia spat out a mouthful of flames. The demon clouds melted in the flames like cotton threads, but the demon clouds in front of Xiao Hua covered his head. At the same time, Ao Jing's voice sounded lazily again. You still want to escape and control the dragon boat at this time? Do you think it's possible? To shoot a man, shoot the horse first. To catch bandits, catch the leader first. Just when Xiao Hua was in a desperate situation, he suddenly stood up and chanted. His whole body flashed with a pale golden brilliance, and his whole body expanded rapidly. The power of the stars and the moon poured in like a waterfall. The seemingly tough demon clouds were even more fragile than spider silk and collapsed under the transcendent's golden body. Not only that, but with Xiao Hua's voice, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Ao Jing. Ah! Ao Jing was shocked. He had already heard Xiao Hua's voice transmission to Jiang Xia through the demon array of the dragon boat. He thought that Xiao Hua and Jiang Xia were going to rush out to find Jiang Tian. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to make a feint. However, in addition to being surprised, a grim smile appeared on his face. He waved his right dragon claw slightly, and in the space hundreds of feet between him and Xiao Hua, layers of demon clouds appeared little by little like frozen ice. The demon clouds were not only as sharp as swords, but also as hard as rocks, indestructible. Xiao Hua only flew a few feet before he was immediately blocked by the demon array of the dragon boat. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and reached out his hand. Rumble. The sound of thunder suddenly sounded, and then two lightning bolts were caught in Xiao Hua's hand. Kill! Xiao Hua roared, and the lightning bolts shot out like flying spears. Gotcha! Layers of demon clouds were shattered by the lightning bolts. Before the demon clouds stirred and urged the power of the stars and the moon, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and thunderbolts fell like a rainstorm. Not only did the demon clouds collapse, but even the area around Ao Jing was filled with lightning and thunder. Damn Dao cultivator! Ao Jing wasn't nervous at all. Draconic qi surged around his body, blocking the lightning. At the same time, thick pillars of starlight and moonlight appeared where the demonic clouds had just collapsed. These pillars of light surged violently towards Xiao Hua, clearly intending to kill him on the spot. Xiao Hua's originally flying figure stopped in midair, and his eyes flashed with contempt. He sneered and said, "Little loach, this Xiao will let you know the history of my human race. I'll let you know what it means to be at the end of your rope." While speaking, Xiao Hua waved left and right, and a golden light rushed out from his Daoist robe. The soaring dragon shears turned into a golden dragon, and with a casual cut of the dragon's tail, the pillars of light from the stars and the moon were neatly cut into two. And Xiao Hua's figure flew dozens of feet away at this moment. "Quick, protect the prince!" Ao Xian roared and threw herself in front of Xiao Hua. The long spear in her hand danced and stabbed toward Xiao Hua's chest. The long spear was like a shooting star. The demon qi around Ao Xian surged, and the power of the stars and the moon overflowed from the tip of the spear. Wherever the long spear passed, cracks in the void uncontrollably appeared. Chapter 3972. The North Sea Dragon Palace is nothing more than this. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the tip of the spear piercing his chest. His arms lifted like an ape, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Grow, 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 with Xiao Hua's roar, the wishful steel staff turned into 100 feet long, and a gust of wind blew between it. Boom! It hit the long spear, and the long spear immediately flew diagonally under Xiao Hua's great force. What was even more bullying was that Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff continued to grow, and it fell towards Ao Xian's right shoulder. Ao Xian was shocked, and her dragon tail swayed quickly, trying to block Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff simply gave up on Ao Xian's arm. Boom! There was a loud noise, and several scales fell with the roar. Ao Xian's dragon body was actually hit by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Just as Ao Xian's figure was sent flying, Xiao Hua's figure once again rushed forward several tens of zhang. Beside him, a golden-armored dragon general wielded a pair of purple golden hammers and smashed them down like heavenly thunder. The space several tens of zhang below the purple golden hammers was covered, and a kind of suffocating aura was emitted from the purple golden hammers. Attack! Xiao Hua shouted loudly. The seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space, but the coiling dragon-mouth seal blocked the purple golden hammer with lightning speed. Layers of strong wind were generated from the collision between the magic tool and the demonic tool. The nearby demonic beasts were all blown up by this strong wind. Hundreds of demonic beasts were blown back by at least several hundred feet. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff swept across and hit the dragon general's waist. With a crisp sound, the tough golden armor was smashed into pieces, and the dragon general's waist also collapsed. The dragon general's figure flew along with the wishful steel staff, and fell on the deck in a sorry state compared to Ao Xian. Xiao Hua's golden body did not stop at all, and with the wishful steel staff, he was already close to Ao Jing. Because of the two dragon generals, there were already 5 to 6 dragon generals in front of Xiao Jing. Not only were these dragon generals holding weapons and demonic artifacts, their bodies were also connected with the demonic array. A mountain-like barrier appeared in front of Xiao Hua, enveloping the surrounding several hundred feet. Xiao Hua sneered and a rumbling sound came from his body. The 5-colored sword light uncontrollably emitted from the golden body, and then the unmatched sword intent of heaven and earth appeared from Xiao Hua's hand along with 9 sword lights. Open! Xiao Hua shouted angrily. The sword lights condensed into one and directly slashed at the barrier that was connected to the dragon boat. Whoosh! Like the autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, the barrier was split in half by the sword energy. The dragon armor of the 5 or 6 dragon generals fell to the ground, and their demon treasures and weapons were split in half. His figure flew up along with the sword light. You. Ao Jing saw such a familiar sword light. How could he not know the origin of Xiao Hua? Fear immediately appeared in his heart, but before he could finish his words, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and his huge body appeared again in front of Ao Jing. Not good. All the Yao and dragon generals turned pale with fright. When Xiao Hua turned around to capture the king, Ao Jing and several other dragon generals tried to stop Xiao Hua, but under Xiao Hua's tiger-like attacks, they instantly collapsed. Xiao Hua urged his divine ability, and like a hot knife through butter, he attacked in front of Ao Jing in the blink of an eye. At this time, how could the generals stop him? Killing one person in 10 steps, the heroic spirit of 1,000 miles without leaving a single trace. Far away, Jiang Xia was also intoxicated. "Don't hurt my master." All the dragon generals had no time to check their injuries and roared and wanted to rush again. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was like a heavenly pillar, smashing towards Ao Jing's forehead. "Ha ha ha." Ao Jing laughed, "Ignorant human, the son of my North Sea Dragon Palace is actually someone you can kill?" As he spoke, dragon chi surged from Ao Jing's golden armor, and an earth-yellow dragon pendant flew out. The dragon chi within the dragon pendant, which could not be blocked by anything, turned into a dragon and rushed out. All the dragon generals trembled, and all the demons found it hard to resist this dragon's might. They prostrated themselves on the ground. This is the power of the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon King. Roar. Beyond everyone's expectations, a loud dragon roar came out from Xiaohua's body, and an even more vigorous dragon body flew out. This dragon body was not afraid of the dragon chi of the dragon soul at all. It opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon into its mouth, then quickly turned in mid-air and disappeared into Xiaohua's body. This. Ao Jing was stunned. Since the dragon was gone, the dragon's power left behind by the giant dragon suppressed him so much that he could not even raise his head. How could he still have the will to fight Xiaohua? "Give me your life." Xiaohua sneered again, and the wishful steel staff fell like a mountain. Boom! It hit the dragon pendant that suddenly grew. Gotcha! The dragon pendant made a crisp sound, and the dragon pendant that was personally refined by the Dragon King of the North Sea Dragon Palace was actually shattered by Xiaohua. Woo! After the wind, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff fell in front of Ao Jing's forehead. Ao Jing's face was ashen, and his whole dragon body flashed with golden light. A huge force rushed over like a wave, wanting to fight to the death with Xiaohua. The dragon tail was like a pair of scissors, sweeping Xiaohua's waist in a few breaths. Boom! Xiaohua's golden body collapsed more than a dozen feet, but Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Jing's attack to use his divine sense like a hammer to cover Ao Jing within 100 feet. Moreover, his divine sense rapidly contracted. No matter how Ao Jing struggled, he couldn't escape from Xiaohua's hands. Save the prince. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were shocked and they saw Ao Jing fall into Xiaohua's hands, and they were ready to rush over. Alas! Xiaohua sighed slightly in his heart, but he still clapped his hands, and the hand of Yuanying was displayed. He firmly grasped Ao Jing's dragon body and shouted, "Ao Jing is in the hands of this Xiao, who dares to come over?" This. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals stopped in mid-air, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Taoist Master Xiao. Jiang Xia was really overjoyed, but in a moment, Xiaohua was actually able to catch the head of the dragon boat, which was an unexpected surprise. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Xia's figure flying over and hurriedly shouted, "Second elder, run." Why? Jiang Xia was somewhat incomprehensible. At this time, a cold voice sounded over the dragon boat, because the one Xiaohua captured, is not this king. What? Jiang Xia's brain was really not enough. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief, and then looked at Ao Jing who was caught by Xiaohua's Yuanying hand. Even Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were stunned on the spot. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and grabbed with his big hand. With a crackling sound, the brilliance around Ao Jing's body seemed to be cut into pieces, and a dragon general who was also of the dragon race but looked completely different appeared in mid-air. It was Ao Jiu who they had never seen before. Taoist Xiao, Taoist Xiao. Ao Jing's voice shook all around, this king really didn't expect that in the Yazi auction house, it was always you who was against this king. But, how do you know that the one you captured is not this king's real body? Xiaohua did not let go of Aojio, and only replied indifferently, this Xiao has met you before, how can Aojio compare to your strength? However, in this Xiao's opinion, your courage is even smaller than a rabbit's. Your strength surpasses this Xiao's, so why don't you fight with this Xiao? Why should this king fight with a lowly human like you? This king only needs to drive this dragon boat to the North Sea Dragon Palace, and it will be a great merit. Don't you want this loyal Aojio to live? Xiaohua's big hand tightened, and several bloody marks appeared on the surface of Aojio's body. Aojio. Aojing's voice was still indifferent, what do you think this king should do? Aojio was like a little loach in the hands of Xiaohua's Yuanying. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. When he heard Aojing's question, he simply gave up struggling and said loudly, from the moment this general obtained the 1,000 illusion pearl, this general had already thought of today's outcome. Since this general is under the king's command, it is natural for this general to sacrifice himself for the king. The king should prioritize the affairs of the Dragon Palace, there is no need to care about this general's life and death. Xiaohua, do you understand? Aojing said proudly, let's not talk about the fact that you captured Aojio. Even if you really captured me, I would definitely not submit. I would definitely kill all of you remnants of the Grotto Heaven River on the dragon boat. Generals, listen to my order. Kill. Yes. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals received the order and bowed. Then, the clouds around their bodies surged, revealing their dragon bodies one by one. The entire dragon boat began to swirl and swirl. The dragon race was a higher race of the demon race. When the dragon's might appeared, all the demons trembled and rushed toward the cabin without hesitation. This kind of battle was not something they could participate in. Fine, since you want to die, this Xiao will fulfill your wish. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. His Yuanying's hand moved, and the sound of blood flowing was heard in the air. Ao Ao. Aojio's heart-wrenching scream also resounded through the dragon boat. Aojio was willing to die, but the pain before death was definitely beyond his imagination. Not to mention, under Xiaohua's soul technique, his soul was struggling and suffering. Kill. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals roared. Dozens of dragon eyes were filled with blood vessels as they roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. Jiang Xia also roared angrily. Her dragon body transformed, and beautiful dragon patterns appeared around her body. The dragon patterns released a silver brilliance, and each ray of brilliance was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky and pierced toward the dragons. Clang, clang. Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were surrounded by demonic clouds. It was the demonic array that was formed by the dragon generals controlling the dragon boat. The flying sword made a loud sound when it hit the demonic clouds, but when it stabbed Ao Xian and the other dragon generals, it was already weak. It only forced Ao Xian and the other dragon generals to retreat, but it could not hurt them. Roar. When Jiang Xia saw this, she was a little embarrassed and angry. She roared loudly and ignored the injuries on her dragon body. Her entire dragon body moved, and the dragon horns on her dragon head flashed with a silver color. This silver color was like a ball that swam around Jiang Xia's body. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xia's entire body was covered by this silver color. Jiang Xia's dragon body pounced toward Ao Xian and the other dragon generals. The demonic array of the dragon boat in the air was destroyed, and Ao Xian and the other dragon generals were sent flying by Jiang Xia. Chapter 3973. Xiaohua looked around, then looked at Aojio, who was unafraid of death. He smiled coldly, grabbed Aojio's dragon body with one hand, and pressed it deep into the deck. His other hand landed on Aogyo's dragon tail, and his fingers shone with a pale golden light. He exerted a little force, and Aogyo's tough dragon skin was torn apart by Xiaohua. As dragon blood flowed out, Xiaohua pinched the dragon tendon in Aogyo's body and said coldly, "People often say that dragon tendons are tough. I'm lacking a dragon tendon to bind my waist, so I'll use your dragon tendon." "You!" Aojing's voice was filled with rare anger, and he shouted angrily, "You can kill the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace, but if you insult him, my North Sea Dragon Palace will be irreconcilable with you." Xiaohua didn't care about Aojing's words. He fiddled with Aogyo's dragon tendon again, and lifted a layer of dragon skin with his fingers. He said again, "It said that the dragon skin of the dragon race is invulnerable to water and fire. It should be quite impressive for me to make a Taoist robe with it, right? Damn it." Aojing's voice was furious. "Xiaohua, if you dare to make a move, I'll never forgive you." Xiaohua said coldly, "I didn't intend to beg for mercy. I've been standing here for a long time, but what about you? The dignified second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace is actually hiding in the demon formation of the dragon boat, and saying these useless things. You don't even dare to come out when I skin your dragon general. Tell me, who will dare to serve you in the future?" "What? Someone actually dares to touch the dragon general of my North Sea Dragon Palace and skin him?" Suddenly, a faint voice came from the edge of the dragon boat. "I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such an arrogant human cultivator." "Oh?" This voice was very soft, but in Xiaohua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He raised his gaze and looked past Jiang Xia, who was fighting fiercely, past Ao Xian and the other dragons who were rolling about, and saw a small dragon whose body was flickering with a dual-colored light. The small dragon's scales were only the size of a fist, and there were faint dragon runes flashing on each scale. The two dragon shapes on the raised dragon head were actually white. This little dragon floated in the air. It didn't exude any arrogant dragon might, but its icy cold eyes swept over the dragon boat. The generals fighting couldn't help but restrain their auras, afraid that it would see them. "Hiss, this is Ao Jian. Why is he on the dragon boat?" Jiang Xia sucked in a breath of cold air and transmitted her voice in surprise. Although Jiang Xia didn't say who Ao Jian was, from her tone, Xiaohua already knew that he had met an enemy. Moreover, he also knew that he probably wouldn't have the chance to capture the leader first. Xiaohua naturally would not really attack Aogyo. Upon seeing Ao Jian appear, he did not hesitate to put Aogyo into the cosmic bracelet. Xiaohua's body had just moved when a huge force emerged from beneath him, forcefully restraining his body. Of course, it was only for a few breaths before the dark gold light around Xiaohua's body flashed, shattering the restraints. Unfortunately, it was also during this short delay that Aogyo, who was captured beneath him, suddenly twisted his dragon body and actually escaped from Xiaohua's control, flying towards Ao Jian in an abnormally sorry state. Xiaohua was shocked, but he didn't dare to chase after Aogyo's flying dragon body. Ao Jian didn't seem to see Aogyo, and it was as if he didn't do anything. He just flew over slowly as if he was playing. He glanced at Xiaohua and asked indifferently, "You are a human cultivator. Where did you get the dragon aura of my dragon clan? What was that huge dragon that appeared for a moment?" The calmer Ao Jian was, the less dragon power appeared around him. Xiaohua was even more shocked. He knew that there would be some experts on the dragon boat, but he definitely didn't expect that he would be the only one facing them at this time. Where was the dragon clan of the Heavenly Abode River? Run! Jiang Xia saw Ao Jian appear and lost the confidence to kill Ao Xian and the others. She hurriedly shouted, "Only the Great Elder can stop Ao Jian. We are no match for him. Since you forced me to come out, do you still want to leave now?" Ao Jian's tone was still indifferent. His figure stopped in mid-air, slightly opened his mouth, and a dragon's breath came out of his mouth. Xiaohua only felt that the entire space seemed to be frozen, and an indescribable dragon's force squeezed towards him from all directions. Xiaohua sighed softly. His divine consciousness condensed into a hammer and struck out like a meteor. Rumble. Formless collisions continuously occurred within a radius of 1,000 feet. That frozen space was actually destroyed by Xiaohua. Oh! What kind of Daoist spell is this? It's so powerful. Ao Jian was a little surprised. Why wasn't such a Daoist cultivator captured in the Penglai immortal realm? Could it be that the immortal palace's inspectors are all blind? Roar. Ao Jian finally let out a low roar. That earth-shattering dragon's might rushed out like a wave and covered Xiaohua. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua sneered. The clouds around his body surged. Xiaohua urged the dragon statue to fly out of his body with its fangs bared and claws brandished. The same unparalleled dragon might was released and collided with Ao Jian's dragon might. The strong airwaves were like the pressure of two Daoist cultivators colliding, flying in all directions. Ao Jian's ice-cold eyes flashed with surprise. He shouted, "No, no. You're not my real dragon. And not the dragon blood Dharma body. But where did the true dragon's breath come from?" Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua be long-winded with him? Xiaohua urged the dragon's vein and pounced towards Ao Jian with a roar. At the same time, at the top of Xiaohua's head, four-colored true qi spewed out. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's figure appeared from the true qi. Xiaohua raised his hand, and 9 sword lights gathered again. A shocking sword quickly formed. You're actually a Confucian cultivator? Ao Jian's dragon body collided with dragon vein Xiaohua, causing dragon vein Xiaohua's body to scatter. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua come out, he actually cried out in surprise, and this Confucian cultivator's cultivation is also so high. It's really strange. Not only that. I'll let you see this Xiao's means. Xiaohua faced a strong opponent like Ao Jian and narrowed his eyes. The wishful staff in his hand danced again. At the same time, he rushed towards Ao Jian and secretly released the green-robed Xiaohua. Unfortunately, with just these means, you're still not my opponent. Ao Jian's dragon tail rolled, and a strange whirlwind swept past, sending Xiaohua flying. He sneered and said, "If your dragon form condensed into a solid body, you might have the strength to fight with this old man, Daoist Xiao, run." Jiang Xia's body flashed with sword lights as she rushed over and shouted. The dragon claw under Ao Jian waved, and a cold light appeared out of thin air, slashing at Jiang Xia's dragon tail. At the same time, the sword lights scattered, and a large piece of flesh fell with dragon scales. Jiang Xia was in so much pain that she almost rolled in the air. This old man also saw your dragon form. That's all there is to it. Human, prepare to die. Ao Jian shouted coldly again. He raised his 2 dragon claws, and 8 pillars of dragon qi rushed out. 4 of them fell on Xiaohua's body, almost piercing through his dragon body. The other 4 dragon qi were like huge dragon claws that wanted to capture Xiaohua. Boom, shua, the Tingjiao shears and the seal of turning the sea suddenly attacked. The golden light flashed, and the dragon qi was split in half. The other dragon qi was also defeated by the seal of turning the sea. Oh! Ao Jian was stunned. At this time, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff had already fallen and hit one of the dragon qi. This dragon qi was also defeated, boom. The last dragon qi hit Xiaohua's body, and Xiaohua flew back 100 feet. Although the golden body was defeated, it did not collapse. Eat this Xiao's sword. At this time, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword technique had finished accumulating power. The long sword in his hand waved, and the soaring sword intent lit up the sky. Ao Jian did not dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth, and a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out to meet the flying sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a layer of thunder strangely appeared out of thin air. This thunder had the power of heaven and earth compared to the flying sword, and it blasted towards Ao Jian. This. In the face of the thunder technique displayed by the invisible nascent soul, even someone as strong as Ao Jian was shocked. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He could only retreat quickly, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. At the same time, his dragon pearl turned into a huge curtain, and a ray of light gushed out from it, ready to resist Xiao Hua's strongest blow. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky, and a layer of thunder light was seen, like hot water being poured on snow. The demon array on the dragon boat flashed with demon clouds and thin threads, melting rapidly, and the power of the stars and moon turned into nothingness. Holding the world in my hand, hiding a ravine in my chest, my heart is like my sword, the sword will cut down the group of demons. As the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua sang, the flying sword that was chopping towards Ao Jian suddenly rose up. The demon array that was about to collapse, as the sword light cut into it, woo-woo. It let out a trembling sound. Shwa. A crack of several hundred feet in size appeared on the dragon boat, and the seawater at the bottom of the North Sea immediately poured into the dragon boat. Moreover, under the huge water pressure, the crack of several hundred feet in size cracked in all directions. Woo! The trembling sound of the dragon boat's demon array became louder and louder. The entire dragon boat suddenly began to shake violently, and even began to sway. The seawater that fell into the dragon boat also let out ear-piercing squeaking sounds, and the ochre-red bubbles corroded the deck of the dragon boat, creating small holes. Damn it! Ao Jian looked at the light in front of him with extreme embarrassment. He really did not expect that Xiao Hua did not have the heart to fight with him. Everything was a feint. Ao Jian could not help but curse. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he had already put away the soaring dragon scissors and the seal of turning the sea. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also struggled to fly back to Xiao Hua's body. In front of a powerful enemy like Ao Jian, Xiao Hua, who did not have a real dragon body, could not take the initiative. Just as Ao Jian was cursing, Xiao Hua made a gesture, and the whole Transcendent's golden body flashed with a dark golden luster, setting off a cluster of water waves, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of the current to enter the dragon boat and use the water escape technique to escape. Chapter 3974. From the moment Xiao Hua started fighting with Ao Jian, only a few breaths of time had passed. Jiang Xia, who had been injured by Ao Jian, had only rolled a few times in the air and had just landed on the deck. At this time, seeing Xiao Hua's decisiveness, Jiang Xia was a little hesitant. She couldn't compare to Xiao Hua. Not only were there sea tribe members of the Heavenly Abode River on the dragon boat, but there was also the Great Elder under the deck. How could she abandon them and escape? However, she was very clear about Ao Jian's strength. Apart from Jiang Tian who could resist him, even she and Xiao Hua were not his opponents. If she didn't escape with Xiao Hua now, she was afraid that she wouldn't have any chance. Human, stay here. Ao Jian sneered, and the dragon ball disappeared into thin air. The next moment, a dual-colored light appeared outside the water light. Although Xiao Hua's water escape technique was powerful, in front of the dragon ball that was born from water essence, it was still half a level lower. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed in front of the dragon pearl's multicolored light, and that multicolored light was torn into strands. Ao Jian's dragon pearl also had traces of cracks on it. Ao Jian wailed in pain. With a shake of his dragon body, his figure also disappeared. His water escape technique was innate. Xiaohua was blocked by the dragon ball, so how could he escape? The dragon ball, under Ao Jian's control, turned into a net of light and merged with the demon formation. The dragon chi above the light was like a sharp knife, but this light was also corroded by the strange seawater. However, Ao Jian stood in front of Xiaohua. The entire dragon boat began to rotate, and the seawater raged. He only said coldly, "Human, go to hell." As he spoke, a dragon scale came out from between Ao Jian's eyebrows and disappeared into the void in a flash. Then, he saw Xiaohua's expression, and the space around him began to boil. A huge golden rock with unparalleled power smashed towards Xiaohua. Boom! The huge rock formed from the dragon scale was like Ao Jian's all-out attack. Xiaohua couldn't resist at all. The huge rock hit Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's body was already extremely tough, and even the sage of literature could not destroy it. However, under this huge rock, his body caved in several inches, and Xiaohua could only take advantage of the momentum to retreat. Ao Jian's face was filled with surprise. He never thought that this human's body would be even tougher than his own dragon body. His figure danced again, and a faint halo appeared on his sharp dragon horns. Cracks appeared in the void. Looking at the ferocious look in Ao Jian's eyes, it seemed that he was preparing to use all kinds of methods to kill Xiaohua here. Facing Ao Jian's deadly attack, Xiaohua immediately waved his left arm. Layers of devil chi rapidly seeped out of his blood vessels. Xiaohua wanted to raise his devil blade and fight to the death with Ao Jian. Boom! Just when Xiaohua was about to reveal his devil body, a huge rumbling sound came from outside the dragon boat. The dragon boat started to spin crazily. Outside the dragon boat, the originally calm seabed gave birth to a huge storm. It was as if an invisible hand was crazily stirring up the entire North Sea. However, even though the entire dragon boat was shaking and the entire demon formation was collapsing, only Ao Jian's dragon body did not change at all. Xiaohua's devil blade also gradually revealed its ferocity. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar condensed in the void again. A pea-like multicolored light appeared, passed by Xiaohua out of thin air, and met the murderous dragon horn. Dragon horn? Great Elder! Although this multicolored light was small, once it appeared, the ferocious momentum that wanted to kill Xiaohua was blocked by this multicolored light. Within the multicolored light, a dragon horn as straight as Ao Jian's appeared. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The dragon horns of the two dragon experts hadn't touched yet, but with a sizzling sound, they collided with each other and produced electric sparks. As soon as the electric sparks appeared, a dazzling sword light appeared on the side of the two dragons again, and fiercely slashed at Ao Jian. Boom! The two dragon horns inevitably collided with each other, and the shocking sword light also slashed Ao Jian's body. The impact was so great that the deck of the dragon boat and the already collapsed demon formation cracked. Ao Jian stood in the air in a very sorry state, and a deep sword mark appeared on his scales. Opposite Ao Jian, a red dragon similar to Ao Jian tumbled a few times in the air and came to a stop with some difficulty. Great Elder! Jiang Xia urged her figure in the air, landed next to the red dragon, and called out, "What's the situation?" The red dragon was the great elder of the heavenly cave river, Jiang Tian. He glanced at Jiang Xia and said anxiously, "Jiang Jian and the others are fighting with the sea generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace for control of the dragon boat. Quickly go and help. Now that the dragon boat has encountered a rare scarlet storm, it's a good opportunity for us to die together with the North Sea Dragon Palace. We must not let the dragon boat escape from the scarlet storm." Yes. Hearing this, Jiang Xia's dragon eyes were filled with determination, and she urged her figure to fly down the deck. In just a moment, Ao Xian and the other dragon generals had already rushed down the deck. Obviously, the battle there was more tense than Ao Jing thought. Jiang Xia's participation would definitely make the battle more chaotic. Seeing Jiang Xia leave, Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at Ao Jian, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua, and the surprise in his eyes was self-evident. He said, "Zhenren Xiao, you really exceeded this old man's expectations. This time, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Cave River will owe you a lot again. This old man doesn't know how to explain it to you." Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Tian with mixed feelings. He knew that in Jiang Tian's eyes, his life could not be compared to the revenge of the Heavenly Cave River. Even his own life was in their calculations. If he was not strong enough, he would have been sacrificed long ago. However, even though he was scheming, he had also made it clear that all he needed to do was to be a pawn that Ao Jing would not expect. However, Ao Jing was too cunning. He had tricked Dong Tianjiang time and time again. Even though Ao Jing would not expect him to be a pawn, this effect was meaningless on the dragon boat. "No matter how strong I am, I can't compare to the Great Elder." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Today, I'd better think about how to escape from Ao Jian and escape from the dragon boat." "Why do you want to escape?" Jiang Tian looked coldly at Ao Jian and said, "If you want to escape, you may be killed by Ao Jian. Only if you want to kill Ao Jian can you have a chance to escape. However, enlightened master, no matter what, the Heavenly Cave River owes you again. If we all leave the North Sea alive, the Heavenly Cave River will promise you one thing." How could Xiao Hua not understand what Jiang Tian was trying to do? Wasn't he trying to make Xiao Hua go all out to kill Ao Jian? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, "Yes, this Xiao understands." Jiang Tian. Ao Jian said proudly, "You and I haven't seen each other for 500 years, right? I didn't expect your strength to not improve at all. I really don't know how you cultivate these days. Maybe you were my opponent 500 years ago, but now? In this old man's eyes, you're not even comparable to this little human kid." Ao Jian. Jiang Tian did not answer Ao Jian's question. Instead, he asked, "Why are you on the dragon boat? Could it be that you already knew that the Heavenly Cave River was going to hijack the dragon boat?" "Of course. If not, why would this old man hide on the dragon boat?" Ao Jian answered firmly. Jiang Tian's face was ashen. He muttered, "How? How is that possible? Could it be that after Ao Xian captured Jianghong, the North Sea Dragon Palace, sent the dragon boat with the intention of destroying the Heavenly Cave River?" "Of course." Ao Jian smiled. "Jiang Tian, after all your schemes, you still fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. From today onwards, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will be at peace, Grand Elder." Xiao Hua saw that Jiang Tian had lost all his will to fight, and that his entire body was drained of energy. He hurriedly snorted and said, "Don't listen to this old locha's nonsense. If the North Sea Dragon Palace had already predicted this, would you be facing Ao Jian?" Jiang Tian was stunned. His expression quickly changed. He raised his head and laughed. That's right. I'm in the middle of this, so I really don't understand. Ao Jian, the North Sea Dragon Palace sent the dragon boat before Jianghong was captured. How could the North Sea Dragon Palace know that the Heavenly Cave River was going to attack the dragon boat? That's true. Jiang Tian admitted without hesitation. He pointed his dragon claw at Jiang Tian and said, "Jiang Tian, you've been scheming too much in the past few hundred years. You've become narrow-minded. If you're narrow-minded, how can you have a bigger picture? You're no match for me now, and you'll never be my match in the future. To tell you the truth, even if I let you go today, you'll definitely die in my hands if you meet me again in the future. Xiaohua sighed in his heart, knowing that what Ao Jian said was not false. But at this time, how could he dare to let Jiang Tian recognize his fatal weakness? He said coldly, "Old Loach, don't bewitch him anymore. It's impossible for First Elder to fall for your low-level trick. In my opinion, you came to Yuling Bay with the dragon boat by chance. It's just a coincidence that you ran into this." Ao Jian's fierce gaze swept across Xiaohua. He replied indifferently, "You're right, kid. I didn't do it on purpose. I came back from overseas training and didn't have time to return to the Dragon Palace. I was already exhausted. When I saw the dragon boat leaving, I simply hid under the boat to rest. Who would have thought that I would run into the remnants of the Heavenly Cave River? Your Heavenly Cave River's luck has come to an end. Heaven wants to destroy your Heavenly Cave River." Before Ao Jian could finish his words, he heard a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves outside the dragon boat. Streaks of crimson sea waves, which were the patterns of the kaleidoscope, surged toward the dragon boat. The dragon boat finally couldn't withstand the tremendous force. It spun at an extremely fast speed and was swept into the depths of the sea. Boom! Boom! With a series of collisions, the demonic clouds in the dragon boat's demonic array slid down. Most of the weaker members of the oceanic tribe were tumbling along with the dragon boat. The battle cries gradually disappeared. Chapter 3975. Kill. Ao Jian's dragon eyes were filled with ferocity. As his dragon body twisted, he released his dragon aura and attacked Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian shouted, "Spiritual Master Xiao, help me. You and I will kill this monster today." "All right." Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hands, and the lightning rolled up like a thunderbolt, landing on Ao Jian's dragon body like a sharp sword. The lightning technique taught by Do Shanjun was indeed powerful. Although Xiaohua had not mastered it yet, the lightning was the same as the technique Xiaohua used before. It scattered the dragon aura around Ao Jian's body, and deep marks appeared on Ao Jian's scales. It was even more powerful than the magic treasures of ordinary Daoist cultivators. Humph! Ao Jian waved his dragon claws and fought with Jiang Tian. At the same time, he snorted coldly. The somewhat broken dragon pearl turned into a small dragon and also danced, fighting with Xiaohua's lightning. The lightning was like a shadow, and the dragon aura was like a form. The incoming seawater and reefs were all turned into nothingness by the lightning and dragon aura. Even the dragon boat's restriction was torn to pieces by this murderous aura. After fighting like this for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Although it was easy for Xiaohua to activate the lightning, it consumed his magic power after all. In the space of a few hundred feet around Ao Jian, his magic power gradually showed signs of being difficult to mobilize. Moreover, although the power of the lightning was great, in the face of an old dragon like Ao Jian who had cultivated for who knows how long, the power was still not enough. Looking at the fight between Jiang Tian and Ao Jian, most of them relied on their physical bodies. Every move saw flesh, and their claws saw blood. Ordinary demonic power was rarely used. "I understand." Xiaohua thought for a moment and thought to himself, although the demon race tempers the power of the stars and moon, their physical bodies are really tough. Ordinary demonic techniques can't break their physical bodies. Instead of wasting time to cultivate demonic techniques, it's better to directly fight with their physical bodies. Moreover, the innate magical power of the demon race lies in their physical bodies. Only when they return to their original bodies, they are the strongest. No matter how the human cultivator's physical body is tempered, it can't be compared to the innate physical body of the demon race. The human race can only rely on magic, Confucian or Buddhist techniques to compete with the demon race. However, these acquired abilities are still slightly inferior to the innate abilities of the demon race. Thinking of this, Xiaohua withdrew his lightning technique and brandished his fists. He actually used the Big Dipper God Fist in midair to fight with the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, although the little dragon transformed from the dragon pearl was powerful and also contained a wisp of Aojian's primordial spirit, Xiaohua's Big Dipper God Fist was not much inferior to the thunder technique. The dragon pearl had already been damaged by Xiaohua's attack. Now that it was fighting with Xiaohua, it only took a moment for Xiaohua's fist to land on the little dragon's body. The little dragon howled in grief, and Aojian's figure also twitched. The little dragon's body flashed with multicolored light and turned back into the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl had just appeared when Xiaohua's divine sense hammer fell again, smashing the dragon pearl in half. Damn it! Aojian cursed. He opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath, collecting the two halves of the dragon pearl. The dragon claw streaked across the air and landed on Xiaohua's chest. Fight! Xiaohua did not seem to be afraid. His right hand clenched into a fist, and like a meteor, he met the dragon claw head-on. Boom! Xiaohua's figure retreated rapidly, and Aojian also retreated several feet. Roar! Without waiting for Aojian's figure to stabilize in midair, Jiang Tian's dragon body flashed, and the seawater nearby turned into a whirlpool. Jiang Tian passed through the whirlpool, and the dragon horn pierced towards Aojian's abdomen. Aojian's dragon body shook with all his strength, and he barely managed to stretch out his hind claw. Pa! A loud sound rang out, and the multicolored light on the dragon horn was extinguished. However, Aojian's dragon claw was also deeply pierced by the dragon horn, and dragon blood flowed out. Whoosh! Aojian did not have time to cry out in pain. The water beside him swayed, and Xiaohua's mountain-like fist had already arrived. His movements were even stranger than Jiang Tian's, and before Aojian could react, it had already hit the dragon scales on Aojian's body. Pa! The sound of dragon scales shattering rang out, and Aojian's protective dragon aura was scattered, and the dragon scales shattered into several pieces. Roar! Aojian was furious. He opened his mouth, and a dragon roar that Xiaohua could not imagine came out of his mouth. Ripples visible to the naked eye stretched out in midair, and the seawater in the surrounding 100 feet turned into nothingness. The ripples swept through Xiaohua's golden body, and the brilliance of the golden body quickly spread out in the cave, and some places had already begun to collapse. A feeling of the sky and earth spinning appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Before Xiaohua could activate his cultivation method to protect himself, pa pa pa. A series of sounds rang out around the dragon boat. The monster race on the dragon boat had been seriously injured by Aojian's roar. Woo woo. The sound that sounded like a ghost's cry suddenly became low, and as the sound became lower, an indescribable palpitation emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. The feeling of the sky and earth spinning suddenly intensified, and one after another, strange ripples appeared outside of his Ni-Wan palace, attacking the innate divine seal crazily. At the same time, Jiang Tian laughed crazily, ha ha ha, Aojian, don't forget, this is the scarlet explosion that can tear apart a dragon's body. Attacking us like this, are you tired of living? Since you don't want to live anymore, then this old man will do as you wish, and let this old man send you on your way. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tian also roared, and the same pattern appeared in midair, rushing towards the dragon boat's monster array. It seemed like he was really going to perish together with Aojian. Boom! After the loud noise, the entire dragon boat suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of sparks appeared outside of Xiaohua's Ni-Wan palace, and waves of ripples fell on the innate divine seal like moths to a flame. Then, Xiaohua felt a huge force falling from the sky, grabbing his huge Transcendence golden body and tearing it apart. His Transcendence golden body could not resist this force at all. You too, can die now. Aojian's dragon body also began to roll, and his eyes flashed with desperation. With a hysterical roar, 2 golden lights flashed above his head, and 2 dragon horns broke out of his body, instantly landing in front of Xiaohua and Jiang Tian. The blood vessels on the dragon horns were obvious, and the murderous hatred on the dragon horns was also obvious. Xiaohua saw that he could not escape from Aojian's all-out attack, and his eyes flashed coldly. He hurriedly used the water escape technique to dodge, and at the same time, the hammer of spiritual will madly smashed at the broken part of the monster array. Moreover, with a loud bang, Xiaohua's sword of heaven and earth also slashed at the monster array. Previously, Jiang Tian wanted to destroy the monster race on the dragon boat, but because the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace died in the Crimson Explosion, Xiaohua was unwilling to do so. Now, Xiaohua was forced into a desperate situation by Aojian, and he had no choice but to use the power of the Crimson Explosion to see if he could survive this desperate situation. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the same time, and sword light and multicolored light appeared at the same time, almost blinding the monster race's eyes. At the same time, the dragon horn pierced into Xiaohua's right armpit as he could not dodge, and it pierced deeply, only a few centimeters away from piercing through his body. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in pain. The pain of the dragon horn piercing into his body was very strange, as if it had pierced deep into his heart, and he could not help but scream. In particular, the dragon horn did not stop, and it kept drilling into Xiaohua's body, as if it would not stop until it killed Xiaohua in one blow. At this moment, another huge force penetrated into the monster array from the torn part. Not only was the monster array completely torn apart, but even the dragon boat was also rapidly rumbling and trembling under this force. At the edge of the dragon boat, the hundreds of North Sea Dragon Palace sea generals were torn to pieces by this force, and their armor and other things could not resist at all, as if they were made of paper. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Aojian shouted 3 times, and the dragon horn also jumped 3 times, and then the dragon horn retreated. How could Xiaohua let the dragon horn escape? He hurriedly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique to cover the dragon horn, and wanted to capture it. Unfortunately, the dragon horn had a spirit, and how could it be imprisoned by the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique? Xiaohua's magic power had just touched the dragon horn, and the dragon horn had already disappeared from the void. Xiaohua still wanted to chase, but at this moment, the power of heaven and earth rushed in from all directions, and the fist-sized bubble mixed with the ochre-red mist completely enveloped Xiaohua. Not only did Xiaohua's golden body make a sizzling sound, even the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, who had just made a contribution, hurriedly shouted, "Not good, fellow immortal, quickly save me." Seeing that the situation was so critical, Xiaohua simply did not care about Aojian's life and death. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, and a 4-colored Jin Qi rushed out, covering the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua in the distance. At the same time, he hurriedly shrank his figure, and prepared to use the water escape technique to escape. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua fell into his middle dantian with lingering fear, Xiaohua's figure was still wandering around within 1,000 zhang of the dragon boat. The water escape technique did not seem to have taken effect, and Xiaohua was simply unable to escape. How is this possible? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised, and then looked at the sea generals being torn to pieces one by one, and the dragon boat being slowly dismantled. He could not help but be greatly alarmed. Could it be that this so-called scarlet explosion has also sealed the water escape technique? However, when Xiaohua's gaze fell on his skin that was being burned by the bubbles, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he did not hesitate to use the fire escape technique. Whoosh! Following the emergence of Xiaohua's magic power, Xiaohua's figure disappeared in midair. It turned out that the scarlet explosion was filled with fire elemental Zhen Qi. No wonder the water escape technique could not be used. Although Xiaohua used the fire escape technique, he could clearly see that the whole world was still smashing and spinning. When he used the fire escape technique, Xiaohua was also unable to resist the force, as if a big hand wanted to pull him out. Although this force did not succeed, Xiaohua's figure was not flying straight forward like before, and could only fly everywhere in the boundless North Sea like a headless fly. However, although Xiaohua did not use any technique to escape, in the end, he still gradually distanced himself from the dragon boat, escaped Ao Jian's attack, and escaped through the flesh and blood of many sea tribes. Chapter 3976. Wu. After an unknown amount of time, a pillar of water shot up to the sky from the surface of the North Sea. Xiaohua flew out from the bottom of the sea in an extremely sorry state. However, he was only stunned for a few breaths. The yuan qi of heaven and earth, which was even more chaotic than before, swept through the air with a huge pillar of wind. On the surface of Xiaohua's body, strands of cracks appeared like a spider web. Xiaohua was so frightened that he couldn't stay in the air and fell back into the sea. In the sky above the sea, the red clouds, the strong winds, and the huge waves that covered the entire sky seemed to want to strangle everything in the world. Damn it! Xiaohua fell into the sea, trying his best to stabilize his body with the fire escape technique, and hurriedly thought, this scarlet storm is actually so powerful. No wonder even someone as strong as Ao Jing didn't dare to return to the Dragon Palace without the dragon boat. Those old Sea Clan members who stayed in Yuling Bay were probably still afraid of the Scarlet Storm, right? Now that the dragon boat was destroyed, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River suffered great losses, but on the dragon boat, how many of the Sea Clan members of the North Sea Dragon Palace survived? I may have temporarily escaped from the dragon boat, but if I can't escape from the Scarlet Storm, I will eventually die in the North Sea. Could it be that the warning sign is this Scarlet Storm? Xiaohua racked his brains to escape, and after several hours, he finally rushed out from the bottom of the sea, but this time he learned to be obedient. As soon as he flew out, he immediately used the wind escape technique, and his body was like a wisp of wind, drifting along with the raging sea wind. Although Xiaohua was proficient in the wind escape technique, it was only at the elementary level, so he could only rely on the Scarlet Storm to fly. This Scarlet Storm was so strange that not only did it tear apart Xiaohua's body, but it also tore apart his divine sense, soul consciousness, and so on. Even Xiaohua's divine abilities such as Heaven's Eye were unable to be used in this Scarlet Storm. What was special was that even though Xiaohua had shut off his 5 senses, he could still hear the sound of a battle between 2 armies. His Naiwan Palace was still filled with splendor. Under such a dangerous situation, Xiaohua had no other way to escape other than drifting along with the scarlet explosion. There was only one thought in Xiaohua's mind, and that was to pray that this scarlet explosion would end soon. For a cultivator like Xiaohua who was at the lower 6th level of essence energy, this kind of thought was truly rarely seen. After all, this kind of cultivator was accustomed to seeing the might of heaven and earth, and was also accustomed to going against heaven and earth. Unknowingly, more than 3 days had passed. Xiaohua felt somewhat exhausted, because he was constantly sensing the direction of the Scarlet Storm, and constantly changing the direction of the wind escape. Within the Scarlet Storm, the wind flow was unfathomable. Sometimes, the wind would flow in a single direction, while other times, multiple streams of air would tear each other apart. It did not seem to make any difference which direction one chose. In particular, the ochre-red aura that corroded the body within the Scarlet Storm was not something that Confucian Zhen Qi and Dao Zhen Qi could deal with. Xiaohua could only rely on the strength of his monster body to resist. Since he had reached this point, any struggle would be meaningless. Xiaohua simply stopped struggling. He warned Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua a few words, then his mind hid in the space. While refining the dark breaking pill, he also comprehended the combination of the Crimson Infant technique and the Dao sex cultivation method. He didn't believe that after being tempered by the fiend god's blood, his body couldn't defeat this crimson Bao. After an unknown amount of time, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. An inexplicable fluctuation descended from the sky. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure swayed strangely, then bent in half like a stream of light. Within this stream of light, there were countless tiny Buddhas. In just a few breaths of time, these Buddhas withered and died many times like flowers blooming and withering. Then, under the gazes of these Buddhas, a small Kiliacosm was born and extinguished. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Jade Archive Xiaohua could not help but recite the name of Buddha. His figure gradually solidified, and the Buddhas in the light gradually disappeared. Immediately, Jade Archive Xiaohua closed his eyes again, and only opened them after several hours. The first thing Jade Archive Xiaohua did after opening his eyes was to raise his hand, and thousands of dark breaking pills fell into the air. Jade Archive Xiaohua clenched his hand, and all of the dark breaking pills turned into medicinal juice. No wonder ordinary cultivators can't refine the pills they use to advance. They have to be refined by high-level cultivators before they can take them. I blindly tried to be brave, and thought that I could refine the dark breaking pill with my own strength, but I's Dao Zhen Qi has not reached the true spirit severing stage, so how could I refine the real dark breaking pill? If fellow immortal Bodhi did not have a crucial enlightenment at a critical moment, how could I know the relationship between the physical body and the spirit severing stage? Dao Zhen Qi, Confucian Zhen Qi, Buddhist Zhen Qi, and even Yao Zhen Qi's cultivation methods seem to have some similarities. Although they are not completely applicable, it is possible to learn from each other. With fellow immortal Bodhi's enlightenment, I should be able to truly refine the dark breaking pill. Fellow immortal Heavenly Phoenix's fake body technique should also be able to make great progress, and I should be able to enter the true spirit severing stage at any time. Finished speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hands, and the pill refining technique was activated again. Although the technique was still the same, the fluctuations produced were somewhat different. Although the difference was slight, there was an essential difference, and the pill liquid produced was also completely different from before. Jade Archive Xiaohua was concentrating on refining pills, and the nearby Xiaoguo was also happily refining pills with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his head again, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the horizon and said, "Good things really come one after another. Just now, my cultivation improved, and fellow immortal Bodhi has the possibility of coming out of seclusion, and this scarlet explosion has also stopped. Damn it, the North Sea is so big, after several months of drifting, who knows where I am now? Forget it, let my physical body fly for a while, and let I refine this pill first." After refining several thousand dark breaking pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew from the space. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, before he could clearly see where he was fascinated by the scene before him. He saw that he was at the bottom of the blue sea, and palm-sized fish were happily swimming. There were more than 100,000 of these fish, and at first glance, it looked like a fish storm. Each fish was a wind in this hurricane, and every time they swam together, it was like a storm was blowing. The pure blue sea water was like the sky, and this storm was wantonly dancing in the sky. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by these 100,000 fish, and he was flying in the storm. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his hands and feet immediately moved. This movement was not important, but his body that swam along with the storm of fishes immediately changed with the direction of the storm. Thousands of fishes in the vicinity immediately discovered that these fishes swam away in a panic. It was as if a hurricane was blowing with Xiaohua as the center. In just a moment, this hurricane blew out an extremely large space. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the seawater did not seem to exist at the bottom of the sea. Waves of chaotic sounds were emitted from these fishes' bodies. Amidst the sounds, the storm of fishes quickly blew to other places, leaving Xiaofan standing in the sea with a somewhat dumbstruck expression. The tranquil sea bed was so beautiful. The pure sea water was like a serene jade crystal, and the sunlight directly penetrated into the water, brightly illuminating the surrounding several leaf fish of different colors, but also gorgeous and colorful, swayed their tails, leisurely swimming in their own world. Among them, there were actually a few that swam to Xiaohua's side, and snuggled up to him like a spoiled child. When Xiaohua's finger moved slightly, the water rippled, and these few fish fled in panic. In the distant water, there were some multicolored corals, and some small insects were wriggling on them. In the gaps between the corals, clusters of lush seaweed grew, and among the seaweed, there were some shellfish, and some fish that were smaller than a thumb shuttled back and forth. Words are sometimes limited. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit, these are already insufficient to describe this boundless North Sea. Perhaps using moodiness can slightly express its impermanence. Xiaohuan admired for a moment, and his hands and feet moved, slowly swimming from the sea bed to the surface. He was somewhat reluctant to leave this serene and beautiful sea bed, and wanted to use this moment of sweetness to make up for his body that was injured by Qi Bao. After all, after being ravaged by Qi Bao for several months, although Xiaohua's body was rare and tough, it was already badly damaged under the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly Phoenix Xiaohua and Fiend Spirit Xiaohua had already begun to repair it, and it seemed that they would not be able to recover easily in a short period of time. While swimming, Xiaohua pondered, it has been several months since Qi Bao began. I was lucky enough to escape from the dragon boat, and even if it was not destroyed by Qi Bao, it would not be in good condition. The dragons of the Heavenly Abode River wanted to perish together with Ao Jing of the North Sea Dragon Palace, and I think their wish has been fulfilled. However, if I can live safely, Ao Jian, Ao Jing, Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and the others will also be able to survive. With Qi Bao, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River might even be able to escape from the scheme of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, I have been flying with Qi Bao for so long, and I don't know where I am now. As for little Yun of the Heavenly Abode River. Sigh, what a joke. I think Ao Jing has already brought her back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Lu Yi, it's not that I don't want to save little Yun, but I really don't have the strength to do so. After swimming for a while, Xiaohua saw that he had reached the surface of the sea. He had already made up his mind to explain to Lu Yi, and then he identified the direction and prepared to fly back to the hidden immortal continent and return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Since he had made up his mind, Xiaohua did not delay any longer. He formed a seal and rushed out of the water, and his figure appeared high in the sky. Hiss! Something's wrong. When Xiaohua steadied himself, he looked around and saw that the sky around him was overflowing with light. Circles of light that looked like polar magnetic light enveloped the sea for nearly 10,000 miles. The projection of this light was extremely strong, and when it fell on the sea, it could clearly see the bottom of the sea for more than 10 miles. Xiaohua could not help but exclaim, "No wonder I could easily see the reef at the bottom of the sea. It turns out that this light is not the sun. But, this. Where is this place?" Chapter 3977. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, as soon as his divine sense was released, he felt as if he was being cut by a sharp blade. This sea could actually hurt divine sense. Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. It was already difficult for him to identify the direction in ordinary places. Now that he couldn't see the sun at all, how could he tell where he was? Oh, not good. This is just like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body and flew towards a random place. However, this sea was so strange that Xiaohua's flying technique was also restricted, causing his speed to be much slower. After another moment, the clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. The lightning in this sea was very strange. They were all dark green in color and were very similar to Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique. What was special was that within the lightning, there were waves of strange movements that resounded through heaven and earth. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, but also like the moaning of gods and ghosts. In short, even Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he heard it. Swoosh! Following the lightning, inexplicable raindrops began to fall. There was no rain at all in the clouds. Moreover, the raindrops and lightning appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the raindrops and lightning were gone. Only the halo in the sky looked as if it had just been washed by water. It was abnormally clear. So strange, so strange. Xiaohua frowned and looked around, then released his soul. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, his soul was not restricted at all. In fact, in this sea, his soul was even stronger than before. Could it be? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he had a trace of understanding in his heart. This sea is like the Million Meng Mountains? There are traces of soul cultivators? Just as Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. His aimless soul had already found something unusual. Xiaohua flew towards that place without hesitation. This time, Xiaohua learned his lesson. He used his soul power and the flying technique of soul cultivators, so his speed was much faster than before. After flying for an entire pack of cigarettes, Xiaohua finally arrived at a place. A huge dragon's body was floating on the surface of the sea. Most of the scales on the dragon's body had been shaved off. The dragon's body was stained with blood, and there were many wounds of various sizes. It was a horrible sight. The dragon's horns were completely broken, and half of the dragon's mouth was torn apart. More than half of the dragon's teeth were also missing. Next to the dragon's broken body, there were some tattered things that seemed to be the wreckage of a ship or broken demon artifacts. Although the giant dragon floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea, Xiaohua's soul consciousness could tell that this giant dragon still had an aura, and its vitality was very vigorous. Xiao Huafei landed beside the huge dragon and carefully examined it. The dragon's body also had a faint surge of dragon aura, and those terrifying wounds were slowly mending. He thought for a moment, then simply sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea in the distance, quietly waiting for the huge dragon to awaken. As long as it was a dragon, it must be from the North Sea Dragon Palace. It was naturally more familiar with the North Sea region than Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need it to bring him to the North Sea Dragon Palace. As long as it pointed to the hidden immortal continent, and even brought him out of this sea region, it would be fine. Mending the body naturally didn't require Xiaohua to deliberately do it. While Xiaohua was meditating, he refined the two-winged spectrometer that he bought from Zhaixing Lu into the soul-punishing light. Naturally, it wasn't that simple to perfect this soul-punishing light. The fusion of the extreme magnetic light and the soul-punishing light had to be tempered again and again. After Xiaohua's initial refinement, he placed the soul-punishing light under the immortal beheading stage, allowing the lightning water to refine it. Presumably, in the future, this soul-punishing light would be another great killing weapon that Xiaohua personally refined to perfection, right? Roar. A weak dragon roar finally came out from the mouth of the huge dragon after more than a month. The huge dragon opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Xiaohua standing in front of it with a smile. You are. The dragon's hoarse dragon language sounded very obscure. It seemed that the dragon's throat was also severely injured. Facing the giant dragon's question, Xiaohua had already thought about it. He didn't hide anything and replied, "I am Taoist Dao Sect Xiaohua, Daoist Dao sects Daoist Dao sect. I have some matters in the North Sea. As for the specifics, if fellow immortal knows, then know. If you don't, then don't ask. I encountered Qi Bao in the North Sea and was swept to this sea. Because I couldn't find the direction and met you, I simply waited here for you to wake up. You and I can get out of this sea together. When you and I are safe, you just have to tell me where the hidden immortal continent is. What do you think? If a dragon didn't take human form, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Xiaohua wasn't sure if this dragon was the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was why he said such ambiguous words. Sure enough, the dragon was very puzzled. He was confused by Xiaohua's words. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but he didn't know what to ask. Seeing this, Xiaohua smiled. He knew that this dragon wasn't the dragon general he saw on the dragon boat of the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said with a smile, "Fellow immortal doesn't need to ask anything. You just need to know that you and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. What dragon race, what human race, don't take it to heart. My only goal is to escape from here. And, this old man understands." The dragon finally understood. He looked around and asked, "Could it be that this sea is very dangerous?" "Indeed." Xiaohua nodded. "Fellow immortal, release your Yuanshan first and you will know." "See." The dragon just released his Yuanshan and immediately grimaced. He exclaimed, "This. What is this place? It can even tear apart Yuanshan?" "Fellow immortal, if a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace doesn't know, then this Xiao naturally doesn't know either." Xiaohua smiled. This Xiao has been waiting here for fellow immortal to clear up his doubts. The dragon looked at Xiaohua and swam with some difficulty. The draconic qi around his body covered the multicolored light and slowly shrunk. He then answered with a bitter smile, "It seems that Daoist Xiao is going to be disappointed. This old man isn't a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace, so I'm not particularly familiar with the sea territory of the North Sea." Xiaohua was shocked. He said, "The dragon race in the North Sea. If you aren't from the North Sea Dragon Palace, then where can you be from? Could it be that fellow immortal? This." The dragon looked at Xiaohua with some difficulty. He said, "It said that this old man met Daoist Xiao by fate. However, as Daoist Xiao said, there are some things that Daoist Xiao knows. If you don't know, Daoist Xiao shouldn't ask too much. This old man's name is Jiang'an. I'm not a dragon of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Jiang'an?" Xiaohua thought for a moment. After a while, he asked tentatively, "So you're a dragon of the Heavenly Abode River?" How did you know?" The dragon was shocked. Draconic qi surged around him and he retreated. He was on high alert. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao is familiar with your Heavenly Abode River's Great Elder Jiang Tian, Second Elder Jiang Xia, and Third Elder Jiang Hai. The reason this Xiao wasn't willing to say before was related to your Heavenly Abode River." You know my three elders?" Jiang'an was stunned. However, he still asked curiously, "How is the reason you're talking about related to my Heavenly Abode River?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. He asked incredulously, "This Xiao understands now. You followed the Feather Spirit Palace's ship out to sea. You didn't follow Ao Jing's dragon ship back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon general you followed was Ao Shi. How did you know?" That dragon was even more taken aback as he blurted out. However, after a moment, he understood again and shouted, "This old man understands now. You followed Great Elder Jiang Tian to the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon ship to save my Heavenly Abode River's little princess?" At this point, the dragon didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak and asked again, can you save my princess? Alas, things in this world are really strange. Xiaofan sighed. Looking at Jiang An's anxiety, he shook his head and said, Your Princess Jiang Hong isn't on the dragon ship at all. She's in Ao Shi's hands. How is that possible? Jiang An was stunned and said in disbelief, This old man changed my figure and followed Ao Shi. I didn't hear him say anything at all. Moreover, until I met Qi Bao, I didn't see him change at all. How could my princess be with Ao Shi? Then what about Ao Shi? Xiaofan asked. Alas, under Qi Bao, this old man was able to keep his life. How could I care about Ao Shi? Jiang An said regretfully, If I knew Long Bei was in Ao Shi's hands, this old man would have killed Ao Shi even if it meant risking my life. Forget it, forget it. Xiaofan waved his hand and said, A Qi Bao destroyed the North Sea Dragon Palace's plan and the Heavenly Abode River's tracking. It's already good that we were able to escape. By the way, according to Ao Jing, you left Yuling Bay with Ao Shi a long time ago. Why did you still encounter Qi Bao like us? You humans often say that man proposes but the heavens disposes. Although Ao Jing sent Ao Shi to leave Yuling Bay on the night Ao Xian returned to Yuling Bay and this old man hurriedly sneaked into the ship under the orders of the third elder, the ship only left Yuling Bay for a few days before encountering a sea storm. Although this sea storm was not as strong as Qi Bao, it was much more powerful than an ordinary sea storm. Although the ship dived into the sea and didn't suffer much impact, the sea beast tide that was triggered by the sea storm attacked the ship. Ao Shi and the others desperately resisted and had no choice but to change their course to avoid the sea beast tide. When the sea storm stopped and the ship returned to its normal course, it encountered the Qi Bao a few months later. This Qi Bao Shi's ship was simply unable to resist the Qi Bao. The ship was torn to pieces and this old man was also separated from Ao Shi and the other members of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Alas, if I knew Long Bei was with Ao Shi, this old man. What a pity. At the end, Jiang An sighed again. Chapter 3978. Xiaofan blinked his eyes and said with a smile, Fellow immortal, you don't have to regret it anymore. We will look for him in this sea. Since you drifted here and I can also come here, the other dragons might be able to as well. Maybe we can find Ao Shi. That's right. Jiang An nodded, this old man will accompany you. Then, Jiang An transformed into his human form and flew into the air, following Xiaofan in search of a place. One man and one dragon searched while talking. Xiaofan also roughly told him what happened on the dragon boat with Jiang Tian and the other dragons. When Jiang An heard that Ao Jian was on the dragon boat, he smiled bitterly. Obviously, he already knew Ao Jian's name. Rumble. Before they could find anything, the atmosphere in the sea changed again. Dark green lightning and the whimpering sound of heaven and earth sounded again. Looking at the pitter-patter of raindrops, Jiang An's body shook. He stood in the air for a long time without moving. Xiaofan looked at Jiang An and knew that he found something. He didn't ask in a hurry. After the lightning passed, Jiang An raised his head and roared. Unfortunately, this roar didn't spread too far. Jiang An turned to look at Xiaofan and said with a bitter smile, This old man knows where this is. Oh. It seems this place is very dangerous. Xiaofan felt that something was wrong and asked tentatively, What is this place? Spring penetrating forbidden sea. Jiang An said word by word, the first of the 4 forbidden seas in the North Sea. What? Spring penetrating forbidden sea? Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, This is the legendary spring-penetrating forbidden sea that wails like ghosts and howls like wolves all year round. Whenever a ship or a member of the sea race accidentally passes by, it will trigger lightning. If one is lucky, even if the ship is destroyed and the body is seriously injured, they can still appear from other places. If one is unlucky, not even a piece of wreckage can be found. Taoist Xiao is right. Jiang'an said with a bitter smile. Moreover, what Taoist Xiao said is the outside of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. This old man has never heard of any member of the sea race entering the inner sea of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea and being able to safely leave. And this time, we are probably in the inner sea of the spring-penetrating forbidden sea. Motherfucker, how is this possible? Xiao Hua almost cursed. Jiang'an explained, on normal days, we don't need to enter the inner sea of the spring-cleansing forbidden sea. We've already been torn apart by the forbidden sea. This time, he probably borrowed the power of the scarlet explosion to enter the forbidden sea. But since we've entered the inner sea of the forbidden spring sea, I think, we won't have the chance to leave. It doesn't matter if I don't go out. Xiao Hua looked around. Although he was slightly flustered, he still smiled and said, there doesn't seem to be any dangers in the forbidden ocean. It's not bad for us to cultivate here. Jiang'an smiled bitterly and shook his head. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't be too optimistic. Since the members of the sea race who entered this place couldn't survive, how can we live? Presumably, the dangers in the forbidden sea have been destroyed by the scarlet explosion, so they won't show their ferocity for the time being. At this point, Jiang'an seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also shocked. The man and the dragon looked at each other and shouted at the same time, that's right. If we want to escape, we have to take advantage of the fact that the Forbidden Spring Sea hasn't recovered and rush to the edge of the Forbidden Sea to see if there's a chance to escape. If we're late, we won't have the chance to rush to the edge. I can't recognize the direction in the North Sea. I'll listen to you. Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted. We don't need to look for Aoshur anymore. It's better to leave this place quickly. Let's go. Jiang'an nodded. He didn't care about looking for Long Bay anymore. With a loud roar, his body swayed and dived into the sea. Why aren't you flying? Xiao Hua was surprised. He was about to send a voice transmission to ask, but when he saw Jiang'an's speed in the sea was much faster than when he was in the air, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Judging others by his own standards was really laughable. The dragon race was originally a member of the sea race. Of course, they were much faster in the water than in the air. Moreover, the inexplicable restriction in the sea was a bit weaker. Why didn't Jiang'an go under the sea? Fortunately, Xiao Hua's water escape technique had already been cultivated to a high level. Under the urging of his magic power, he was able to catch up with Jiang'an in the sea. The situation was dangerous. Xiao Hua could already feel the sharp teeth gradually recovering in the forbidden spring ocean. At this moment, he was really regretting that he didn't take advantage of this period of time to go to the edge of the forbidden spring ocean to take a look. Maybe he had already escaped by now. Fortunately, one man and one dragon flew for a full 3 days and 3 nights. Other than the strange phenomena in the sky, other dangers didn't appear. Moreover, in the sea, waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with the sound of thunder gradually appeared and began to obstruct Xiao Hua and Jiang'an's escape. Boom! Just when Xiao Hua and Jiang'an were hesitating whether to continue forward or not, a fist-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of Jiang'an. This whirlpool flickered with dark green crystal threads. Between the crystal threads, there were gray-white spatial cracks. At the edge of the whirlpool, there were even layers of thunder that were silently vibrating. This whirlpool was really too sudden. Jiang'an didn't have time to dodge, and his dragon claw grabbed towards the whirlpool. Gotcha! Long before the dragon claw touched the whirlpool had already begun to expand. The thunder at the edge of the whirlpool struck the dragon claw, and a small half of the dragon claw was immediately shattered. Moreover, as the whirlpool expanded, a powerful suction force pulled Jiang'an, and he was about to fall into the whirlpool. Roar! Jiangyan roared loudly. His dragon body danced with all his strength, trying to dodge the whirlpool. However, Jiangyan was in a hurry to escape, and didn't slow down. Moreover, his dragon form couldn't be compared to his human form, and it was difficult to dodge in a hurry. Seeing that the edge of the whirlpool was about to shatter the dragon claw, if Jiangyan fell into the whirlpool, the consequences could be imagined. At this critical moment, Xiaofan waved his big sleeve, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Jiangyan's dragon tail. He urged his true essence to pull, and it just happened to be balanced with the suction force of the whirlpool. Jiangyan sensed it, and his dragon body twisted. Boom! With a sound, he flew out of the sea and landed in midair. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Jiangyan saw Xiaofan also fly out, and bowed with lingering fear. You're welcome. Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Looking around, he waved his hand and said, let's find a way out first. Jiangyan nodded, and narrowed his eyes to look around. He saw that the whole world was filled with that kind of dark green thunderbolt, and around this dark green thunderbolt, there were numerous whirlpools. These whirlpools were either circular or rectangular, and there were even some irregular shapes. What was special was that between these whirlpools, whether it was the sea water or the air, everything was distorted by the fluctuations between the whirlpools. In this distorted space, light and shadow were elongated or compressed, and the sound also underwent extreme changes. The sound of thunder was sometimes like falling rain, sometimes like burning fire, sometimes like war drums, and sometimes even without sound. Looking at the earth-shattering whirlpools, as well as the black and white crystal threads within the whirlpools, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was stunned in his heart, and seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a sea map appeared in his hand. Xiaohua glanced at it, then looked at Jiangyan, who was standing in front of him. At this time, Jiangyan also said with some joy, Daoist Xiao, this place has already reached the inner layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. This old man has seen a sea map before, and it seems to be the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Follow this old man. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to walk out of this Forbidden Sea. Once we are out of the Forbidden Sea, this old man will bring Daoist Xiao back to Yuling Bay. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that waiting for fellow immortal for more than a month was indeed the right choice. Of course. Jiangyan laughed heartily and confidently flew towards the light and shadow between the whirlpools. Woo! Wherever Jiangyan flew past, a strange whistling sound would be produced. Jiangyan's body was also stretched to an extreme extent. Xiaohua followed behind, and of course, he also felt the abnormality in this distortion. He also knew in his heart that if it was not the correct path, the light and shadow might be a whirlpool, and even after the light and shadow, there might also be a man-devouring whirlpool or thunderbolt. After walking like this for a full 2 hours, the surrounding whirlpools really began to reduce, and the dark green thunderbolt also weakened. Jiangyan smiled and pointed to the 2 whirlpools in front of him and said, Daoist Xiao, after leaving these 2 whirlpools, we should have walked half of it. The rest is the true outer layer of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea. Although there are still some thunderbolts, their power has already decreased a lot. With our strength, we shouldn't be affected anymore. Thank you fellow immortal. Xiaohua laughed, and his heart was bursting with joy. He cupped his hands and said, if not for fellow immortal, this Xiao really doesn't know how to get out of there. Alas, actually, it's also a fluke. Although Jiangyan sighed, his tone was also proud. First, the Scarlet Storm weakened the inner sea of the spring-penetrating Forbidden Sea, and we were able to easily come into contact with the outer sea. Second, our luck was good, and we immediately found a place this old man is familiar with. If it was a few dozen li away, this old man wouldn't have been able to find the way out so easily. Fellow immortal, please. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's talk after we get out. All right. Jiang'an nodded. Taoist Xiao, please follow this old man. As he said this, Jiang'an urged his figure to enter the light and shadow between the two whirlpools. Seeing Jiang'an's figure elongate, Xiao Hua also flew in like before. However, just as Xiao Hua's figure entered the light and shadow, a huge force suddenly appeared and hit Xiao Hua's body, forcefully pushing him towards the distant whirlpool. This strange change appeared in a hurry. If Xiao Hua fell into the whirlpool, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have already predicted this. His body suddenly spun rapidly, and like a spinning top, that force was instantly pushed to the side by him. At the side of his body, Jiang'an's awkward and unbalanced dragon body was revealed. Rumble. A green light appeared between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and he used the lightning flash and thunder roll technique, enveloping the light and shadow between the two whirlpools. In a few breaths' time, Xiao Hua and Jiang'an's figures gradually became clear within the light and shadow. The three corpses in lightning actually propped up a dark green space. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.